Hello and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. We are at Norway Chess 2015. We see the elite players getting ready to start their games for the first event of the Grand Chess Tour. Meanwhile, we are here in St. Louis in studio, the capital of chess in America. I'm Jen Shahade. I'm here with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. How do you feel about today?
Very exciting. The Grand Chess Tour was just such a delight that comes into our chess world, a real elite chess tournament, and this is the very first round of the very first tournament in this series that will only grow in the future. I'm super excited.
Indeed, we've got the best players in the world. We have world champion Magnus Carlsen, Norwegian hero, and I just can't wait to see how these games are going to go today. Let's take a look at and see how this Grand Chess Tour format works. We've got 3 events on tap. This one, and we've also got the Sinquefield Cup and the London Chess Classic. So we've got 9 players who have agreed to participate in all 3 events, and a 10th player will be selected as a wild card for each event. The drawing of the lots for Norway Chess 2015 were determined by a Blitz tournament, which MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, won yesterday. And those pairings will be reversed at the Sinquefield Cup. The London Chess Classic, the last event on the tour, will be drawn randomly. Time control is a little different than what we're used to. 40 moves in 2 hours with the remainder of the game in 1 hour with a 30-second increment only on that second time control. So no increment in the first time control. Now, how do you get points for this Grand Chess Tour? We've got 2 different prize funds. One, you are competing for Grand Chess Tour points, and the other, traditional prizes. So first place in this tournament will get $75K. First place in the Grand Chess Tour will also get $75K. So they're kind of thinking about 2 different tournaments here. And the point scoring system for the Grand Chess Tour gives away a grand total of 13 points for first place. But that's only if you get first place clear. Second is 10 points. And as you can see, a descending structure here. But it is pretty important to start off with a bang and try to accumulate points as quickly as possible. What do you think, Alejandro?
I think it's a very cutthroat system. When you think about the fact that you can get a full 13 points on just one tournament, and second place would only be getting 10, that's a big leap. You gotta be scoring on the top of the tournament every single time if you want to actually win the tour. It's gonna come down to having good performances in every single one of the events.
In every single event. I actually think that the leap's not that big, because first place is so massive, you know, right? They call second first loser. So to me, like, the difference is not that big. But let's go over to Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, who's also in studio with us here in St. Louis. He's going to bring us a little preview of today's thrilling matchups.
Well, we have it in golf, we have it in tennis, now we get it in chess. 3 tournaments here tied together for historical perspective. This is fantastic. We love seeing tournaments like this. We change up the formats and the best players in the world playing. Well, let's get right into the matchups themselves. First of all, we have the youngest player in the competition, Anish Giri from Holland, certainly a rising phenom. He's already established himself, and he's playing against Alexander Grishuk, the Russian player, a Blitz specialist. He's been around for quite a while. This should be an interesting matchup. I have this as one of the key games to watch in terms of excitement and potential decisive result. Now, in the second matchup, we have something just amazing. This could be a world championship matchup if it wasn't for a guy named Magnus Carlsen, but certainly Anand, who has won 5 championships himself, and Fabiano Caruana, who's switching federations in the near future, but still Italian as of now. Fabiano Caruana, the number 2 player in the world. This one could be definitely an amazing one right out the gates, and 2 players who will be contending for the title here in Norway. And in our third matchup, we have Hikaru Nakamura, currently America's best player, now rated 2,800 in the live standing, over 2,800 in the live standing. Expect him to battle for first place as well. And he's playing against John Ludwig Hammer, who is the wild card in the event. He's going to have a tough time of it, being the only non-2,700 player in the competition, but certainly looking to get great experience playing in such a magnificent event. And in our fourth matchup, we have Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the Frenchman, playing against Levon Aronian. Both these players have had horrible years, their ratings really dropping precipitously, but expect them to want to rebound and show that they've got the skills. And certainly Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he won the Blitz qualifier yesterday, He's got skills. And playing against Aronian, who was once the number 2 player in the world, so no one can count him out. He's definitely among the favorites if he's playing well. And the final matchup, we have Magnus Carlsen, the number 1 player in the world, the highest rated player in history, playing in Norway, certainly wanting to defend home turf. And he's got to play against Vasilij Topalov, a former world champion, former 2800 player, a veteran in the competition to be sure, but quite a dangerous player. This should also be a thrilling matchup. So we are starting round 1 right away. Great players, great chess, in a grand chess tour. It should be super exciting, guys. I can't wait.
And we see some players getting ready to do battle today. We got Anish Giri at the table. And we mentioned earlier that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave actually won the Blitz tournament, so that was definitely a surprise. He won by half a point over Blitz legend Hikaru Nakamura.
Right. I'm actually quite surprised that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave won the Blitz tournament, even though he is a player with insurmountable strength. He's a very good blitz player and a very good bullet player at that. Still, he was against some of the top players in the world. And MVL, as he is nicknamed, he hasn't had a very good year. He's dropped so much rating. He's had a tough series of events. He just recovered by having a decent tournament in the top 12 French league. And he did reach the finals of the Leon Magistral last week, where he lost the finals to Wei Yi. So it's not been the smoothest ride for MVL, but he comes here, he shows he's still one of the top players in the world. He wins a Blitz tournament that could not get any stronger, and he was trying to carry on that train, try to play good chess in this tournament, and we'll see if he can do it quickly.
And here we see him, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, yawning. No, it's 4 o'clock in Norway. Maxime actually said that he was pleasantly surprised with my Blitz play today, and that he hopes it'll help in the next few days when the business starts.
And he will need it. He's against a very strong opponent, but actually also somebody that's had a rough series of events. Levon Aronian had a magnificent start to the year 2014. Everybody thought he was the obvious contender for the World Championship, and then the rest of the year just did not go his way. Also, 2015 has not been particularly great, even though he's a absolutely fantastic chess player. He hasn't been able to show that he is deserving of his old spot of number 2 in the world.
That's right, and I think unfortunately for his many fans in St. Louis, I feel like the downswing began here.
Yes, actually, he had a very tough Singfield Cup last year, and we'll see if he recovers. He's the kind of player that can suddenly jump back at the top of the world, and we'll see. This is going to be a very interesting matchup because it'll really put the pace on 2 players that need to go out with a win.
And now let's look at the wild card player here. So we've got Nakamura playing against the wild card in this tournament, and that should be a really interesting match because I think that with the only player under 2,700 in the tournament, are they going to have to be going with blood, especially with the white pieces?
Absolutely, and I think that's what they did in the Blitz tournament. Actually, John Ludwig Hammer finished last with a series of losses. He only got 1.5 points out of 9. But still, he's a strong player, and it's not that he just got a random wildcard spot. You might assume that because he's Norwegian, he just got invited. But no, he won his way towards this tournament. He won the Enter Card qualifier last month with fantastic play. He beat some top players like Agdestein and Fressinet. So he definitely deserves his spot here, but we're going to be able to see if with the top dogs he can actually keep up.
That's right. So today, Nakamura, white pieces, what would you predict?
Well, Nakamura is definitely going to go out for blood. That doesn't mean he's going to do it in a way that's very aggressive or that it's going to be a cutthroat game. I think he'll just play good chess and try to outplay his opponent slowly.
So you're predicting a queen pawn opening?
I think that it could go either way, but a queen pawn opening or some kind of knight f3 English, I think suits Nakamura's latest style a little bit more than starting with the king's pawn. But he's the type of player that likes surprises, so I don't really want to predict Nakamura's openings.
And we see Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, and certainly the fan favorite in pretty much any tournament he plays, but certainly in Norway.
It's difficult to imagine a player that is just consistently so good. And that has earned him such a big rating difference between the second player in the world. And we have some moves finally. We have the Grand Chess Tour kicking off. And we see Magnus Carlsen opening up the game with, I believe, d4 against Vasilij Topalov.
That's right, and it's funny because I saw one of the promos for this tournament, and there was a picture of Magnus where it looked so much like Bobby Fischer that I was like, wait, what is that?
There's certainly some resemblance there also with the domination that Magnus has over his opponents currently. It doesn't matter which tournament he goes to, he's the absolute favorite. And even though this is the Grand Chester with 9 of the top players in the world, it's still Magnus Carlsen that everybody thinks is going to be the favorite in this event.
Except Nakamura. Nakamura had some words to say.
I think that every player, of course, wants to win, but at the same time, I think the rating difference does speak for itself. We have quite a few moves in many games.
Yeah, let's start taking a look around the horn, as our friend Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan would say. And by the way, he is in Norway right now, and he's going to be piping into this broadcast.
That'll be absolutely fantastic for him to join us with some live comments from Norway. For now, I think the game that's most developed will be the game between Giri and Grischuk, which is not exactly an opening I would have predicted. And actually,
all right, so this got a little Rosalimo going on.
And it's actually a very interesting way of getting to the Rosalimo, because even though the game started with knight f3, which usually indicates that we're going to go into English channels, ready channels, or maybe even some kind of d4 type of opening, we actually got a strange transposition in which after knight f3, c5, Giri replied with e4, and suddenly we're back into a Sicilian.
That's very rare, isn't it? Because the Sicilian is such a dangerous opening. It's such a good, solid opening that a lot of players will play e4. I mean, would not play e4 because of the Sicilian.
Right.
So what do you think this is? This is an avoidance of rather the double king pawns.
I think it's actually just part of Giri's preparation, because if you look at a lot of Grischuk games, he favors this kind of setups after knight f3, c5, c4 with a quick development of this knight to c6 and a quick g6, e5 without ever developing this knight on g8 until it's able to go to e7, which is several moves later. So for this reason, after knight f3, Grischuk cannot play knight f6 and go back into his usual setup. He has to play c5 if he wants to enter it, which allows Giri, if well prepared, to go back into the Sicilian channels if he so chooses. And this avoids, for example, playing some kind of double king pawn opening in which Grischuk excels and is just much more solid.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was getting at. So double king pawn being scarier to Anish Giri at this point than the main lines of the Sicilian. Now, for amateur players tuning in, I would say that you don't have to worry about this very often. That doesn't mean you shouldn't be prepared for it, but it's going to be rare that your opponent starts with knight f3, you play c5, and they play e4, because that would mean that they have to be prepared in all the queen pawn openings and all the king pawn openings, and that's more of a professional level of preparation.
That's very true. I've actually only done this once, even though I'm a notorious one knight f3 player. I've only actually transposed back into a king's pawn once in my life, and it was actually against U.S. women's champion Irina Krush, a game that ended in a draw a couple of years ago.
Was it a spur-of-the-moment decision?
Oh, absolutely. It was one of those double round tournaments in the afternoon where you had no time to prepare. She thought for a while when she played c5, and he decided, well, let's try a king's pawn and see how it goes. But at the end, it didn't really work out for me. A draw was all I could get.
So here we've got the Rosalimo. So instead of going right in headlong for the variations with d4, we see bishop to b5, which is also quite an interesting move and results in a lot of very strategic battles, and certainly in this case, here after g6 and bishop takes c6.
Right, and here we have to understand that this is kind of a very tailored preparation. If you're playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I expect that after d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, MVL would probably play something along the lines of g6 and go into an accelerator dragon, which he likes to do once in a while. But if you're playing Grischuk, I'm pretty sure he would have chosen the move knight f6, knight c3, e5 to go into a Sveshnikov Sicilian, which is something that he prefers much more over the dragon.
That's right, and that's why a lot of people play this bishop b5 move, because they want to avoid the Sveshnikov, which is just very exciting for black and not everybody's cup of tea as a white.
Right.
So now we've reached this fascinating strategic battle, and we've got Grandmaster Maurice Ashley for some thoughts on how this opening might develop.
Well, we've got the strategic battle, but we also have a tactical wrinkle quite early on in the competition. It's already started, as a matter of fact. In this position here, the position after rook e1, rook to b8 was played, and H3 by Giri, playing this move, sacrificing the pawn on B2. His opponent avoided this capture. Bishop takes B2, bishop takes, rook takes. Looks like a pawn. Of course, he's given up the dark square bishop on this side. And if you follow the line, queen C1, tossing this rook back, going back to B7 to guard this pawn, queen A3. And after some protection like D6, suddenly the move E5 explodes on the board, and black has some trouble because white seems to have compensation. The king is under fire. The center is already breaking open. So a tactical wrinkle starting quite early in this game. Instead of doing that line after H3, he just simply played queen C7, protecting his A pawn and continuing the game. Guys?
It's interesting to me to see that Grischuk played so quickly after H3. I'm not actually familiar with this position specifically. Of course, as a player that likes fianqueros, I know how powerful these bishops are, and I usually don't want to give them up, especially early in the opening. But Grischuk's the type of player that when he's surprised, he'll go into a very deep think. So if he played queen c7 so quickly, I expect that he's at least seen this position or this kind of positions, and he knows what he's doing.
Ooh.
And I would not expect him to take on b2.
You know, it's funny because Maurice Ashley is always very excited by the potential of time pressure, and I'd like to call out that Alexander Grischuk loves to get into time pressure, and we have no increment in this first time control.
He's the most notorious person when it comes to elite chess and to getting into time pressure. He's known as handling his time very, very poorly, and it's cost him many games. It's actually surprising that he has such a high rating considering how many games he loses because he got into time pressure. I can think of the past Grand Prix series that he just played in which he had a lot of problems with this.
He was recently number 3 in the world.
He was very high up.
He was very high up there. I don't know if he ever got to 2, but I think he was definitely up to 3. And
yeah, I think he did.
He got, very briefly, he was at number 2, yeah. Mm-hmm. So it'll be interesting to see if in this tournament at some point he fails to adjust to that and we actually get to see those old school days of just getting right up to the wire there.
It is a very long time control, but we'll have to see. They're going to exit the opening pretty quickly, and we're going to keep an eye on Grischuk's time. But for now, it's Anish Giri that's taking his time thinking.
So for Anish here, what do you think? I mean, there's just a lot of different ways to approach setting up here.
Right.
Do you think he's going to try to go for a c3, d4, or more of a knight c3?
That's usually what you want to do, is to play c3, d4, establish this strong pawn center. It's not necessarily guaranteeing an advantage because you are playing against a pair of bishops, and the more you open up the position, the stronger the bishops become, the more diagonals they're going to have active for them. That being said, white does need to justify it somehow, and even though the double pawns seem like a weakness on the c-file, it's perhaps good for white to play c3 and d4. And with further analysis of a different game, let's go to Maurice Ashley.
Alejandro, I'd love to get your opinion on this position because it is really interesting what's going on here. When I first saw this position, Nakamura playing against Hammer, I said, this looks kind of strange. The pawn hasn't gone to d3 as yet out of this English. The knight hasn't gone to c3. And after f6, I'm thinking, maybe you can play d4. So I tried to analyze it with the engines, and the engine said, d4, you don't want to do that. It's better to play knight c3 and be quieter. Except guess what Nakamura played? He said, let's play d4. And after the move d4, e4, knight to e1 now, eyeballing this pawn, f5, and now f3, breaking open the game right away. E takes on f3, and now knight takes. The engines still don't like white. Like, why did Nakamura go so rapidly into this line? They are now giving the position as equal, but certainly they didn't prefer this particular procedure. Alejandro, I'd love to get your opinion on this one. My instincts say that he should want to open up the game with the white pieces, although now this does look kind of a strange getup. White's pawns are not together. We see the 3 pawn islands here, one here, and one here, but black's king side has been weakened somewhat. A dynamic change in the game, absolutely, right from jump. Nakamura wanting to win this game. He's so much higher rated than his opponent.
Well, this is a very interesting situation, definitely over the board. And it's interesting that you're mentioning the engine evaluation. I'm not using engines here on this board, so I don't know precisely what it is, but I do know that in this kind of position, especially with this shattered pawn structure for white, where we have so many pawn islands, the computers tend to not value it very highly. That being said, it does seem like because this pawn on f7 jumped to f5, there's a couple of weaknesses that I would be worried about if I was black on the light squares. It kind of depends whether there is going to be an opportune moment for Nakamura to go d5 and pressure further on the center, or if that pawn's going to get stuck on d4. For now, it does seem like black has good chances of blockading it with the moves knight d5, putting the bishop on e6, and then simply castling at some point.
And we do have a couple more moves, in fact.
Okay, let's take a look.
Yeah, let's catch up to the game.
So after knight takes f3, John Ludwig played knight d5 immediately.
Knight d5 blockading, as you suggested.
And it creates a threat because now the knight can go to e3, forking the queen and the rook. So Nakamura must prevent this. He played queen d3, defending against this threat.
And also hinting at playing e4 in some positions.
I don't think that e4 is actually a move that you want to play. The problem with playing e4 is that once I take f takes e4, this bishop on c8 suddenly becomes free to join the fray. And right now it's a little hemmed in because of the existence of this pawn on f5. So I expect more that Nakamura will play e3 and maybe maneuver this knight to the e5 square via knight d2, knight c4, knight e5.
And indeed, that's what he did. After castles, Nakamura just played e3 in this position.
Okay, so yeah, this makes a little bit more sense to me. He wants to keep the f5 pawn on the board since the bishop on c8 is not so happy about that. Still, it seems like John Ludwig's hammer position is good.
So why e3? You needed to prevent the possibility of f4 or something?
F4 might have been in the works. I think that is definitely something that he was worried about. If, for example, I play a very naive knight bd2, maybe f4, again, liberating this bishop from c8, allowing the knight also to go
knight
to e3 in some positions. It seems like this is an annoying move. e3 just seems a little safer, a little more consolidating. To me, I think Nakamura is also happy with this position because even though it's probably technically equal, it's very imbalanced. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and both sides have to be careful in order not to be strategically worse.
A lot going on strategically and tactically in this position. So I think that the richness of the position is really going to excite Nakamura since he feels like this is a game where he's got to press.
Right.
Bishop e6 has been played.
As we were talking about earlier, I did expect Nakamura to go for blood, even though that didn't mean going directly for the throat. He was just going to play a little bit more solid, play something a little unbalanced, and then eventually outplay his opponent. And I think that's what he's looking forward to doing in this position. I don't mind this opening choice from Nakamura, even though I do think that John Ludwig is doing okay so far. And I highly doubt that Nakamura would have chosen such an opening against any other player in this event.
It will be very interesting to see how this one develops. Meanwhile, some news on another game. Maurice Ashley is shaking his head.
Well, you know, usually at the beginning of a tournament, especially here in St. Louis, it's a little early. You know, you just started at 9 o'clock. You get a chance to relax a little bit, get into the games. No such thing. They're already explosive, at least on 3 boards. And you take a look at the guys, the one you're looking at, and now look at this one with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. They started off solid and some Queen's Gambit decline, and then all of a sudden, G5, hello, let's get it started. If you want to wake up, knight e4, threatening the knight on c3, and after queen c2, h5, now going after this bishop, looking to trap it. The move h3 was played, and then a double exchange. Bishop takes, and then knight takes on g3, and then knight to b6. The game is wide open already. Look at this pawn structure. You don't see this setup every day. A weak pawn on e3, a la the Nakamura game as well. White has development, obviously, can bring his bishop out in castle. Black, we're not sure where his king's going to find a home. A really dynamic formation already in this game. And on another board, we have to also note, you guys want to take a look at, is this game between Anand and Caruana. They decided not to go into the Berlin. Thank God that didn't happen. But after this trade, Anand said, give me the pawn. I'm up a pawn now. Prove it. Rook to e8, knight f3, d5, and already exciting action going on this board as well. The game's exploding. We're just out of 10 moves, and already this Grand Chess Tour is starting off with a bang. Guys?
That's right. It's very great to see that right away. We're straying from the Berlins, and we're getting some really exciting chess. Although sometimes the Berlin can be fun.
Well, it depends on your definition of fun, but I'm okay without having any Berlin in this tournament. It's just not going to happen, but at least we avoided it on round 1.
Wait, you're saying there's no way you can have a high-level tournament without confronting the Berlin at some point?
No, you can have several high-level tournaments without having a Berlin at some point, but not with these players. With so many Berlin players actually in this tournament, it'll happen at some point. I want to take a quick look at this game between MVL and Aronian. And the reason that I want to take a look is because I actually did do some research on this type of positions. I recently came out with a DVD for ChessBase on this particular variation, a Ragozin type of Queen's Gambit. And it's a very strategically dynamic situation. This idea of capturing with the F-pawn at some point is very in the style of Magnus Carlsen. He actually played this ideas a couple of years ago, or maybe 1 year ago, where he wanted to take with the F-pawn voluntarily and then castle kingside very quickly, and then very, 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 very rapidly try to open up the position. So here the question becomes, can Aronian consolidate his position before MVL can create some direct threats? And the direct threats will involve short castle and maybe e4, or short castle and pressure on f7. Sometimes the initiative is so fast that black is forced into castling short, and even though that looks suicidal, he actually has just about enough resources to hold his position together. It's something that's very dynamically strange, but I think that Aronian has the better preparation in this position. He played knight b6, and I think that MVL took his time before playing bishop d3. So we're going to see exactly how this strategically unbalanced position plays out. I just think that Aronian has pretty good ideas of how to equalize the situation.
Fascinating. I mean, we're getting some great and unusual pawn structures here. This game, Nakamura's game. You mentioned earlier it's going to be hard to avoid a Berlin with so many Berlin players in the tournament, but hey, I mean, we've got the best players in the world, not just any strong players, right? Let's take a look and just see visually how strong this event is at the Grand Chess Tour and the rankings of our top players. I mean, obviously we've got number one.
We got definitely number one.
So yeah, here we see just how strong it is. Number 1, number 2, 3, 4, 5, right down the list, and then we've got 7, 8, and 9, and of course the wild card dropping down a little bit in strength here.
Right, and though MVL is currently ranked 27 in the world with a 27 rating, he's actually super strong. And what ends up happening is that when you're in the top level and the rating differences are so minute at the very top, just one bad event can bring you down a lot of rating spots, even though MVL was consistently at in top 10, top 12 for quite a while. He just very recently dropped to 27. We have a slight mistake in the ratings there.
Oh, where did you see one?
Oh, I think that John Ludwig Hammer's and MVL's ratings were just inverted. But
oh, gotcha. Okay, right. And so as you see, we just got the top 5 players in the world. So really a fantastic and exciting event to be a part of. So yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Aronian, you said you did a ChessBase video on this very topic. Mm-hmm. I assume you can get it on ChessBase?
Yes, on chessbase.com.
If you don't get enough of this structure from today's broadcast, we're gonna get all your secrets today.
I think it was actually a fascinating study because these structures were so unusual for me. It's some of these Ragozin kind of positions can only occur on this specific variations in which the bishop trades itself so quickly for the knight, and then the knight on f6 trades it itself for the dark squared bishop, even at the cost of so much development tempi, and somehow black's still holding okay.
So who do you like? After doing all this research on this position, I mean, from my point of view, I'm like, I want white because it looks like black's kingside is weak, and you even mentioned that he might have to castle kingside. So it seems like it'll be easier for white to play.
I think that in certain positions it is easier for white to play, but with good preparation, I think black should be able to not only survive some of the attacks, but then eventually use his strategic advantage to turn around the tables. So I wouldn't mind playing either side of the equation. It just comes down to who has better knowledge of the structures. And that's something I really like. It's a position where you don't have to memorize a lot of things, but you do have to have a very deep understanding of how to play this kind of positions, where your pieces go, when to make the breakthroughs, which side to castle. All are very different details that vary from position to position.
And we've got Maurice with some news from our Topalov-Carlsen battle.
Well, we had some controversy break out at the event in Norway when Hikaru Nakamura, who's not one to mince words, he was asked about Magnus Carlsen, and he did make a point, although Magnus is the #1 player in the world, that he plays somewhat boring chess. Well, you can imagine him creating a firestorm in Norway, making a statement like that. Magnus was asked about it after the Blitz event, and he said that he didn't win the event after playing in Nakamura-esque style. So definitely some controversy between these two players. We always see it happening, brewing underfoot between the two. And we got to say it about this game at least. It looks like it's pretty boring. I mean, Magnus is used to winning a lot of games in his very solid and determined style. And this one against Vasily Topalov is going by way of minority attack. As you can see here, White has traded off the bishop and the knight on f6, and he's playing with b4, looking to create weaknesses on this side. He has a big edge against Topalov with the white pieces. He's been dominating Topalov throughout the years, though recently he has not won with the white pieces against Topalov. As a matter of fact, in this exact event last year, they played to a draw. They also played to a draw in the Sinkfield Cup. So Topalov certainly looking to hold back his super strong opponent. Guys?
To me, this variation that Topalov chose has always been a mystery on how you handle it, because after this move that we see that Topalov made on his 5th move, h6, White has a choice. He can actually retreat the bishop to h4, which leads to wild and crazy complications where Black's forced to accept a pawn sacrifice, and it's just very, very strange. Or White has the choice of taking on f6, which leads to more or less the game position, which is a little bit boring. And it always was a mystery to me on how, as Black, you could psychologically be prepared for both at the same time. And you have no choice because it's now White that decides how the game's going to go. Carlsen has played the move bishop takes f6, and after queen takes f6, we get a position which is not the most exciting and which has been seen quite a few times. But the minority attack, this kind of slightly better positions tend to suit Carlsen quite well. I think he'll press for quite a bit.
I don't think it's that boring. It's Magnus. Magnus's games are always interesting.
I think you're just reinforcing the point there. But I think it's very positional.
Exactly.
It's very positional. It's not going to be as wide open, as exciting as, for example, Nakamura versus Hammer. It's not going to be as exciting as, I think, MVL against Aronian. But of course, there's a lot of subtle details in this position, and we'll be happy to explain all of them.
But what's exciting is that Magnus plays so well, so while the other guys are having all these fireworks, we'll come back to this game, you know, in a couple hours, and suddenly you'll have some big advantage.
That's how he does it. The thing is...
And then it's exciting because you're looking at the advantage being pressed.
Exactly. And the problem is sometimes with looking at Carlsen's game, especially for grandmasters, so, you know, you wake up in the morning, it's like, I want to be like Magnus Carlsen. Let's look at some of his games. Then you open up a chess-based file, you go through his games, and I don't know why he won. Like, at some point, his opponent made no mistakes, Carlsen played absolutely perfect, and he somehow won. So it's a mystery to me. Sometimes he gets these positions that just look equal, and his opponents don't make any particularly big mistakes, but somehow Carlsen converts it into a win. And we're going to see if he can do that kind of style here against Topalov, who is known as a very dynamic player, a player that really likes imbalances, and he really, really likes this kind of aggressive style, and he's not allowed to do this in this position.
Right, exactly.
It's a little bit more defensive.
This is not fun for him, but of course that was the choice that he made by playing this opening and giving Carlsen that option, as you pointed out.
Yes.
So, you know, with the whole Nakamura Carlsen snafu, I think Magnus just loves it. I think he finds it amusing and funny.
I think he finds it amusing. Let's put it that way, absolutely. So we're going to see if Nakamura is right, at least for today.
Whereas Nakamura is dead serious. This is life or death. You know, I mean, this is a battle on the board.
That's true.
And that's amazing that you see like these different personality types that can thrive in chess. Somebody kind of more lighthearted like Magnus, and then somebody, you know, very serious and intense like Nakamura.
They have definitely different approaches to life and to chess. So there's one game we haven't really talked about yet. So let's take a quick look at Anand versus Caruana.
Yeah, of course, that's a crucial battle.
We
so
have to see a game between two 2800s. It's not every day that you get several of these in one
So
tournament.
we've got Aurelio Lopez, and this was a big favorite to be a Berlin, but instead we've got a little anti-Berlin going on here with 4D3, which of course we could have expected because that's a very popular way to go about it.
It seems like everybody's playing D3 nowadays. It's like the new Berlin. Every time that you get this position, everybody's playing D3.
So does it count as a Berlin?
No.
No.
Okay. You have to play bishop takes.
Yeah. So you wouldn't count
the
this.
castle, knight takes e4 variations. For this to actually be considered a Berlin defense, this is considered to be an anti-Berlin. But it's one of the ways where you get at least some kind of positional pressure. It's just not supposed to be as testing as going into the endgame, but White's success has been so mixed in that endgame that they're just resorting to something else.
And also this is a bit more interesting and rich, perhaps, and less linear. So I think that's the reason a lot of people gravitate towards this type of thing.
Right, but we're going to see an interesting battle here because it does seem like Caruana didn't care about his e5 pawn, and I'm sure that this is still part of his preparation. But the ideas of playing d6 are usually a little bit more common, just to defend the pawn on e5 as quickly as possible. But, well, Anand just said, give me the pawn. He took on c6, takes on c6, and now the pawn on e5 is not defended. But, of course, nothing is free at the 2800 level. After rook e8, knight ef3, d5, suddenly there's a lot of pressure in the center. And even though nothing is hanging currently, of course, e4 is hanging, but after castles, it's tactically defended because if you take on e4, take on e4, knight takes e4, knight takes e4, and we trade off everything. After queen takes d1, already I think White has a pleasant choice between playing knight f6 check and destroying your opponent's structure before taking the queen.
So a little in-between move.
A little in-between move, which is probably not nearly as strong as taking on d1 right away, and then penetrating with the rook on d8 check, and then the bishop has to retreat. But somehow this, all the pieces on the back rank and the weak structure on the king,
Yeah, this
on the
looks
queen
even
side.
better to me because you've got a bishop e3. And,
Bishop e3 is coming next move.
And then this just looks really bad.
This looks terrible for black. So this pawn is not actually hanging after castles. Instead, Caruana put the pressure on with bishop g4, and it challenges Vichy to come up with a move. It's actually not so pleasant to make a move in this position, even though you're up a pawn. Black's bishops are creating some serious threats. There's still pressure on e4.
Yeah, now that we connected our rooks, now we want to take on e4.
Right. Even though the structure is kind of weak at the end, it's possible that instead of taking on e4, I just want to increase the pressure. But it does seem like it's more pleasant to play this variation with black, even though White's up a pawn. And it also shows in the clock situation where Caruana has only taken 7 minutes of his time. Remember that there is no increment for the first 40 moves. So this is not 7 minutes plus the 30 seconds. No, this is just the 7 minutes that he took. And Anand has taken 22 minutes. So I think he's out of his preparation by move 9.
Well, I think this is fantastic. I mean, it's great to see like a really rich position resulting from this Berlin rather than, as you mentioned, the endgame, which can be exciting, but we've seen it many times. It's like a movie we've seen 100 times with a slightly different ending every time. And then we've also seen the many players like try this anti-Berlin thing with a rook e1, and that doesn't really create much excitement either.
No, even though MVL favors it, it's definitely not an exciting variation. So let's go to Maurice, who has news in another game.
Well, we want excitement for sure, although the excitement that Anand is seeing now may not be what he wanted to see happen. Maybe now he wishes he had gone in for the Berlin line, but this certainly looks like calm for him. In another game, the excitement is definitely brewing. It is ratcheted up in the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian. Bishop to d3 was played. We saw in this position now the move g4 is on the board. Black pressing on this side. Really interesting position here. I got to say, I agree with you guys. I like White. I mean, I just love the fact that White's play is so easy. H takes g4 is possible. Bishop takes, of course, would have to be played. Rook is on tap, so you cannot capture on g4. And now castles for White. And White just has a simple plan. Put a knight on e5 and play e4. Analyzing this with the engines, queen e7, rook a e1, castles, queenside, and knight e5. Now threatening that weak nugget on f7, bishop dropping back to e6, and now e4. And how can you not like White's position here? White has the open files, White has the center, White has a knight plunked in on e5. It looks like white for choice. Of course, the engines are actually agreeing that white's only a bit better, not dramatically so. Black has some counterplay. Of course, it's opposite side castling, and black will be able to play down this line as well. But it just seems like all the initiative is with white in this game, and certainly going to be an explosive one in just a few moves. Guys?
That's right. So I'm really excited about how the first round is shaping up. I mean, we have no idea what to predict in a tournament of this level. We know there's going to be exciting chess, but I think we've got even more than we bargained for in this round one of the Grand Chess Tour. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back for more updates on the opening here at Norway Chess 2015.
Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned chess club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome to Chess.com. Chess.com is social. Now you can play chess with your friends whenever you want, whether that's middle of the day or middle of the night. You can get instantly matched up with one of over 5 million other members from around the world. You play live games in real time, turn-based games at your convenience, or tournaments with anyone at any time. Chess.com is mobile. You can play online from your computer, or you can play on the go from your tablet or your smartphone. No matter where you go, whether you're at work, grabbing a bite to eat, or just enjoying some time at the park, your games are there with you, and keeping multiple chess games going has never been easier. Chess.com is for learning. Don't just play chess, get better. The best chess training resources have never been more accessible. Learn essential chess strategy quickly and easily with the extremely popular Tactics Trainer tool. Improve your game in ways you didn't know were possible with training videos by chess masters. And regardless of where you're at now, take your game to the next level with multiple simple-to-use training tools. Chess.com is for everyone. Over 250 million chess games have been played on Chess.com. And it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or a grandmaster. Chess.com is the place to play and learn chess. So create your free account now and see what Chess.com is for you.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of Norway Chess 2015. I know you are very excited about the games today, Alejandro. We got MBL versus Ronyan in this fascinating strategic battle, which you did a DVD on. We've got a couple moves in that game. I also wanted to take a look at our Rossalimo.
Right, so let's
is,
take just
is heating up as well.
Very quick look at the last few moves we've had in the MVL game. After H takes G4, which was played in the position, of course I already had to reply with Bishop takes G4, and Castles was played actually pretty quickly. And this is going to be a very interesting battle. It's hard to say exactly who's better. Aronian just seems to know these positions quite well. So we're going to go into the Rossalimo you wanted to look at, right?
Yeah, that a couple interesting moves have been made here by Giri. So we've got
we left off the game after the move Queen C7.
Right, and then I think C3 was played, right? So you
C3, which was something that we kind of expected in order to play D4 and establish this pawn center with the pawns on D4 and E4. And Grischuk actually played the move Knight F6. So there are several ways in which black can develop in this position, but the most natural is usually to put the knight on F6 quickly. And the idea is that the advance E5 is actually not that important here for white. Even though it gains some space, it gives black a very good square for the knight on the D5 square. And even though it gets kicked around even further with the move C4, Black has the choice of going knight f4, which is common, and then back to e6. Now the question in this position, if it's possible to do so, because after knight f4, I would be
D4,
worried about
yeah.
a very quick d4, which actually targets this knight on f4, and if it goes back to the square you want it to go, e6, which is normally a fantastic square for the knight, then d5 keeps steamrolling that up the board, and the question is this playable for Black at all?
It looks horrible.
It looks pretty bad. So unless there's some concrete play here,
Because you've also got d6 without you even being castled here.
Right, so this might
we're
not-
gonna play d6 next.
this
as well.
might not be playable.
So that's why actually Grishik's thinking now, and he's gonna have to perhaps move that knight to another square. What's wrong with playing a knight? Well, the problem with playing like something like knight b4 is that we don't have that soft landing square on e6 that you mentioned, right?
The weird thing about the position is that usually in
Knight
this
c7
case
is what we want to do.
exactly. You
Yeah.
actually want to play knight to c7 and then to e6 because it's not as vulnerable as it is going through f4. But because there's a queen on c7, well, I can't do that anymore. So I'm wondering why the queen is on c7 in this position, since it doesn't seem to accomplish anything, even though Grishik did play it pretty quickly.
So knight b4 just what's going on with knight b4? Because maybe the idea here, there's some calculations going on here about the possibility of playing d4, and then what's going on with e5. Let's take a look at that.
Well, the thing that I'm most worried about is what on earth is my knight doing on b4 once I play something like d3.
Oh, just d3. Okay,
Just
so you're not even
D3.
going to look at d4. I was like trying to look at that sacrifice.
d4
but-
is also possible, but after pawn takes d4, I'm not entirely sure what the follow-up is.
Yeah, I was thinking about trying to get bishop f4 in, or
Bishop f4 at the moment might be interesting. Unfortunately, I think you don't have a threat because the bishop on f4 is not defended. So after e6, I could just take it.
Except
and
maybe now I can try to take on d4, but you're just saying you're just going to play c5 here.
yeah, and after I play c5 and I consolidate, I don't really see any problems.
Okay, so instead though, d3 is a really good looking move here. So
D3
just
would
preventing my entire idea, which was to land a knight on d3.
Right, and afterwards a very quick knight c3, and if allowed somehow to play knight e4, it looks a little unpleasant. This knight on b4 isn't doing much. I can always kick it back with a3, but that might be something I don't want to do because then again I reroute the knight to, oops, a little too far, knight a6, knight c7, and knight e6. It's a very slow position. You can actually afford to maneuver like this. I might just leave the knight on b4 and ask, well, so what? What is this knight doing there? And because of the advanced nature of this pawn on e5, it becomes difficult for Black to develop some of his pieces. He's going to have to castle and play d6 at some point, but if I can prevent that, then Black's position looks a little strange.
It doesn't look great, but I think all things considered, I might actually just prefer that knight on b6.
Yes.
If I had to choose between b4 and b6, I mean, neither square is awesome.
Neither
but at
square
least,
is good. The problem,
least
especially
here.
with the knight on b6, is that again, I'm going to play probably d3.
Yeah,
I don't see
d3
anything
again.
wrong with
It's just
this.
like super solid move.
And look how awkward Black's pieces look in this position. There's a knight on b6, a queen on c7. This rook's pressuring the b file, but now there's a knight on the way. I'm just kind of wondering why Grishik's pieces are placed like this. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Well, I suppose what he's going to have to do is at some, after castling, try to get in a d5 at some point and see about pressuring that light square, kind of pressure that not pressure, but it's just like the light square domination is causing Black not getting any counterplay, and then White's just going to develop behind it. So certainly Grishik has to do something against that. And
Right.
So I think like by castling and playing d5 at the right moment, maybe he could get that in.
Right. The problem is that I don't see how he's going to do it. It's just that this knight is so awkward on wherever it goes. It doesn't have any good moves right now.
Well, I was saying knight b6, d3, try to castle and get d5 in.
The problem is that even if you get d5 in, which is a big if,
Yeah.
once I do get d5 in, I can just ignore it and play b3. And then I'm not entirely sure that you improved your position that much. The knight on b6 still looks really awkward.
I guess just try to castle and play rook d8, but then you just move your queen away.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that should not be a problem. And the
I mean, we could also try to play. I'm just thinking, can we get enough pressure? Maybe if we get our bishop to f5 and a rook to d8, somehow, just
you can definitely try.
leap our pieces into action.
Of course, it's not like Black's position is hopeless or anything, and there are some ideas. problem with the position is that it's a little bit too slow, and I think the white strategic threats will be faster than black's. So that's what I'm concerned about right now, about Grischuk's position.
Yes, and that's the problem with playing this opening, that strategically you sometimes get into a lot of problems because with these pawns on c6 and c5 and white, if white just starts developing and you don't get any counterplay, it can get kind of ugly.
Right, usually there's no problems if you just take the knight on e6 because the knight holds the position beautifully, defends c5, it prevents d4, it puts pressure on f4. But since the knight itself, which is usually a wonderful piece in this position, is awkward, I'm kind of left wondering what pieces are good in black's camp, especially now that I put a rook on b8. I spent a tempo on it that I could have used to castle or something. And the rook's, well, it's not doing much. It's pressuring a pawn that's already defended.
And and we see Grischuk already spending a lot of time on this move, as early as move 10. I mean, true, he's only 10 minutes behind Anish, but 10 moves into the game, 10 minutes is a lot, right?
And I expect him to be thinking for a while simply because it's his style. It's not so much that the position is bad or that the position is good. It's simply that Grischuk somehow manages to make an ocean out of a puddle, and he starts thinking and overthinking, and he's just known to get into those kind of time pressures. So we're going to see if he's able to survive the time situation, which even though he still has an hour and 34 minutes, to me that's a little worrisome when I see him play.
And here he is. We see Alexander Grischuk, and that's exciting that he'll be coming to the Sinquefield Cup. That'll be his debut in St. Louis. And you know who else will be debuting in St. Louis? Vichy Anand.
That's right.
That'll be very exciting.
That'll be very exciting. Two players that are going to be for the first time in St. Louis, but fantastic players. I mean, they've been in the elite for years.
That's right, and I know Vichy has a lot of fans here. There's a lot of families of Indian descent who are just huge fans of his, and they're going to be excited to see him in St. Louis. And of course, he has fans all over the world, but one of the most popular athletes in India, Vichy Anand, is great to have him as part of the Grand Chess Tour.
It'll be absolutely fantastic. His style is fun. He still shows that he can play top-level chess against anybody. He surprises constantly. Every time people say, oh, this is the end of Anand, he's no longer going to be in the elite, he says, no, I'm here, I'm strong, I'm going to win this tournament, I'm going to win that tournament, I'm going to become number 2 in the world again, just behind Magnus Carlsen. And he is currently number 3 in the world, just behind Fabiano Caruana. And to me, that's just amazing that he can still do this.
And maybe that adds fuel to his fire. The haters, right? Haters are good for the soul.
Well, maybe I should try that.
You definitely should try that. You're gonna need it. The more
the higher up I go,
the more work you do on the internet, the more haters you're gonna get. So indeed, we've got C4 and Grischuk into the tank. Into the tank, also an expression we use in another discipline that Alexander Grischuk is quite proficient at, poker.
Right, and he was known as a quite strong poker player, but you probably have a little more understanding of how exactly he did.
Well, I mean, he's considered to be a fantastic poker player, but he actually keeps it a little bit under wraps. Unlike, in poker, we've got this big divide between cash game players and tournament players. Tournament players more going for glory as well as trying to make money, and cash game players more interested in just winning money. And he's definitely in that latter category. Seems to try to keep it kind of private.
That makes sense.
Yeah, well, I guess he's famous enough from his chess accomplishments.
And I know that he went back, I think, to chess full-time, and he's really shown a great amount of improvement. He became #1 in Russia, and that's a huge accomplishment in itself. Russia, of course, the strongest chess country still, and the fact that he was #1 ahead of Karyakin, ahead of Kramnik, it's really amazing. So we're going to see exactly how Grischuk handles this position. We got a couple of new moves in some games, so let's take a look. I want to take a look at the hammer game really quickly. We have some normal developing moves, which I think is good for the Norwegian. We left off the game after the move e3 and bishop e6. And here, Nakamura seemed to think that he had to take time off from developing to play the move a3, probably preventing one of the knight hops to b4, bothering the queen on d3. He decided he did not want to deal with that. So after queen d7, he was finally able to develop knight bd2, and the rook came over and swung to d8. And I think that now that John Ludwig Hammer has finished his development, he's going to look forward to putting some pressure on white's structure maybe on the e3 square with a further rook development move. And he would love to get the c5 break in this kind of positions. The problem is that moving the knight from c6 is not particularly natural because it doesn't have any good squares to go to. The knight on c6 must guard the e5 square for the time being, and also there are no particularly fun squares for it to go to now that the pawn on a3 is taking away the b4 square.
And now, how do you propose to put more pressure on the e3 pawn? Because I'm a little so you're just going to play rook on f to e8, I mean, and leave the f5 a little bit more tender.
Yeah, probably rook f8 seems to be a very sensible option. If I was playing bullet chess, 1 minute chess on the ICC, maybe I would play g5, g4, and maybe kick out this knight from f3 and then go bishop g5 and then really pressure that e3 pawn, but that's probably a little bit too aggressive for a game of this caliber.
Let's take a look. So, because we are dealing with the bullet master here, Nakamura. So, I love that. Like, what would you do in a bullet game? I think that's a great question.
That's definitely a different question than what would you do here.
Sometimes I'll have students and they think I'm asking them a trick question. When really, I just want them to castle. So I'm like, what would you do in a blitz game?
I guess castling is usually a good option. Here, well, it's Nakamura's move, and I expect him to play either rook a e1, which looks supernatural, bringing in the rook into the game, or maybe knight c4,
okay,
just
let's
to
look at
add
knight c4.
Pressure on the e5 square. He would love to get a knight there. There are several ways that black can continue here, maybe even the move bishop f6, simply to put a little bit more defense on the e5 square and say that, well, if you want to get a knight there, you're going to have to give up the double pawns, which might not be so pleasant. So this looks pretty acceptable for black. I think that Nakamura is currently thinking, well, even if I put my knight on c4 and he goes bishop f6, then what? Then what am I doing?
Yeah, I mean, our pieces look great. Of course, the issue, as you pointed out, is pawn breaks and pawn play for black is lacking because this g5 idea looks pretty weakening, and of course, our knight on c6 blocking our pawn on c7. But when you're playing black, you can't have everything. So I agree that this is pretty acceptable. I mean, if we put our black pawn on c5, then we just be much better for black, right?
It's a little bit of war of attrition in which white can't get the e5 square, black can't get c5 in. Neither side can fully get all the plans that they want. So it's a little uncomfortable to play either side. And we're going to see who can handle the position better and who can come up with more resources than their opponents. And I think Maurice has interesting news in another game.
Well, I sort of have mixed feelings about this interesting news that I have because I was analyzing one of the positions that's extremely exciting, came out the gate really fast, a pawn sacrifice we saw here in the game between Anand and Caruana, except it might lead to a forced draw early on, and an exciting draw to be sure. But I was checking out this line with the engines, and after the move h3, which was played, bishop to h5, white can try to consolidate position. It's kind of tricky to try to get these pieces out, as you mentioned, Alejandro. How does white exactly improve the position without giving black tons of play? And so a line that would be super solid if you could play the move e5 followed by d4, and then he just simply has a free pawn, and that's the end of the story. But it's not so easy to make it happen because after rook takes on e5, taking advantage of this pin, now the move g4, trying to chase the bishop and get a free rook after all sitting there. And now the move knight takes g4 comes out of nowhere. You don't want to capture on g4 because bishop takes and it's black for choice. He's got 3 pawns now for the piece. It was actually only 2 pawns, but still it looks like murder. This king so exposed, this rook about to swing, so is the queen. So this is not a good line. But the line after g4, knight takes g4, now knight takes on e5. That's a full rook he just grabbed because knight takes is not possible because of simply queen takes on h5. But after knight takes e5, black can play this spectacular move, queen h4, showing up at the king's residence. And you might ask, well, what if he just takes on g4? Well, here's queen to g3 with check. You cannot touch the queen because of this pin. And after king h1, queen h3, king g1, queen g3, check again. And we'd have an exciting draw, I guess. This is a line that could happen if Anand doesn't find anything else, considering that his opponent, his young opponent, Caruana, is playing so quickly, so well prepared. He might bail out into this line, and then we'd sort of be scratching our heads saying, exciting draw, no.
Exciting-ish? I don't know. I always find perpetual checks one of the coolest things in chess.
Well, we know this is Caruana's preparation. He's just playing so fast, and there's no doubt in my mind that he's actually looked at this position before. So he knows that e5 is a draw, and he'll be okay with it. He's black against a 2800 player. That draw is, well, it's pretty good. But especially not having to work for it, he'll just repeat something he already knew. I think Anand is trying to make the game a little bit more interesting. And to be fair, even though this variation would lead into a draw, he has to make really good care of checking his variations, because it does seem like he's getting mated in a couple of lines. So he has to be careful not to fall for any kind of tricks. And the problem is that he doesn't only have the choice of going e5. He probably has a lot of other moves to consider. So that's why he's taking such a long time. And he's down on the clock severely. Caruana
That's right.
has an hour and 53 minutes almost in the clock. And Anand's already down to an hour and 16. That's a very big difference, just showing the difference in preparation here.
And we saw from his historic performance at the Singfield Cup that Fabiano Caruana, when he is prepared, he will bang out the moves. He's not going to feign, that he doesn't have it prepared. He's going to say, I got this.
Right.
And that actually rattles the opponent, even though he knows he has to be extra careful.
Right, and some people might be wondering, well, why don't they actually make a little fake and spend some minutes? But you just kind of know. You've played chess so long, you know your opponents, you know which positions they've looked at, you know how they're playing the game, and what they're looking at. You just kind of know it's preparation anyway. So I don't think he would have fooled anybody, even if it took some time to get to this position.
Exactly. So I really like Fabiano Caruana's kind of ruthless approach in that respect. Seems like such a gentleman off the board. And of course, it's not unsportsmanlike to do this, but it definitely can't be fun to be a non in that situation. Another game where we predicted Black would take a long thing. Actually, he has played the move knight before, so we thought that both of these B file squares for the knight were pretty ugly for Grishuk.
And actually, Giri went for your idea of playing an explosive d4, so we might actually...
should be fun. Interesting. So you thought just d3 gave white a solid advantage, and I totally agreed with you. But that d3s just seemed like nice for white, but Giri obviously thinks d4 even better.
It might even just be a more ambitious approach. I'm wondering exactly what the continuation is after c takes
let's take
d4.
a look. Oh, okay, so maybe what it is he wants to just kick the knight and then take with the queen or something like that. That might be what...
You're saying after a3, the knight must retreat to a6?
Yeah, because we were mostly looking at like knight takes d4 and sacrificing the pawn, and that seemed insufficient. But here, perhaps he just wants to recapture with the queen. And now when he moves if the queen gets kicked at some point, moving over to h4 is actually a nice poised position for an attack.
Right. There are good and bad things in this position. I think that after the move, for example, c5, which looks natural to me, gaining some control over the center, opening this diagonal for the bishop on b7 in the future, you could go queen h4. And now I'm wondering if it's actually in the best interest for Grishuk to play this subtle move, h6. And the idea is twofold. First, you're preventing the bishop from going to h6, but also you actually are preventing the bishop from going to f4, because you have this trick of playing g5, attacking both of the pieces in a fork. So I don't
So if we go knight c3 here, just
right, knight c3,
eyeing the d5 square.
Knight c3, it seems pretty dangerous, as the knight would go from c3 to d5. And I would still prefer white. Probably
Yeah, well,
black
how are you
has-
going to prevent knight? Ooh, this looks ugly. How are you going to prevent knight d5?
I don't know. I mean, maybe if I have to play bishop b7, white is just better.
Yeah, I mean, then I'm gonna get that pawn phalanx with d5 and e5, and that looks pretty yummy.
And I recover the pair of bishops, also an important factor. So I'm not sure that black has any compensation for his lack of space and his lack of development. I would rather be white any day of the week.
That's right.
So this looks a little strange.
So Anish with a very nice position for white coming out of this opening.
Yeah, I like Anish's position. I think that either way, d3 or d4 gave white an edge, and d4 just seems to put even more problems on Grishuk.
And that's also sometimes a question of style. Many times in chess, you have two moves. Both give an approximately similar evaluation, but a player of a certain style will play one, and another will play another. And it's great to see the board light up here. A lot of exciting games on tap here at the Grand Chess Tour and our first event, Norway Chess 2015. We are going to take a break, and we'll be back with more from this star-studded exciting event.
2014 was a great year for chess. Chess24 brought you live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos. Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. Chess24 is offering a special premium membership for just $9.99 per month or $99 per year. See you at chess24.com.
Hello and welcome back to the Grand Chess Tour. We've got Norway Chess 2015, first of 3 prestigious tournaments in the Grand Chess Tour. I'm Jen Shahade. I'm here with Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez and Maurice Ashley. And we also expect to be getting Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, who is in Norway right now, later in on the broadcast.
Yeah, we've had a series of pretty interesting openings here in Norway, and I think a couple of games will heat up in the next few moves. So we might want to take a look at actually this man that is thinking right now.
Suffering, I believe. Alexander Giri, not in the best of positions. No, whoa, look at those office chairs.
They're not bad. Actually, Grishuk is famous because in one tournament they had these really nice chairs given to the players. And he felt, oh, this is too comfortable, I'm going to fall asleep. And he actually made the organizers take it away and give him an uncomfortable wooden chair so that he would focus better on the games.
Oh, wow, that's funny. Yeah, you know, I've heard a similar story, I think, about Anatoly Karpov in one of his World Championship matches.
It's different styles, different tastes.
You know what I think they should start doing, though? They should give you the option of a treadmill desk, like a treadmill chair, so you can walk and play chess at the same time.
Well, I guess that's one way of multitasking. And I think that that's not going to work for Grishuk in this game. I think he's a little too focused.
He needs to just like focus on saving his position, huh? And we've got a couple of moves. A3, knight A6, queen takes D4 did transpire, but oh, maybe not. I thought
no.
It did.
After A3, Grishuk's thinking, and this is one of the funny things about Grishuk is that he thinks in positions that sometimes look obvious to other players. For example, here it seems like the knight has to retreat to A6. That's what else can he do? I'm wondering what he's thinking about, and if he seriously considered playing something like C5 to sacrifice the knight in order to preserve his pawn center. That looks weird.
I don't think so.
I mean, I'm trying to figure out what he's thinking.
Well, maybe he's just thinking because he knows that Anish is going to play queen takes D4, and he feels he can just visualize the position just as well from here as he can from there.
It sounds a little weird, especially because after knight A6,
there are other options.
Yeah, it's not like Anish has to play queen takes
like he
D4.
could maybe play B4 or something.
B4, maybe
yeah, B4
he can
because
go
C5 is disallowed due to B5 picking up the knight.
Exactly,
yeah,
a very important point. After C5, B5, this knight on A6 would be trapped.
Yeah, so that's why it's weird. Like I could see if it was 100% that Anish was going to play queen takes D4.
Right.
Playing, you know, you're thinking in this position. For most amateur players, I wouldn't advise it because you might think that you can see the position just as well while moving advance, but
it's not so clear.
Rare. Most people will see it more clearly when the position is on the board.
Right, and you're making kind of a big assumption there that the queen takes on D4 is a forced move.
Oh, that I'm saying even if it was forced.
Right,
even if it was forced, usually
yes.
it's better. Your visualization is going to be better every move you get closer to the end result. Now, for somebody as elite as Grishuk, maybe that's not true.
It's still a little weird. If he's not considering C5, I don't know why he's taking the time that he is.
Well, C5, go through that again. I mean, that seems like a paltry amount of compensation. You've given up a whole, you've got one pawn?
To say that I'm not convinced is a little understatement.
Wait, what do you have here?
You have 2 pawns, actually, because you already took one on D4.
Okay, so you have two
pawns.
Okay, yeah,
but after the move knight A3, threatening, for example, knight B5.
This just looks horrible. You can't even play. Yeah, I mean, you can't even play bishop A6 because we have like knight C2, right? It's like.
Right. The idea. Well, yeah.
I mean, okay, it doesn't win
C2,
because you can play rook B6.
The rook on B6 is under attack. The bishop on A6 is under attack. So you must retreat, but okay, this is hardly the position that Black wants to play.
No,
even
play
a
for
quick
B4, yeah.
opening up the position. It just looks.
The problem is, it's not only do we have a material advantage here, but it seems that additionally our pieces are more harmonious. So, this is just not enough.
Right.
Which means I think that even that unpleasant strategic position seems the better choice, don't you think? Like knight a6.
To say that it's better seems like an understatement. You have to play knight a6 and then figure out what to do with your life. But you have to do knight a6. You have to play knight a6. What else can he do?
I mean, maybe now the question is, from Giri's point of view, after knight a6, b4 or queen takes d4. Queen takes d4 seems overwhelmingly natural, but maybe b4 really is a good option.
Right. And one of the things about Grischuk is that, and we have been mentioning over the broadcast a lot, is that he gets into time pressure. And sometimes I like to think while I'm playing my games, what percentage of time I've used compared to what percentage of moves compared to the time control. So I'm thinking, well, by move 10, if I have 2 hours, well, I should use half an hour, maybe a little less because it's the opening.
Right. Presumably you've got the first few moves mapped out.
Exactly.
You're not thinking about whether to play e4 or d4.
And it's move 12, and Grischuk's used almost an hour. That's 50% of his time towards the second time control. And he has to make a lot of moves to get to it. So I'm wondering how exactly he thinks he's managing his time. Always one of his big weaknesses. Because percentage-wise, he's doing really, really badly. He's not going to make time control with this kind of thoughts.
Well, obviously, there's a lot of players who are far weaker than him that manage their time a lot better. So there must be some kind of method to his madness. We've got Maurice Ashley for some thoughts on another game.
I don't know about method to his madness. That's just ridiculous. Come on. You got to play knight a6. What are you sitting there thinking out? Does it matter what the next few moves are if one of your moves is currently forced? That just seems crazy to me. On another game that's definitely heating up where one player spent a lot of time is a game between MVL, Vasyl Agrov, and Levon Aronian. And in this position here, after queen e7, Vasyl Agrov went into the tank. He had lots of options. He had e4, he had rook a e1, but he opted for the move knight to e5, another natural move. And after bishop to e6, there was a wide line here, but he didn't go for it. He had actually been calculating it before when he decided to then play knight e5. There was a line beginning bishop to b5 check, and this move is interesting. Of course, there's pressure here, so this bishop dare not move from this square. The move c6 would have been played in response, c6, and now knight takes was on tap, takes, and after a king move, bishop takes, this line was given by the engine and is saying that it is actually Black who's a little bit better here, or maybe now it's changing his mind and saying equal-ish kind of position. Crazy game. But why go for that position? After bishop to e6, the more positional route, bishop to f5 was played, and I got to tell you, when I first saw this move just land on the board, I felt like, whoa, good for white. And although the engines were distracted, they're saying, yeah, that move looks pretty good. For one thing, castles is prevented. This is the key, because after bishop takes, now the f-pawn is hanging. And after you take, well, guess what? There's a move knight f7. Thanks for the fork. So if you can't castle right now, after this move bishop to f5, what should you do? There's a lot of pressure. e4 will come at any point, and white has got this f-file open. It looks very strong. So this game looks clearly in white's favor. MVL in the driver's seat already in this game. Guys?
Well, let's take a quick look at that. I'm actually not terribly convinced about one of the variations. I was wondering here after bishop f5 if I do castle. I'm just trying to figure out, because positionally you don't want to give me the ability to take on e6 with the pawn. And here you have this fork, right? So the question is if I can create something out of my position. You have some weaknesses. On the king side, can I play a quick h4, just sacrifice my exchange or a rook or something, bring the knight to c4? I don't know. Is this some kind of idea? Perhaps it's insufficient. I wanted to play maybe h4 after knight takes h8, rook takes h8. I was wondering if I could create something out of the better situation of the pawn structures I have, and the fact that the king on g1 is suddenly feeling the pressure while the king on c8 seems safely tucked in. It might not be enough though. And we go back to Maurice. Maybe he has some analysis here.
Well, the problem there is with Queen G6.
Queen
G6 just covers this entire side, and what do you do to generate play? Your knight might show up trying to attack this pawn, but also Rook F7 is coming, and it's white who's starting to get some energy, especially with this pawn on E6. So it's not that easy to get that pressure going, Alejandro. Certainly there is some compensation, but probably not enough to fight off white, and white does have this open F file. If he gets Rook and F7, doubles rooks, he might be able to get down to F8 and then just shut down the whole attack.
Right, so it's going to be a difficult choice for Aronian if he doesn't have enough compensation. He might be even evaluating right now if he does. And he also has to weigh on other choices. So unlike Drisjuk, where I didn't like that he's thinking for so long, it does seem like a good position for Aronian to tank, and after bishop f5 figure out exactly what he needs to do to hold on to his position. It's a little bit on the dangerous side right now. I don't like having the king in the center, but the question is, what am I going to do about it? How am I going to defend all of the threats? Currently, the main issue will be simply taking on e6 and asking black, how are you going to take?
Right, that's a big threat.
That's a big threat.
We do have some exciting news. We've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan. He's in Norway, and he is going to give us the inside scoop. Yasser, are you there?
I'm there. Hello, Jen, and hello, St. Louis. I miss you guys.
Yes, we miss
Alejandro
you.
and Maurice.
Although less now. You see your smiling face right there. So what's the energy like in Norway? How are people feeling about this kickoff of the Grand
first
Chess
of all,
Tour?
we're in a building that's separate from the playing hall. The playing hall is through a little walkway there. And it's this huge building with lots of noises going around us. There's a studio here that we're in. We've got all these computers. Next door to me is the media center with all of the chess journalists. That's full of people. And then at the end of this hallway is the national television of Norway, and they've got a round table discussion, and they're all speaking loudly in Norwegian, and it's a little bit wild here. And we've got so many celebrities walking around, and it's great to have Garry Kasparov and all of the organizers here. So it's all been good. It's an exciting first round, and the players have responded with some really great imbalanced games.
Great. Which game do you think is going to be the most exciting for us in this round? What do you got your eyes peeled on?
Well, really, the Americans. I must say that Hikaru's game with Jan Ludwig, very important that Hikaru get off to a very good start. He's playing the underdog in the event, so he's got white. He really want to make an impression. Caruana's choice with Vichy has been very exciting. Imbalance, pawn sacrifice. I've been speaking with Garry, analyzing the variations, and I put something in the can for you guys, a nice little surprise to wake up to. Nice checkmate from Garry Kasparov. So those two games, most especially. I don't like the game between Topalov and Magnus. There's a lot of maneuvering going to go on in that game. That's going to last 5 hours before something concrete happens. But on the other hand, I heard you guys what you were saying about the Grishuk game. That too is a big imbalance and the time pressure. Oh, there's one thing I want to share. This was really cool. St. Louis, of course, is dominant in the innovation department. We do all the cool ideas. However, they got a cool idea. They've got a confession booth here where the players during play go and confess what they're afraid of. The first guy who went into the confession booth as volunteer was Magnus Carlsen.
Wow, so that's a crazy idea. So that's one thing about this time control being a little longer. It allows for that, but they're not required to. It's completely optional.
That's right.
Wow. So it's interesting because there's all these strict rules, as we found out. Not everybody was aware of this rule that disqualified Wesley So from a round of the U.S. Chess Championship. But now I'm thinking, like, if Wesley So was playing with a confessional, he could just go in to the confessional and talk about how awesome he is and how.
That's right, Jen.
Give himself
but
like the inspiring
words.
words.
Don't write it down. Just confess. Like what's your worry? Concentrate.
I love it.
Double check everything. But no, what I'm thinking the confessional is all about is the player comes and he says, I'm not 100% sure I made the right decision. I just sacrificed a bishop, but I think it's working. And that's what I got to tell you.
Ah, that adds a lot of drama. That's a beautiful idea.
100% confidence.
Beautiful. So you're holding out on us, Yasser. You said you had a Gary Kasparov checkmate to wake us up in the East Coast, in the Central Standard Time. It's still the crack of dawn for chess players. So give it to us.
Well, Marcus has got it in the can, and he's uploading it and relaying to Tom. And you'll just have to be patient.
All right. That's our morning double espresso, a famous Gary Kasparov checkmate.
Exactly. Okay, guys, you guys have a great show. I've been following it here, the audio, and I'll try to be throwing you tidbits throughout the day.
Oh, please do. Yeah, we want to hear the scoop. Fill us in, Yasser,
Absolutely.
and thanks for joining. We'll be back with more from Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan live in Norway later in the show, and he'll be with us every day on the broadcast.
Fantastic. It'll be great to hear live news from Norway.
Fantastic. So yeah, this confessional, I love it. I think it's a really interesting concept. I'm a little concerned about how the players might use it to their detriment or to their advantage. It really adds another element. It adds another element to play because to me, the verbalizing of variations could make them more clear. So some players might, I think the first year you have it, it's awesome. But if you continue, I think players might figure out ways to improve their play by using it. And I wonder, that's not necessarily a bad thing, but I'm just saying this could be another element to play. It's not just entertaining. This could actually be something that improves and changes the play of the players.
Well, the Norway chess tournament actually did some research to make sure that this didn't violate any chess rules.
Yes, of course.
It's very akin to just taking a cigarette break. So what's the difference between going outside, smoking a cigarette, and talking to yourself than talking to in a confessional box? And that's what they were trying to get at, that it's not any different than something you can already do.
And if everybody has access to it, even if it can improve your play, if everybody has the same access, then what's the problem? Perhaps that's also the idea.
Well, I don't think it does improve your play. I mean, even if you think that you're better off by simply vocalizing your variations, you could have done that anyway. It's not like you're prevented to go to a rest area, which is a very common thing in most top tournaments, and then speaking to yourself, even though
I think it's different. I think it's totally different because you would be too nervous. If you're going outside to like a cigarette smoke area, there could be other players around. If you're talking loudly, you're saying like, so if I go knight g5 and he plays h6 and I play knight takes f7, I think that's totally different. Being able to do it in a soundproof booth and being able to do it outside where you'd have to be like a little bit wary that people were listening.
It might be. I still don't think it's going to improve anybody's play. If anything, it's a little distracting, so I might see some people shying away from it.
It could be a negative, but I think for certain players, like obviously we mentioned Wesley So before, like having that verbalization, like, this is what I'm thinking, and like just kind of reinforcing and adding that voice element, it could help some players.
Well, I mean, as I said, there's no rule against talking to yourself in chess, so at least off the board. I mean, when you're on the board. But so we'll see.
It'll be fascinating to see how this affects the players and whether any of them feel like they actually play better because of it. Maurice, what do you think? Telling yourself how awesome you are during a game, think that would help?
Well, I mean, I've been known to castigate myself during the middle of a game, like, what the hell did I just do? So I don't know if it actually helps. I don't personally believe that it will materially affect a game. But I think if the fans can hear the thoughts of the players, I think it's fantastic for the broadcast. It's an innovation that I had suggested, I might say, but maybe even a reporter asking a question, which is a little bit different because you might prompt a player with the wrong question. Those things would have to be curtailed appropriately. But this idea of a confessional, definitely love it. I think it's fantastic for the fans. And you get it in sports. You get it in professional sports all the time where you can hear the sounds of play, where you can hear players' reactions to what's going on. And you even have reporters breaking in, let's say in an NBA game where at the end of the first quarter and at the end of the third quarter, there's always an interview, often at the end of halves. So this is definitely a plus, I think. Although maybe we don't want to hear too much from some guys. Maybe they can just keep their thoughts to themselves. But I think it's an awesome innovation and should be used more frequently in chess tournaments.
I think this is going to be a lot of fun watching some of these confessionals Really should be interesting. I wonder if Grishuk is going to go into the.
I think Grishuk's going to be too busy today actually managing his time to be able to go anywhere, let alone a confessional. But we're going to take a look. We do have a lot of development in some of the games. So I think it's a good time to go back to the Anand Caruana game. We had a lot of moves played.
Oh, indeed. So there's been massive trades in that game.
Right, and we left off the game here after the move h3 and the retreat of the bishop to h5. Now, as Maurice pointed out, the move e5 leads into what seems to be a forced draw. After rook takes e5, g4, knight takes g4, knight takes e5, and the move queen h4, using the pin on this f2 pawn to set up the perpetual check with queen g3 and queen h3. But Anand didn't go for that. He played instead the move queen e2, keeping a little bit of the tension.
Yeah, because it's also scary, that variation.
It's a little scary, right? He has to calculate
miss one thing, you could be mated instead of a draw.
Yeah. So after queen e2, Fabiano took on e4, knight takes e4. The move h6, which does seem a little slow in this position, but it simply prevents the move bishop g5, and it asks white again the question, how are you going to finish your development? For example, the move bishop d2 doesn't seem particularly great. It already runs into some problems after knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, bishop takes f3, and this bishop, well, it needs to be guarded by the queen, and I'm not so sure you actually want to take with the pawn, as it opens up so much space around your king. So Vichy decided to put the bishop on e3, but that undefends the pawn on e4. It cuts the connection between the queen and e4. So after knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, rook takes e4, Caruana has recovered his pawn, and even though there's the clever move queen d3, after bishop takes f3, queen takes d8, rook takes d8, unfortunately we had a little bit too many exchanges. The move bishop takes c5 was played instead of pawn takes f3, which I think would have simply been met with rook e5.
Yeah.
With a probably drawish rook endgame, but I would favor black a little bit in this position. So instead, bishop takes c5 was played, which seems to be the safer option. And we are going into some kind of opposite colored bishop situation, which tends to be a drawish element in most endgames. For now, black has to be worried about the fact that this pawn on a7 is hanging, as well as his bishop on f3.
We should check rook c4 here, kind of trying to lead to similar variations that you just looked at.
Right.
But I guess now with the a7 pawn hanging.
The a7 pawn is hanging, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I was going to play, I mean, bishop e2 and rook takes e2, but...
Right, but of course I'm not...
losing the a pawn is, of course, not happy.
Well, I'm not forced to attack your bishop, right?
I
can simply swing the rook over to c1 and defend that way. Although perhaps even here black is okay after the move rook d2, since it seems like everything is hanging on the second rank. So again, I see a lot of possibilities for drawish endgames. I mean, white's maybe marginally better in this position after b3, forcing the exchange of rooks, but I don't think it's anything special. Even bishop e3 is also probably okay.
So we mentioned it earlier in the broadcast, but Fabiano Caruana, even though he still has an Italian flag, has announced about a month ago that he is switching federations. He is now going to be playing for the United States. Some of the most exciting news we've had.
It's actually very, very exciting.
US chess.
It makes the U.S. team so incredibly strong.
The #1 seed in the next Olympiad.
Would they be the #1 seed?
I believe so. Yeah.
I don't think they actually overtake Russia.
Really? I thought. Well, we can double check that, but I think with #2,
No,
#3, and #9.
Yeah, I actually did the calculations that for a ChessBase article when Caruana did announce the switch. And they actually don't overtake Russia mainly because of the weakness of the U.S. on the fourth board.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yeah, since our fourth board would be down to 2660, whereas Russia lines up Grishuk, which is 2780, and a slew of 2750 players that can just take.
I don't know. I don't believe you. I don't agree with your calculations. U.S. is #1 for sure.
Well, okay.
Math is math. Math is math, but we're the best.
Sure. I mean, how can I disagree with that?
I mean, how can you?
Okay, well then, I guess there's no argument against that. We'll take a look at another game.
Yeah, let's.
Speaking of Russian players, we can go back to Grishuk, who finally did play knight a6 after a long, long think.
Yeah. And then we talked about Grishuk's potential there to try b4, but he just played the natural queen takes d4.
Right, and after castles, it's up to Giri to decide how to proceed. I thought the move queen h4 here looks pretty natural, with threats on the e7 pawn, as well as possibilities of developing the bishop to h6, followed by a quick knight g5 and a not very subtle type of checkmate threats.
And the reason why we want to play queen h4 first is because d6 becomes a potential idea otherwise, which is a little bit harder. I mean, you can still play for d6, but
right.
But it gives white a few extra options.
Right.
For instance, we can move our bishop.
It removes the queen from the diagonal, is what Jen is implying, which makes d6 a little bit easier to play.
Right, and also we can play, once we play queen h4 and you play d6, we can play bishop h6, whereas with our queen stuck on d4, it's a little bit more awkward.
Right, the things might heat up a little bit if you play bishop h6 immediately. The question will be if you're actually mating me. Maybe Grisha could consider going rook takes b2, taking the pawn and asking... Fun. Right, asking if you're actually mating me.
Okay, so let's try to mate you here. So let's just play knight g5.
Knight g5 is of course the most obvious move, but after I think the forced f6, I'm kind of hoping I'm not dying. The idea is that if you take on f6, I take with the rook. If I go bishop takes g7, I take your knight with a tempi.
Yeah.
But it actually seems like it's a losing variation because of the clever move knight takes h7, which I cannot seem to refute.
With the idea that after king h7, just bishop c1.
Bishop c1, back and the
it's pretty cool variation.
Attacks the rook as well. That seems strong.
And after rook takes f6, your bishop g7 also looked strong.
Rook takes f6. Right, bishop takes g7 here looks strong. I guess I would have to take with the pawn.
Yeah, I think you still have to take with the pawn, right? And but this, yeah.
Now the nice thing for black is that the queen joins the defense, but
I mean, but we can still try your knight h7 here is the thing. Oh no, here we can't, I guess, because you have bishop takes h6 now.
So
and this is a little bit more.
Is defending the rook. If I do take that, I can take back. So this seems insufficient. So maybe the move is knight h7, but again, it requires some calculation. I'm not 100% that this is accurate. After knight h7, there's a couple of moves that black could try. I'm not so sure that I'm losing after bishop h6 and rook f7, but it looks very strange. I don't think that you can actually play like this.
Well, you could try g5 here. It looks kind of
g5
suicidal.
as well. Again, it's not necessarily true that black's lost, but it looks suspicious, to say the least.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I get the idea here was just that if you play queen h5, now king takes h7 is plausible because there's no more any bishop c1. Of course, white has a lot of other ideas.
Right, including the simple bishop takes g5, with the idea that after pawn takes, knight takes to your king's wide open. But again, this is
we can play bishop f5 now. We've got that nice defensive piece leaping into the game.
Right. There are still a lot of defensive resources here for black, so this is actually very unclear. Maybe Grishuk spent a lot of time on this position, seeing if he could actually take the pawn on b2. So that might be interesting after queen h4, d6, trying to at least open up the position slightly. We're going to have to see how this goes. It might turn into a little bit of a sharp tactical battle.
And it's still white's move, so Anish now is thinking, I mean, there's certainly other options besides queen to h4.
Right, of course, he could just play something like knight c3 or bishop f4, which also looks perfectly natural. So
we've got some Maurice with some analysis on this.
In this position, yeah.
Well, I was a little surprised by your variation, guys, so I decided to check it because it looked like white had a lot more than it seemed from your line, and it actually is true. Black does have to be a little bit careful here because the move f6 in this position, after it takes and takes, then knight h7 is quite strong here. Black has to be very careful. In fact, the engine suggesting moves like g5 and maybe even rook takes b1. Bishop h6 is not on tap because of knight takes f6 check instead of taking on f8. The reason being, of course, that after rook takes, then queen takes, and it's all she wrote. Rook e8 check is coming. The rook is hanging down here, and there are major problems. For example, bishop to g7 doesn't work because of this line check, and now suddenly this check, and you have to block with the bishop, and then bam, and there goes the queen. So this line, after knight takes f6 check, you can't really touch this knight. Your king has to guard this bishop, so king up, knight e8 check, a fork, and it's similar because now rook e7 is threatened, also queen d4, and this rook is hanging. It's way too strong for white in this position. So white just has to be Black just has to be a little bit careful after knight to g5, but it seems as though now the engines are saying that with that analysis, this is quite strong for white, and we have to go all the way back to this moment here that you don't play a move like d6 in this position. Knight c5 is being suggested as the best move. But black, it seems to me like black is hanging on and needs to find very accurate moves in order to stave off this attack. Guys?
Yeah, I really like this idea that you mentioned of knight c5. It goes back to the idea that the knight belongs on e6, where it is defending most of the king side. So it makes a lot of sense that after queen h4, you play knight c5, go back to e6, guard the g5 square, blockade the pawn. I like it. On the other hand, it does seem like white's still a little bit for preference, and that black's position is somehow holding on by a thread. Like if something goes wrong, just one inaccurate move, the entire thing collapses. It'll be very dangerous for Grischuk to play this position.
Right, and so if we don't play queen h4 and we instead try to continue, you know, obviously you can't play knight c5 before we move the queen. What else might we consider playing here? What about like the super direct move?
Well, sometimes you can play a slew of moves, but when I look at this kind of positions and I tell my students come up with a move and they give me all these kind of weird variations, I'm telling, wait, stop. Just develop your pieces. And I don't see anything wrong with just bringing in the knight and asking black what his next move is. Play knight c3, then figure it out. Because also black's plans here are not entirely obvious. You don't want to kick out my queen because that gives up a spot for the knight. And if
I mean, you can play d6, as we mentioned earlier. But I that's why I was also thinking instead of knight c3, possibly starting with bishop f4 here. Obviously, it blocks the route for our queen, and it looks kind of artificial. But let's give it a shot because it does have some threats behind it.
There are some ideas here, and I think that white's still a little bit for preference no matter what I do. I do prefer developing my knight over developing the bishop because it allows my queen to go to h4. But okay, well, I have to calculate after knight c3 if I can really play d6. It does seem very weakening. I could probably just even take and then play queen h4 anyway. And now your dark squares are even weaker, and the idea of rook e7 may be even stronger.
Right, so you really haven't actually created that much flexibility for yourself by playing this move d6.
Right.
So your idea is just like takes d6 because now bishop takes d4, takes on c7 with that in-between move, and white's going to end up ahead of material here.
Right, because the rook is threatened and the bishop is threatened,
right.
White ends up winning.
We'll be up a piece at the end of that variation.
Right. So this will be still complicated for Grischuk to unfold. We do seem to have some analysis in the MVL against Aronian game, which is another interesting position in which black is trying to hold on to somewhat precarious position.
Right, we'll go to Maurice for that.
Precarious is a good word. This game has exploded as we expected. The move e4 is on tap and has been played e4. You see this position. Black is still in the middle of the board. That king stuck in the middle. This move e4 now looking to trade off on d5. And the key line here is after knight takes, you don't take the knight back on e5. You take on d5 first. This is the tricky move because that king is still stuck on this line and this queen is on e7. And now after bishop takes on d5, the move rook f to e1 or even rook a to e1, either move is going to win the piece back. Black has to be really careful. Not so easy to castle. It looks like black has to hunker down in some line like this. And after rook takes, now castle queenside. White has options here to just double on this file. Make sure you get a weakness of a pawn on the e6 square. It's not devastating, it's not over, but certainly it is white looking to hunt black down, and it's all white for choice in a position like this one. Maybe black will be able to come up with a variation that allows him to equalize and get into a somewhat drawish endgame. We know those rook endings are notoriously drawn, but it's certainly the pressure on Aronian's shoulders. You saw him deep in thought there as MVL hunts him down in this round one of this tournament. Guys?
Well, it does seem that in those kind of positions, even though there's a lot of pressure, black is barely surviving. And as long as he doesn't lose a serious amount of material, as long as he only loses a pawn, he might be able to create some counterplay if he safeguards his king, as in the variation that Maurice was showing us after knight e5 and the incredible pawn takes d5. Even here, after bishop takes d5, rook a e1, bishop e6, you were mentioning rook takes e5, and long castle, sorry. Bishop takes c6, pawn takes e6, rook f e1. it does seem like maybe I'm going to lose the pawn. Maybe I don't have to take immediately on f5. I can go rook e1 first. Even though I lose the pawn on e6 in some variations, that might not be such a big deal considering that the double pawns on the king side suddenly look quite weak. And in the long run, the pawns on the queen side will also not be great. So it gives Aronian real chances of holding on in any kind of endgame. The question will be after I take on e6, can I create some kind of pressure with my major pieces in order to hold black back? Because if he creates threats against the king and if he creates threats against the queenside pawns, he should be in an okay position, despite the small material deficit.
So we've got some exciting news from Norway. We've got Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan sending us a behind-the-scenes tour. We are going to come to that soon after our next little commercial break. We will be right back with more from the Grand Chess Tour.
Great.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreSt.Louis.com.
I love that last shot. Can't beat girls. That's the deal.
Sure.
That was a very feminist shot there. I don't know if you guys all saw it. Dominating girl soccer player.
Anyways, we had some chess analysis
That's
going
right.
on.
So how's it going here? We got this exciting move in NBL's game. You were singing the praises of Levon's position earlier.
Well, I always thought that it had resources. I'm not entirely sure that it's fully okay, but I don't think that Aronian is losing or anything like that. I just think that he has to be very careful.
That's right. It looks very scary indeed.
Right. And speaking of positions that seem to be heading towards a result, just very quickly, we did have a couple moves in the Caruana game.
That's right. So Vichy played. I'm sorry. Fabi played bishop to e2 here,
and after rook fc1, which he didn't want to play rook e1, and I have the feeling it was because of the move rook c4, which attacks the bishop, and even though it gives up the one on e2, this just goes into a very drawish endgame.
But you could play bishop e7 here, and then we have rook d2, though.
Right.
So,
very importantly,
yeah.
after bishop e7, there's rook d2, defends this guy, and c2 is toast. So I don't think you want to do that. But if you take on a7, then again, rook c2 seems to put just enough pressure for equality.
And we're both eating pawns here. That's the thing.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to go anywhere. But likewise, in the game continuation after rook fc1, just the move a5 safeguards.
Yeah, just move the pawn, sure.
Just move the pawn. I don't think that white has anything special in this position. I predict this game will probably end in a draw.
And we're going to head over to Norway and talk to Grandmaster Seirawan. Yasser, are you there?
Yes, Jennifer. Hi, how are you? I just wanted to show you the physical layout of the place. So we're in the building where all the media center and everything is located. So what we've got over here is Dirk and Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson giving commentaries, and we're just going to walk our way through, you get the idea of the layout of the physical layout of the place. You never know at a chess tournament when a chess game might be played, by the way. And over here to the right is the media center where all of the chess journalists, you can see them in front of their computers filing the reports. But we're going to go down and check in on Norwegian television, where they're live streaming the game all over Norway. And you can see who they're interviewing. Excuse me, just okay. And here you see we're having a roundtable discussion of Norwegian commentators, and of course Gary Kasparov is telling them all about the chess tour. And you see how large the layout is and how much physical space, and in the back you see the television cameras moving back and forth on a dolly. So we're just moving around.
There's Gary. I can hear
And
him.
once again, the media center, all of the players, and we're going to come back over here for a second. We haven't yet gone into the tournament hall, but it's a very nice theater-style tournament hall with a lot of people crowding around. And again, it's on a separate building. You can just see the walk to get to the other place where the players are. And the next time we come in, we'll go into the playing hall itself and see the setup for the players. But it's really, really first class. The Norwegian organizers have done a great job. The chess tour is getting off to a fantastic start here in Norway.
Thank you,
Back to you,
Yasser.
Jen, and back to St. Louis.
Thank you. It does look like a beautiful place, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So it's always, yeah, I mean, you were there, of course, right?
In Norway? Actually, I've only been to Tromsø, which is the Olympiad. I haven't been to the place where they're hosting this tournament specifically.
Uh-huh. But Tromsø, how do you like it?
Oh, wow. That was absolutely
Beautiful,
amazing.
right?
I thought Norway was a beautiful country. Absolutely breathtaking. Just the natural views really was not what I was expecting. I thought, okay, whatever, Norway, no, but it was amazing.
In
everywhere.
Midnight Sun, right?
We had the midnight sun, yes. We had sun until I think it was a little bit past midnight, and we had only 2 hours of night.
Wow, was that amazing? That must make people want to party more.
Well,
That's the thing, right?
oh,
Like,
Plead the fifth.
all right. That's the problem. I mean, well, not necessarily a problem, but did it help? Did it make it hard for you to sleep?
In some cases, I think some of the hotels in Tromsø are very well prepared for it because they do know that there is no sun, so the curtains are very, very heavy, and you can
Blackout curtains.
Right,
Okay,
and they
gotcha.
need it. They absolutely need it for the summertime.
And we've got Maurice with an update on a Grishik game. We're not that fond of Grishik's position. How's it getting on?
Well, we were playing very dynamically and looking at ideas like Queen H4, but Giri decided to play positionally, and he stopped that idea you liked so much, Alejandro, the move Knight C5, and he decided, you know what? I don't want to see that knight appear back in the game anytime soon. So he played the move C5. Now, the Indians are not necessarily that thrilled about this particular move, but the moves they're suggesting make me think, well, then if you're going to play that, I really like white. This move, C5, the Indians' first choice, queen to D8, insisting we're putting a knight on C7, and it's going toward the E6 square. That's a serious move, though, undeveloping the queen. This knight has marched all across the board, F6, D5, B4, A6, now to go to C7, now just to get to E6. It better have a nice resting place on that square, otherwise what is going to look foolish what black has done all this time. Of course, white can just play normal moves like knight C3, start to get more pieces into the game. I got to say, I really like the feel of white's position here, although the Indians are saying, no, white's just only a little bit better. I think a human is going to really like it. And also that clock, a 40-minute lead on the, is that right? 40 minutes on the clock, that's crazy. Gigantic lead in that game. Now you should also go to another explosive development here in the game between Nakamura and Hummer. In this position, Nakamura decided enough's enough, and as we saw in the MVL game, the break E4 did happen. blasting away in the middle, and after a knight takes, now simply queen over to g6. Black's pieces look really poised really well. This bishop on a1 is not that impressive. The knight dropped back to b6, by the way, and looking at this, it looks like it's fine for white. For black, that is. A couple more moves were played, and now the move knight to e5, and the game's certainly heating up quite a bit here as the players get into that middle game and they start to feel the pressure of having to make great moves. Guys?
It's interesting in this game between Nakamura and Hammer. I actually was not thrilled about the idea of having to play e4 because it does seem like...
Right, you mentioned that from the very beginning, that you weren't thrilled by this.
But actually this comes back, and we have to go back a few moves to see this, but we left this game a while ago, but I feel the way that Hammer played this was a little strange, because let's take a look at his knight, which I thought was fine on d5. He moved it to b6, and after b4, a6, the knight went to a4, the bishop retreated, and then eventually the knight ended up coming to b6 anyway. So I'm wondering why he exactly spent all this time, because, okay, white didn't really lose any of his own to develop his pieces. So maybe now breaking the center makes a little bit more sense. However, after pawn takes e4, knight takes e4, I don't know if queen g6 was correct. I think that in some variations you actually want the queen on h6. And the reason for that is that this queen on this diagonal actually puts pressure on the rook on c1. And some cases the h-file seems to be a good spot for the queen. So maybe queen g6 was not the most precise. And after queen e2, rook e8, knight e5, it seems like this knight on e5 is way too uncomfortable, something that wouldn't have been the case if the queen was on h6 because it wouldn't have been directly under attack. So I don't know, if I have to take on e5 in this position and I can kind of fix my structure by playing pawn
and
takes
this happened,
e5.
and now and Hammer played c6.
c6. Yeah, it does feel like white's a little bit for preference.
Yeah, his bishops are a bit better. The double fianchetto bishop seemed to be a little bit more promising.
Well, yeah, again, it's nothing too special, but I would take white just slightly. The pawn on e5 is passed, and it's strong, and some of black's pieces are competing for good squares.
The knight on b6, exactly. That knight on b6, just like in the Grisha game when we looked at the knight being on b6 earlier, it's not too desirable. You don't have access to c4 yet.
In a perfect world, black would like to exchange this light squared bishop and then install his knight on d5. So we see the concept of superfluous pieces in the case that all of black's pieces want to be on d5. I mean, a rook will look great, a knight will look great, the bishop looks great, but only one can be on d5 at the time. So here there's a little bit of...
But taking on e4 seems, and allowing the bishop to leap into the e4 square seems
right, the position
inadvisable.
is way too open to give up a bishop for a knight.
Exactly.
So that's not going to happen. On the other hand, the question becomes, the knight on b6 is there right now. What do I do with it? The knight on b6 is not great. It's Nakamura to move after c6, I believe. So it's also the other side of the equation, how to make progress.
And a lot of extra time for Naka as well. I really think that...
I think for Hammer?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So Hammer's actually
Hammer's
ahead on the
up 20 minutes in this position, right?
Which is a lot, actually. Right.
Yeah, but I think Nakamura's position has improved a decent margin. I'm not sure exactly where we could pinpoint it, but I was really liking Hammer's opening earlier, and now I'm very much in favor of white.
Yeah, I'm not entirely surprised. I mean, Nakamura makes some positions that just look complicated look easy, and he develops much better than his opponent. And in this case, Hammer, I think, lost the thread a little bit. I was not thrilled by his knight maneuvers. And I do like white a little bit, but as I was mentioning, it now comes to the question of how I improve my position. Since I can't really move my knight, as I said, black is the one that wants to trade the light squared bishop, so what move do I make in this position? I'm not entirely certain where white's direction is.
I see what you're saying. I mean, because we've got this position where our pieces are all pretty nicely placed.
Right.
And so now we have to think about whether or not there's any kind of pawn break. Can we try to play a4 and b5? Well, right now the a4 square is attacked by the knight on b6. So.
Right. So it's still not obvious.
I still might try to get a4 in somehow though later on, and try to play b5 and see if I can loosen things up a little bit on that side of the board.
I'm not entirely sure that actually gives you too much, and I'm always worried that if this pawn disappears, because I pushed it to b5, that this bishop could come and check me. And this king, it doesn't have a lot of cover. It would rely entirely on the bishop on g2 if I ever go to h1, and that's not something that's particularly pleasant. So even though a4, b5 is an idea, it has to be done very carefully. So we're going to have to see how Nakamura decides to try to make progress in a position that, even though I think is a little bit more pleasant for him.
Right, his pieces are better, but it's hard to come up with a plan.
Right, and yeah, we were talking about earlier how both sides had a position which looked good, but there were some problems with them on how to continue, and I think that for White that hasn't changed. He still has a good position, but making moves is perhaps not obvious.
Yeah, just freeze the position.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Nakamura decides to react.
Meanwhile, Aronian's still thinking about that tricky position, and we can imagine that Grishuk is going to be thinking for a little bit after this c5 move.
Right, especially since, as Maurice had pointed out, this move queen d8, it's not the most human of choices. On the other hand, what else to do? I mean,
And
you have
also,
to
it's
get
like,
the knight back
even
somehow.
the move c5 is not the most obvious move. So Grishuk, if he was thinking during the last moves, I'm sure he was probably spending a lot of time on other moves, and so this could have come as a surprise to him.
Right. Maybe it's a good time to take a look at a game that we've neglected a little bit, even though it involves the #1 player in the world.
Oh, right, because we weren't loving the dynamism earlier, but as we predicted, things have gotten a little bit more interesting.
Well, let's take a look. We left the game after a4, trying to go for a minority attack here on the queen side, which is the most standard way of proceeding in this structure. You have these 2 pawns on the queen side marching forward in order to create weaknesses against a majority.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was trying to do in the Nakamura game, but Alejandro pointed out it didn't seem to have much punch in that position. But here,
right,
let's see how it worked out.
The difference of those structures is the inclusion of the d4 and d5 pawns. Once you get rid of c6, the d5 pawn becomes weakened, whereas in the other case, once I get rid of c6, well, what did I really gain for it? I get some pressure on b7, but it's not entirely clear that would be enough. So we're going to see here Magnus play for a very quick b5. He did it even before castling, something I don't recommend amateurs to do, but if you're Magnus Carlsen, you can do whatever you want. And here after queen d6, short castle, knight b6, it does seem like White has a minute amount of pressure. He can always take on c6 at his convenience, but Black has the pair of bishops and a relatively solid position. Knight d1 was played, which is an interesting move to say the least. I guess he wants to take the long route of knight b2, knight d3, and maybe install something either on e5 or on c5. And after bishop f5, he did go knight b2, rook f8, knight d3. Well, Topalov decided, okay, so much for your knight maneuver. Let me go ahead and take it before it does something dangerous. So at least Carlsen managed to get rid of the pair of bishops. But after queen takes d3, c5, pawn takes, rook takes. Now, instead of a minority attack, we have some kind of minute pressure against the d5 isolated pawn. I just don't think it's too great after h4, knight
Trying to
a4.
create a weakness on the other side of the board here.
Right, but I mean, it's not going to be too much, I think. Black should be okay. There should be enough resources here for Black in this position. The knight
So
on
how do you think he'll
a4
respond to just h5 in this position?
Well, after h5, you have to be a little bit careful as White because the move rook bc8 comes. And it kind of asks White where his piece play is, even though you're creating weaknesses on the center and in the king side. His rook on f1 seems a little passive. The bishop on e2 is not in a good diagonal yet. The knight on f3 is not terribly involved in the game. And if you take on c5, I'm going to actually even kick out your queen from the d3
And if I
square.
play queen a3 in that position?
Here?
No, earlier. You still have, you can still play.
Well, you don't have a threat, right? You cannot take on
Nope,
a4.
I don't have a threat. And if rook c5, then you can play knight takes c5.
Well, I could probably just play bishop b2, right? I mean, don't you lose
Yeah, that's true.
bishop
Yeah.
to a fork? So I don't think you can actually do this. So we're going to see how this continues, but I think Topalov's position should be okay. And I think we have some analysis in another game.
I think we've got Maurice setting up the Levon Aronian game again, and seeing how MBL is doing there with what looked like a lot of pressure.
Indeed, a lot of pressure. This move E4 definitely has Aronian in a long think. And I think that the theme now, that right at this moment, we've got to think about going into that second half of the game and how the players are going to handle the time pressure as the game heats up and the time starts to dwindle down. This move E4, definitely a surprising one for him. Not a lot of variations that lead to a positive result. You know, the reality is you don't want to lose the first round of a big tournament like this. It leaves a bitter taste in your mouth. So you could be a little bit scared. The players could be, and think a little bit longer about this position, and certainly a problem for Aronian. But the game that is looking toward the second half, this one is going to be the one that our eyes are going to be glued to. The guy has 32 minutes left. Alejandro, you were talking about having about an hour left. He's got 32 minutes left. He's still thinking. It's only move 14. 26 moves to go. He's almost down to 1 minute a move, and the game isn't even that crazy yet. There are no complicated tactics to calculate. It's not like the game's exploding and he has to worry about his king being shot at or something like that. It's just he hasn't a great position to be sure, but it's bad when you have a bad position and you're down on time by this much, and the game just started. That's a really bad development for him. I think it's going to take wizardry for Grishuk to get out of this one, and he doesn't seem to be planning to move anytime soon. So let's keep our eyes on this game. He's a blitz specialist, we know. Fantastic blitz player. He's got to pull some blitz moves, let me not say from where, in order to survive this one. Guys?
Classic Grishuk. He always finds himself in this situation somehow, and I think he's become a survivalist. He just somehow gets into bad positions with time trouble, and then he makes it out. We'll see if he can magic himself out of this one in this case. We do have the moves that Maurice predicted in the game MVL against Aronian. Knight takes e5 was played by the Armenian, and a very quick, almost instant reply. E takes d5, which was the move that Maurice was saying was dangerous for black in this position. Aronian going into a little bit of a think. Obviously, he must have considered this idea, but it's not so obvious how to respond to it. Bishop takes d5 does seem like the best move, but there are many variations to calculate in order to make sure that you're not immediately losing, of course. Meanwhile, Hikaru Nakamura has made a little bit of a cheeky threat, I think. He played a move bishop f3, which improves.
We started with bishop d4 kicking the knight away.
Oh, that's right, bishop d4 first. So bishop d4 attacks this knight on b6, reinforcing the fact that it doesn't have a lot of squares to go to. It would love to go to d5 right now, but it can't because there's a bishop there. So it retreats, where it pressures the e5 pawn. But after bishop f3, we see another weakness again of the queen being on g6, which I didn't like initially. And it's that the bishop can jump to h5, where it would skewer the queen to the rook, winning an exchange. So this looks a little bit unpleasant for black. He probably has a couple of good ways.
Yeah, because there's like some awkwardness with those bishops. Like, for instance, if you now try to play queen h6, your queen just doesn't have a lot of great squares, right? And
right.
We can consider playing bishop e3 here.
Bishop e3 would be a very double-edged move as you give up defense over the e5 pawn. But hey, if it works, it works. There's some calculation that needs to be done before you can play this kind of variations.
Yeah, so kind of a dangerous position for MBL, and one we're going to want to keep our eyes close on as we go into our second break today. Games continuing to be exciting, and I think we're about to see them really blow up.
I think a couple
in the
of
third hour.
at least three of them seem to be heading for a very interesting direction. Giri, Grishuk, because of the time trouble situation. Nakamura Hammer is definitely heating up. And the game to see so far, I think, is MVL against Aronian, which is going into very deep tactical complications very quickly. So we'll be back with more.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
And here we are, Norway Chess 2015, the beginning of the Grand Chess Tour. Games are getting pretty exciting. Some players, happy news, others not so much. In particular, we were at the break a little bit concerned for Alexander Krishuk in this position, not only because of his position, but also because of his clock. He's an hour behind at this point, and he just made the move d6, which at first glance looks problematic because we can actually just take that pawn.
Yeah, this might be just a little bit of a panic reaction. I'm not entirely sure that d6 is a good move. I think psychologically he just needed to liberate his position. He felt it was a little bit too cramped. He wanted to do something, especially when you're getting into time trouble. Sometimes having a concrete idea is better than having very general, vague ideas, not entirely sure what to do. And he goes for this concrete solution of opening up the center, but it doesn't seem like it works. We do have the moves c takes d6, e takes d6, and here Giri's thinking, but I'm pretty sure he's going to have to take the pawn with his own pawn. And the trick here is, of course, that bishop takes d4 does not work because pawn takes c7. Again, attacks the rook on b8 and the bishop on d4, losing material for black. So Krishuk's idea must be to retreat the queen in order to keep pressure on the pawn on d6. It's actually not trivial to move the queen anywhere, because if you put it on f4, I believe the move knight c5 is an idea, heading to e6 or to b3, so that might be a little bit problematic. But the question is, if you put it on c4, I'm not entirely sure what Krishuk's idea is, because taking on d6 seems to have some problems because of bishop f4 and this skewer down the diagonal. And if you don't do that, well, what to do?
And the problem is we really want to get we want to try to kick your queen, but our bishop on c8 is currently defending the knight on a6.
Well, and this pawn on c6 is also hanging, right, at the moment, so you got to do something. It's very unclear to me what Krishuk is calculating.
Oh, true. Although at least with that, we could argue that we could play bishop b7 and bishop takes f3. And
some argument to make, definitely. The bishop would become very active at the same time. A pawn is a pawn, and you're already down one.
And we're already down one, yeah.
It's very suspicious, to say the least.
Now why d8? Are there any other squares for the queen to move to in this position?
That's an interesting point. Like, why d8? But the problem is that you want to keep pressure on the d6 pawn. And where else can you go? If you play queen d7, I'm always worried about a knight e5 resource. Even a knight e5 right away, I think, is uncomfortable. It does self-pin, but on the other hand, you have to move the queen away at the moment.
And how about queen a5? That looks dangerous, but
well, queen a5...
a bit more active.
Right, but again, without any pressure on the d6 pawn, I'm not so sure you can play like this.
Yeah, I know, right? Where are you going to put your queen?
I don't know. Even h4 now seems to be okay to me. The rook's defended by the knight, so I don't have any problems. d6 is not under attack. Knight c5, you have to watch out for some b4 ideas in this position. So
yeah, that's annoying that we can't play b4. We can't avoid b4 as easily.
I don't think this is a good place for the queen at all. So I don't think queen a5 is really a good move. I don't see any choice. I mean, you have to play queen d8. I guess there's a problem. Also, is this hanging on a7? That might not be so clear. I'm not sure if I want to put my queen there. But also, this is something that has to be considered.
That's right. There's plenty for Krishuk to think about here. And in fact, he didn't put his queen on d8. He played queen b6.
Well, that simply seems to give up a pawn. if I trade queens, I assume you have to take with the rook to preserve your activity. And I guess you have some pressure on the b2 pawn right now, and the d6 pawn is not the highlight of white's position, even though it's so advanced, it can be easily attacked. On the other hand, well, white's not that far away from consolidating, and I'm worried about the move knight d2 in order to go knight c4. Sometimes I'm okay with sacrificing the pawn on b2 if I can get all of my pieces out and start pressuring black's position with an advanced pawn. I'm not liking this. Maurice, what do you think about this queen b6 move?
It looks like, well, let me just hold the word I was about to say, but it just looks ridiculous. It looks as though the whole position looks ridiculous. And this move d6, he's got 18 minutes on his clock, playing into this position. And frankly, I don't like trading queens, just personally. And I appreciate the engine's first response, which is queen to h4. And now let's say, well, I'm up a pawn, and I'm going to start hunting you down on this side of the board. We got lots of ideas like bishop h6, knight g5. Of course, we just need to develop some pieces. I don't see the compensation at all for black here. I think black is struggling in this position. His pieces are not coordinated. That's the difference. If these pieces were in the game already, maybe a bishop sitting on f5, the knight already on c5, I might be worried. But the fact that you have to make those moves and then give me a chance to make moves, that doesn't seem right at all. So that position looks weird. Something else I got to tell you looks really weird. Magnus Carlsen, what is this guy made out of? In this position, we thought, Topalov looked just perfectly fine. This idea of h5, he didn't have to allow it. And the engine is now saying knight c3. While white is busy attacking on the light squares, black can attack and ensconce himself on the dark squares. So knight c3 looked good. But he played this move, rook bc8, and you might say, that looks good too. And then rook takes c5, giving up the c file until you do a double take on this. Because the idea is, if rook takes, then queen a3 is a little bit annoying, only a little bit, but still, knight c3 now, simply bishop d3, and he keeps up his light square pressure. Even that's not completely clear. But after rook takes c5, the move knight takes c5 also looked natural until the move queen c2 landed on the board. And now suddenly there's this pin along this file. The c file is now white's. How did that happen? And if you play b6, you weaken this c6 square, so suddenly this knight can go in d4 into c6. Instead of doing that, after knight takes c5, queen c2, like out of nowhere, G took on h5, winning a pawn on h5. You can't believe he did that after knight d4. Now the f5 square is weak. He played queen g6, trying to guard, but knight f5, and now he'll follow with moves like bishop f3. And suddenly, and by the way, the threat is knight e7. It's Magnus Carlsen weaving that magic, creating issues when his opponents crack under the pressure. And it looks as though this is the Magnus type of position that once he gets a hold of you, you will simply have no chance. So I got to think that in this game, I would give the big edge, even if the computer's only saying a little edge, the big edge to Magnus for the direction, the momentum of the game. He looks like he's in control completely as this position starts to get towards the next time control. Guys?
It definitely seems more pleasant for white in this kind of situations. And I believe that Topalov will start thinking about how to equalize, how to make this into a draw, how to not get into so many problems. So, Jen, what do you think about Topalov's chances in this position?
Well, I'm really loving Magnus's game here. And another game that I'm loving, if we can switch over to our Blitz champion, NBL's game against Levan Aronian, it looks like Maxime is really increasing the pressure in this position, and that Levan hasn't been able to fully consolidate. And we've got these bizarre kind of doubled rooks on a rank.
On the 5th rank.
That's right, which end up actually decently placed with some, some pressure on h5 and also some hints of rook a5, which Levan just prevented that from being disastrous by playing king to b8.
Well, white did win a pawn. As we had mentioned earlier, there was the chance of winning a pawn in some of these variations that we were looking at. It went around a little bit differently than we thought. And I thought that if black could get enough pressure on the king side and the queen side, then he might be okay for even if he was down a pawn. But in this position, it seems like the contrary is happening. It seems like white's the one that has pressure all over the board, precisely because of this doubled rooks on the 5th rank, where they're attacking the h5 pawn and they have threats on the queen side at the same time. So I'm really liking the French player's rook positioning.
Yeah, that's right. Continuing his momentum from the Blitz tournament, where he found himself in obviously very good form to come out on top in such a field. So to deal with the threat of rook a5, king b8 was played, and now
b8, but
now Maxime is on move again.
Right, and I'm wondering, is there anything actually wrong with...
He did it.
He took the pawn.
Snapped it.
Why not? It's another pawn. Well, 2 pawns are 2 pawns. I'm not entirely sure what Aronian has in mind in this position. There are some weaknesses with the king on g1. It's not the safest king ever, but it's up a pawn. I'm assuming that you have to take on h5, and he did. And rook takes h5 was, of course, played. And then the very soft move a6, simply giving yourself a loft on the king side.
Soft move a compliment or an insult? I feel like I can't tell whether that's good or bad.
It's just a move that is not pressuring your opponent. It's improving your own position. It's not necessarily a good or bad thing. It's just saying, hey, I'm down 2 pawns. That's true, but I'm going to improve my position and say that your king is really weak. And we have to understand that even though white's up 2 pawns, in a major piece endgame, which is exactly what this is, with one side having a queen and a rook against the opponent's queen and rook, sometimes pawns don't matter that much. And what it ends up mattering is your king positioning, because kings are very badly defended by major pieces, and they're very easily attacked by major pieces. So that causes the fact that you have 2 pawns to be irrelevant to a certain degree, because if your king at some point becomes
I'll still
under
take
heavy
the 2
checks.
pawns, yeah.
No, of course I would take the pawns.
But you're
I'm
saying it's
not.
it's harder than it looks.
Right. Normally I'm saying 2 pawns, black resigns.
Right.
Whereas in this case, I think there's still a lot of technical problems, and MVL is going to have to deal with them. The queen on a3 is very difficult to kick out. This pawns on a2 and c3 will be under constant attack. And the pawns, I mean, the more they move forward, the weaker they're going to be, but I don't see any choice but to actually push them up the board to try to control black's pieces. So here I would consider things along the lines of rook e5 to return to a central square for the rook, and then push the pawn down the g file. But, you know, of course MVL is better. I'm just wondering if he has enough to win cleanly from this position.
Right, so the fireworks are over in this game, but we see that MVL has taken the lead, and the biggest lead of the tournament so far. Not only, well, arguably, maybe we could say some other players today are doing just as well, but
I think that
he won the Blitz. He got to choose his pairing number.
Right.
And now he looks like he's using that white to his advantage, kicking off the tournament well.
I think that if with perfect play, white should win this position. I mean, you are up 2 pawns after all. It does seem like there are some technical problems, but if he can play well from this situation, I don't see why white wouldn't be able to take the full point. He just needs to be very careful about it.
Now, what do you think about this decision to start with the 5 whites in this tournament in Norway? Because by virtue of winning the Blitz tournament, he got to choose his pairings. But that does mean that when he plays in the Sinkfield Cup, he's going to get the opposite hand.
Well, I think this is a very important tournament for MVL. He needs a good tournament.
Yeah, I agree with you.
He needs it. He's been lackluster in several events. He really needs to get back up in the rankings, and you might as well go full force in the first leg of the Grand Chess Tour. You don't want to have a mediocre result and then try to make it up in the Sinkfield.
Exactly. I think that's totally right. In fact, I think almost all the players would make that choice to start with the 2 whites, and certainly the correct choice here for MVL.
Right, and it's a good tournament.
Yeah,
He used to be world number 12, as we see in the...
Or even higher. I think he was number 9 not too long ago.
Not too long ago, but he's dropped down to 27. So he really needs to go back up.
And yes, so far looking in for him, and with a good sense of humor about it as well. Definitely a fan favorite over here at MVL.
Yes.
Some news in the other game where white seems to be taking a huge lead, Anish Giri versus Alexander Grishuk. Is Grishuk got some chances here, Maurice? What do you think?
Snowflake's chance in hell comes to mind. I don't think he has any chance in this game. It's going to take just a few solid moves by Anish Giri. And that's not so bold either. It's not like he has to do too much. He just has to play a couple of natural-looking moves, to my eyes. Queen h4, he did play. No endgame, no thank you. Knight c5. This knight has been dancing and prancing around forever, and now it's looking to get to a good square either on d3 or b3, quite possibly, would be strong. But here is where Giri has to play the one move that shows that he's not too greedy and he understands the exchange of advantages. He's up a pawn right now. If he wants to maintain the pawn, he could somehow try to block the pawn. Knight c3, for example, would be a greedy move, but it would give black some energy. For example, the move knight d3 could be thought about in this position. But instead of doing that, the smoothest move is just bishop to e3. Now that move really puts the point to black because he's pinning the knight down, not giving it a chance to move. And although he's giving away this pawn, queen takes b2 being the most natural way, hitting the rook. He can now just play knight bd2. In 2 quick moves, he's developed his pieces. Everything's out now. He's got threats in the position, moves like rook to b1. And now this pawn on d6, it's going nowhere. It's going to sit there. He's still threatening the knight on c5. So with just one simple return of a pawn, you can have the pawn back. He gets all the other advantages in his favor. I think if he finds those 2 moves, Grishuk is just busted, and it's just going to be a matter of time before White is able to take home the full point. He's sitting there thinking about it as Giri, but I think he will find bishop e3 and take this advantage home. Guys?
This looks worse and worse and worse for Grishuk. I especially think that if he had compensation for the pawn and some active play, he might be able to pull something off, but if he's just going to be in equal material in a bad position, it's very difficult to play, especially down on time so much. I think Giri has enough technique to take this one home. I think that this is the most dangerous situation in Grishuk's shoes. I don't know, I really dislike his play today. It was slow, it was weird.
By slow, you mean the clock?
In the clock. Right. Well, in both cases. I mean, on the clock, but also, I mean, how many times has this knight moved?
Yeah, that's right. And not to that ideal square, e6, as you mentioned, you know.
It's not there yet. And after bishop e3, it's going to get pinned down.
Do you think it all came down to some kind of like hallucination that he could play knight f4 to e6 in the very beginning?
That might be a reason, actually, that he missed the fact earlier in the game when we see this move c4 being played, that perhaps he didn't see the knight f4 was just not playable because d4 was crushing. It's a little strange to think that because it's such an obvious...
It's obvious, but maybe it was just a hallucination.
He missed something, he hallucinated, it happens. But the fact is the knight just couldn't go to f4, and he was stuck with a knight that was wandering around the board, trying to get to his dream square, and it just did not happen. And Maurice has even more on this game.
Well, you asked the question, how many times has the knight moved? And I decided just to count. It's actually only moved 5 times. 5 times out of the 17 moves. Now, we do have a principle, don't move the same piece more than once. It's a basic beginner's principle. So unless all the others are already out, right? Well, we see this, of course, broken many times as a principle. Sometimes you have to move the same piece twice in a game, or maybe even 3 times in the opening. 5 times, though, that's a lot, especially given the position. And if we look at the other pieces for black, we see here a knight early in the game. This knight moved to c6. It moved only once. This bishop moved to g7. It moved only once. This rook to b8 also once. This queen to c7, that weird square we saw cost this knight the key e6 square. And of course, here goes this knight hopping around the board. It moved 3 times in a row. Later, it was the only other piece to move again as it went to a6. And only after queen takes castle c5 and this trade on d6, and now queen b6, finally a black piece moves twice. And after queen h4, guess who moves again? That knight to c5. So 5 of the 17 moves by this knight, leaving this bishop back home. Not a great coordination either. Now, what's interesting about this position is White has not moved his queen side at all. I mean, we're talking about it as though White should have a big lead in development, but White hasn't moved his queen side at all either. He's been moving his queen around quite a bit, a couple of pawn moves, and yet at the end of it, it's all about this pawn on d6, these weak dark squares, and especially after the move bishop to e3, if that happens, followed by knight bd2, suddenly the massive coordination, and guess who's hanging again and will have to move again, this knight on c5. So clearly a massive advantage for White. All Giri has to do now is just find this move, bishop to e3, and he'll be in the driver's seat, virtually winning the game. Guys?
I think the difficulty here is not so much to find the move, it's pretty easy. The thing is going to be evaluating giving back the pawn. Sometimes we get a little carried away by our instincts to be greedy, to conserve what we call a permanent advantage, like an extra pawn. But in this case, it's a perfect example of an exchange of advantages, and you go from having an extra pawn to developing all your pieces and cashing in on your superior activity, your superior pawn on d6, and making sure that black doesn't coordinate his pieces, that he's not able to finish his development. In all the variations that we've been seeing, if the queen does take down on b2, the bishop on c8 will still not be able to develop, and that loss of tempo is very, very important in this position.
Let's take a look at the game between Nakamura and Hammer, because on one hand, it looks very unpleasing for Hammer that he's got this queen blockading the pawn on e5, but at the same time, how do we make use of this? Because when our bishop slides over to g4 to attack the queen, we've always got queen to g6, so it's like, it seems like we've got something, but it's like not quite there.
It does feel like White's made some progress in this position. Let's see what the last few moves were. So the bishop spooked the queen to the h6 square, bishop e3 was played, and then I think queen e6 is the only move in the position. And then after bishop f4, there are some variations that have to be calculated, and you see that Nakamura is taking a lot of time to actually get to this position.
That's right, so bishop f4, protecting e5.
It's protecting e5?
Well,
what if I
with one piece, right? Yeah, let's try taking on e5.
Yeah, so what is the point here after knight takes e5? Asking the so what question, which is not always so easy to answer, but let's see, are there some tricks? There are a lot of things I'm thinking about. Maybe the move knight simply to c3 might be considered, since the knight on e5 seems to be pinned. That might be sufficient.
Yeah, that looks pretty strong.
That looks good.
I mean, knight c5, of course, bishop takes c5 is check. So,
right.
But this move,
that looks a little bit more precise. I like knight c3. That might be the reason that the pawn is poisoned.
so instead, but the question is, so if you don't take on e5, do we have a threat with bishop g4? Is there anything
right? What
that
you were mentioning
or,
was
or by playing knight c3 anyway, it's in combination of bishop g4 and knight c3.
trying to get a pair of bishops might be
Yeah,
dangerous.
exactly.
Right. There's a couple of things in this position, even if White doesn't have a threat, and I'm not so sure he does. Again, we go back to the point that I think has been predominant in this game. What am I doing? What is Hammer's next move in this position? And that's also not so easy to answer. You have a lot of pieces that are somewhat awkwardly placed, like the knight on d7 would like to ideally be anywhere else, and maybe even threatening to jump into d4 rather than being on d7 where it's blocking its own rook. The rook on f8 also, I mean, it's blocked by the bishop on f4. It doesn't have a great amount of activity. And the bishop on d5, it seems to be a liability in certain variations, like we just saw with the knight retreating to c3 and then hitting it. It doesn't seem like his position is very good, and that's maybe the reason that he played the move a5.
And this has just been played, the move a5.
Which makes sense. The idea is that you break through on the queen side a little bit, you at least improve the scope of certain pieces. In this case, specifically the bishop on e7 will feel a lot happier about being a bishop instead of being hemmed in by the pawns on a3 and b4. It's actually attacking them. It's going to be able to put some pressure on that side of the board, which I think is a good thing. It asks Hikaru if you really did have a threat, and we're going to see what Nakamura comes up with. For some reason, I see that Hammer is up a lot of time, which is very unusual in a Nakamura game. Hammer is up by 27 minutes.
So interesting. I feel like we need to try some kind of combination of b5 and knight c3 and bishop g4 here, and that life could be pretty.
Yeah, I'm never in love with giving up this diagonal. I always think it's a little bit dangerous. And even with the immediate simply taking on b5, I'm asking what you really gained by doing this, because after queen takes b5, I mean, can I not take on a3? I'm wondering. It seems loose a little bit. It might be playable, but I'm not so sure. I mean, I'm not a big fan of weakening my queen side so much, but...
So if you don't do that, how are you going to protect b4?
I'm not sure yet. I'm still trying to figure that one out.
But
right. Rook b1 seems like a very sad move to play. It seems like the rook doesn't want to be stuck defending a pawn. But, right, it does beg the question what to do. Knight c5 could be possible in order to just defend it on that way, but...
Or we could try bishop g4 and try to get our knight to d6.
You want to play bishop g4, and after queen g6, I'm assuming queen g6 looks like the most natural, play the move knight d6, right? Mm-hmm. A little bit double-edged, especially since the knight's not particularly threatening anything. And I'm not super fond of allowing rook takes f4. And after pawn takes f4, h5 looks nearly winning, I think, for black, unless I'm missing something, because this bishop is, of course, pinned. You have some tricks with knight f5, but I think I can simply retreat to f8.
Although, yeah, and this looks...
I don't know, there might be some ideas with e6, but it's hard to believe in them. So I'm not sure. Even though knight d6 might be an idea, it doesn't seem to fit the bill. I also think I have knight e5 in certain variations since...
You're right, it looks pretty loose, basically, putting that knight on that d6 square. Absolutely. I was just trying to think of a way to interfere with your attack on my b4 pawn.
Right.
Instead, we have a different move. So after a5, Nakamura has played the move knight g5.
Well, it does attack the queen, which is lacking in squares. And that's been a problem for black for a while now. Taking on g5 might not be so desirable because after you give up the pair of bishops. On the other hand, these bishops on g5 and h5 now seem a little bit awkward. I am attacking the rook on d8. It might be playable.
So you can't play rook f5 yet because we've got the
rook's hanging on d8.
Yeah, and if we play...
And maybe this is not such a good idea for black.
Yeah, so instead of taking on g5, what else can black do? We don't have a lot of good squares for the queen.
Well, the only other move I can think of at the moment seems to be queen f5, unless I'm missing.
Yeah.
Queen h6 looks a little too happy. I think knight f7
Knight
is just
f7
winning.
should just be good, yeah.
Yeah, so
queen f5
looks
now.
forced. And now the question is how to follow. And, well, e6 might be a way.
So bishop g4, you always can go back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting position. We'll take a deeper analysis. But let's go to Maurice real quick, who has an update.
Update on the Grishik game.
On the Grishik game, yes.
Well, the knight is on happy trails again, or maybe it's sad trails this time around. It looks miserable what Grishik is doing to himself. Yes, Anish Giri did, after knight c5, find the natural bishop to e3. We say natural, but we mean grandmaster natural. This move, forget the pawn on b2. You can have it. Let me get my knight out. Now I got a pawn on d6. Your position looks discoordinated. I'm still attacking your knight. You better play perfect defense. Well, guess what happened? The knight moved again, and looked where it ended up, d7, in order to do what? Guard the rook on b8. Are you kidding? Well, now it is again Anish Giri's turn. He hasn't moved this yet. Maybe he's just in shock at what moves his opponent is playing. But he does have the move rook to a to b1, and we're just going to follow a natural line here. Queen takes a3. Suddenly, it is black who is up a pawn in this line. Now, that's not natural. You were up a pawn. You gave up the pawn on b2. And now to give up yet another pawn to relegate this knight to the b8 square. Still, this pawn is great, but guess what? Now, this is a little bit too much. Will Anish Giri sacrifice a third pawn? Well, 3 pawns in a row, that is. He was up 1, so he's only down 2 after queen d6. But I say that tongue-in-cheek because after knight e4, queen d8, knight f g5, and this attack is now overwhelming. The h7 pawn is going to drop. This is irrelevant. These 2 pieces, if you were to play f6 hoping to get him off your back, well, give me that on g7. You can have my knight if you want because another knight is going to appear, and there's the pawn hanging, the rook is hanging, the whole attack is house is burning down. So it looks as though if Giri just decides now it's just time for the shootout, he's going to have all the bullets in his gun, and guess who's going to be looking on b8 back to old pastures. In fact, it wasn't even the knight that started on b8. It was the knight that started on g8. This is just a ridiculous position. And with all the edge on the clock as well, 59 minutes to only 14 minutes to work this out, I don't see Grishik surviving at all. Guys?
It's always more natural to find moves when you're on the initiative. You attack, you have threats, whereas defending is not so easy when you're in time pressure. And I especially dislike Grishik's task in this position. Giri does have a couple of options here. I think that even taking on a7 is not silly, but definitely the idea of playing rook a b1 and trading off the rooks, just forcing Grishik to undevelop his knight, looks really strong from a practical point of view. I'll be slightly surprised he doesn't go for this. It's naturally, instinctively very strong, even if perhaps you cannot calculate it out to the end. It's just kind of one of those sacrifices that you make hoping that it works, but it's not just a blind hope chess. It's something that is supported by the fact that black hasn't developed, that there are weaknesses on the dark squares, and that you have the feeling something should be up.
And let's take a look again and review the time control, because we mentioned earlier Grishik, a bit of a time control addict. Normally he's used to getting the 30-second increment. In the first time control of this event, no. So
So he
we'll
won't get a
see.
30-second increment until move 41, right?
That's right. That's right. So if he gets down to that last minute, it's really his last minute.
Wow, that's very difficult considering that's still 21 moves he needs to make.
I think that we might see a situation like that in one of Grishik's games, and this would be a kind of logical candidate because his position is so bad that, of course, the negative or the stakes of getting into massive time pressure are much, much higher when your position is crushing. If you're losing, a lot of people even purposely get into a little bit of time pressure, thinking that it might actually rattle their opponents. And this is something that does work often at the amateur level.
Right, but I don't think Giri is going to be particularly intimidated.
No, usually the guys at this level are not going to be prone to playing differently just because their opponent is in time pressure.
Yeah, we're going to see real quick. I want to jump back into the Nakamura game because I think this is going to be the one that's going to be most interesting in the next couple of moves.
Indeed, I think so Bishop G4 doesn't really seem to lead anywhere, but well, E6 you mentioned.
Actually, Bishop G4 would force a perpetual.
Right, but I think Naka's looking for more.
He is definitely looking for more. It just depends on how confident he is in his position. He is down on time quite severely, even though because of the amount of moves that he's made, he's very close to making time control.
That's true. Sometimes what you see in a position like this is if Nakamura thinks too long about E6 and doesn't see an absolute clarity, that he would switch his mind and play Bishop G4 anyway. But a player like Nakamura,
yeah, he'll play for
he's
the
more
win.
Likely, even if he's not sure, to just go for it, and that's what we like about him.
And E6, it makes a lot of sense because originally I was thinking that you can play on G5, but I don't think he can actually do this because if you take on G5 back, and I have to move E7. I ignore the knight on D7, and instead I push, forking the rooks. And I believe I'm just up the exchange in this position. Maybe some minor compensation for black, but it's nowhere near enough. Whereas the question becomes, well, what else to do after E6, right? There's this knight being attacked. The idea of knight F7 is pretty real. Also, the bishop on F7 check might be annoying. It does feel like white's better.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like a fun position at all. So we better move our knight on D7 now. So suppose we play knight F6. What's your continuation?
I'm not entirely sure yet. I was thinking about bishop F7 check and just tying down black's pieces like that.
Our queen has so few squares too. I was also thinking like that in some position we might the black queen has so few squares, but no way to really attack it.
Right, the queen, even though it's a little suffocated, there's no way to attack the queen in this position.
And it also ties down the bishop on F4, because if we move the bishop on F4, our knight is hanging. So there is even though the queen is vulnerably placed on F5, it's actually doing a lot of work there.
Right, and the other thing we have to be very careful is that now this king on G1, he's not feeling very safe.
That's right.
Since the bishop has gone on its adventure all the way to H5, I think we had mentioned earlier in the broadcast how this bishop was a very important defender. And notice, again, if this diagonal somehow becomes available for the black bishop, how do you deal with the check? So you have to be very careful that your queenside doesn't disappear because your king on G1 would suddenly be in deep trouble.
If only I could play rook E5 here. Things would be pretty nice for Nakamura. We're going to take a quick comment from Maurice on a different position. I think the Magnus Carlsen game.
Well, that game is not as full-blooded, crazy like these positions that we've been analyzing, but there were some tricky tactics that were played. When you look at Vasilij Topalov from Bulgaria, this guy's one of the best tacticians we've ever seen. He loves to play sharp games. He loves to attack. He loves to come up with tricky ideas. And I'll tell you, he hates to sit and defend. So look at what happened in their game in this position after he took on H5, which made the game go a little bit crazy. Magnus made a couple of nice moves, and then he played rook to D1, attacking the pawn, and Vasilij said, I'm going to defend that pawn. I dare you to take my pawn on H5. Well, why couldn't he take it on H5? Because suddenly the move knight to E4, creating a discovery on the queen and also blocking the queen's defense from the knight on F5, and suddenly black is the one who's winning. So instead of that, after queen E6, Magnus said, I'm not going to touch your pawn on H5. I'm just going to play the move rook to C1, pinning you down this line, telling your knight that it can't move. What are you going to do about that? The guy said, actually, my knight can move. Knight to B3, out of nowhere, discovery on the queen through to the rook. Queen takes C8, was forced, and now knight takes C1, threatening to take here with check. So this, and also the queen, of course, this had to be captured, and now queen takes on F5, and in this position, after queen takes F5, now the move queen to c7. So Magnus is saying, I don't care about all those demonstrations of tactics. I still have the position under control. Your pawns are weak. At the moment, white is down a pawn, but the b7 pawn looks hard to defend, if not impossible to defend. Black will look for some counterplay, maybe with queen b1. But this game has turned into the kind of game that Magnus specializes in. It's like he's not doing too much. It looks like it should be okay. And then, whoa, what just happened? And we're back to, well, Magnus has got a little something to work with. So I think it's probably not enough to win the game, but we are talking about the #1 player on the planet. Guys?
It does seem a little bit unpleasant still for Topalov. He's going to want to figure out how to draw almost immediately with some kind of perpetual, some kind of attack on the king, but I don't see any good way of doing so. I think the pawn on b7 is doomed, and he's going to have to endure a slightly annoying defense unless he finds something in the immediate future. So yeah, a very Carlsen type of position where it doesn't seem like he had that much, and somehow he created a play, he created some tactics, and even though Topalov had this very clever move, knight b3, still Carlsen seems to be slightly better.
Now, according to one of our most vocal and great tweeters, Tarjei Svensson, he is a Norwegian journalist. He said that Carlsen has said in the confessional that he's pretty satisfied with things are going, that he has good chances, and Topalov doesn't like to defend. It's so uncanny to have your thoughts as the game is being played, right?
It's pretty cool that we're able to hear Magnus Carlsen actually say what he thinks about the position, and also notice that he doesn't just play the position. He knows who he's playing against. He knows he's playing against Topalov, who, despite being a fantastic player, does not like to defend. He's just famous for that. He's not a great defender the way that some other 2800s are. They specialize in that. And he wants to be able to put a little bit of pressure and see how Topalov deals with it.
And we are going to take a quick break as we return for more exciting games in the very first round of the Grand Chess Tour.
Absolutely.
I'm Mike Matheny, manager of the Cardinals and chess fanatic. At the world-renowned chess club and scholastic center of St. Louis, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame, St. Louis' status as the chess capital of the nation is on full display. With a welcoming environment and scholastic outreach program that works with over 100 schools, our goal is to teach, play, and promote the sport. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
You could fly to Venice or Paris or even Copenhagen. You could fly all over the world. But why? When you could just come to St. Louis. Your trip begins at ExploreStLouis.com.
She keeps getting. She's gonna be like 20-0 soon.
That's true.
So here we are, Grand Chess Tour. We are in St. Louis. The Grand Chess Tour kicks off in Norway. We just actually saw a commercial during the break about how awesome St. Louis is, how it's a great place to visit. Well, if you're getting excited about the Grand Chess Tour, the second event, the Sinkfield Cup, that's in late August, right here in the Central West End. So that should be interesting. And what I love about this format is this tournament in itself is interesting, but as the Grand Chess Tour progresses, we're going to have 2 tournaments to follow.
I think it'll be absolutely fantastic to see the progression, see how the players adjust to each other. They're not just playing one game. You know, they're going to be playing 3 games against the same opponent, and they have to figure out what their strategy is going to be throughout the tour, and not just in one tournament. And I think that adds a new dimension to the event.
I agree, and I think it's nice because fairness is so important, and sometimes we make double round robins in chess in order to make sure that everybody gets to play with both colors. Here, they are going to get to play each other with both colors. So even though it's not all in the same tournament, it's great that there's like that kind of prelude. We do have our first result of the Grand Chess Tour. Although it was a draw, the opening was very exciting, and they played virtually to king versus king here. We see just a single bishop and 3 pawns for each player. So can't blame them for agreeing to a handshake in this position.
Well, yeah, the final position is as dead as it gets. And, well, it was an interesting battle. Caruana did seem to be better prepared. Even though Vichy avoided the Berlin, it was clear that Caruana knew what he was doing. He came up with an interesting opening novelty. Anand seemed a little bit lost on what to do. He accepted a position that didn't really give him anything. And the opposite color bishops, we saw it from a mile away, leading into a drawish endgame. And that's exactly what happened after the liquidation of the queen side. And
so maybe this signifies some great form from Fabiano, because, you know, when his preparation is tight, he can go on a tear. And an historic tear. Remember in the Sinkfield Cup, like, he just had some sparkling preparation that came through in so many of his games.
Absolutely, and it's always a little random when the preparations actually happen, and it's sometimes you're just well prepared, everybody falls for your preparations, and everything clicks. So we're going to have to see if Caruana can keep it up. He will be playing very tough opponents, but he is particularly well prepared against this field who he has faced several times.
And I think that we shouldn't underestimate the fact that, you know, great preparation with the black pieces, pretty easy draw for Caruana. That's also nice for him going into the next round and getting more rest than the rest of his opponents.
Absolutely, and sometimes people ask, you know, is white really such a big deal? But at the level of 2,800, yes it is. It's a huge deal to try to put pressure with your first move. Being white is just a big advantage, and nobody wants to be playing black against an opponent that's very aggressive. And the fact that you were able to neutralize it pretty much from the get-go, that's a big victory for Caruana.
And apparently Caruana also made a visit into the confessional, and he was talking about the moment where Vichy could have forced a draw.
Oh, so he did mention that this was a forced draw. So
he mentioned a forced draw. I mean, I don't know maybe if he was talking about that specific position, but indeed, he went into the confessional, mentioned a forced draw that Vichy might take.
Yeah, I think it's a draw that we had mentioned on the broadcast where Vichy had the chance of going e5.
E5, yes.
Right.
I think that's the one, right?
And,
yeah.
Well, it just shows that, you know, Caruana had it all.
Was very well prepared.
All prepped.
Indeed. Very
Indeed.
good. And Maurice, some thoughts on this performance by Fabiano. I mean, we've seen Fabiano and what he can do when he brings the preparation.
Yes, I think it's a little early, though. It's only round 1, so we should not overstate the case. But Caruana is the #2 player in the world for a reason, and he is extremely well prepared. We saw some kind of shaky results after he did that historic result. It's hard to match that every single time. If he did, nobody would beat him, not even Carlsen, of course. But to keep that up is just, you know, next to impossible. But he is a legitimate challenger to Magnus Carlsen. Speaking of Magnus, this game that Magnus was pretty confident about, as he mentioned in the confessional, his opponent is known for some tricks, this Topalov guy, and he played queen b1, checking after bishop to f1, d4, saying, I'm not giving you this pawn just like that. Now d4, challenging Magnus to come up with the next move, which he did to take on this square. The point being now to play queen to e4, and what he's saying is, this pawn's not going anywhere anytime soon. We're going to block that one and dare you to figure out how to advance this d-pawn, which will be guarded by this bishop and also, of course, by the queen. It's not so easy to move this bishop away because the king will be perpetual checked or at least suffer some harassment. So black is counting on this position to be okay for him. The engines are saying only a smidgen better. But if we jump to another position that's really fascinating, this one by Nakamura, the engines already loving white. In this position, actually, in this case, a5 was the move that the engines didn't like. A5, this move, and now knight g5, queen f5, bishop g4, queen g6. He repeated move for a moment, and then he surged ahead with the e6 idea. You knew Nakamura was not going to take a draw. And after king to h8, rook to f1. And what I don't like right now is that the engine is saying there's only one move for black to stay close, and it's the move bishop to b3. Now, when you look at it, you say, well, why did the bishop go there? Well, the bishop started freeing itself for the knight to actually freeing the square d5 for the knight, but still, if that's the only move. Every other move is much worse, not like a little worse, much worse. It's not often you see a position where there is not just tactics, where if you don't play this move, then you're losing. That it's just a positional move like bishop to b3, a simple positional idea. By the way, it's not even that simple, putting the bishop on an empty square like that. And if you make another move, you're that much worse. So that's a bad sign, I think, for Hammer in this position, because he has to find moves like that, quirky moves that don't seem to make any sense to a human eyes in order to keep it equal. So I think that he's in a lot of trouble. My assessment, he's in a lot of trouble from a psychological viewpoint and maybe even from a chess viewpoint to play this game. Guys?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand this position that you were just mentioning after rook f1 in Nakamura's game. And if you say that bishop b3 is absolutely forced, well, it's a difficult move to find. He didn't play it. He played something else. There's a lot of danger going around with the queen being trapped on f5. And bishop b3 seems so illogical because I couldn't figure out in the 2 seconds of thought I took what was wrong with the move bishop d6. Whereas it seems like it attacks the queen on f5, and there are some problems with the bishop on e7. And I think partially the point might be that after I take on g5, I have some kind of rook d2 at the end, which is only possible because I did move the bishop out of the way.
Right.
So a little clever, but very difficult to figure out during a game. Certainly not a move that would jump to me. When I look at this position, I start thinking, how do I want to approach this? The first thing I start panicking about is the fact that if the bishop moves, my queen is attacked. Then I notice that my queen doesn't have any good moves. And then I start really worrying about my position. And Hammer, for that reason, probably decided to counterattack with the move knight e4. And I guess he saw some tactics, but this position already looks quite dangerous for black. It seems like he's allowed a little bit too much activity from white. Nakamura should be pretty happy with the fact that all of his pieces seem to be in attacking squares. And it just feels like there should be some kind of trick in this position. Black's avoided the immediate bishop to d6 because after queen takes g5,
which has been your saving grace for the whole
line.
position, basically.
Right.
Yeah.
And now the bishop on e7 will be defended. And if he takes on e4, I can take with the queen, forcing the swap, even though I'm not entirely sure that this is perfectly acceptable for black, because after queen takes e4, bishop takes e4, I might have some bishop c7 ideas. Well, maybe rook d2 at the end is okay. So this might be okay for black. I don't know. It seems a little bit on the edge. I just feel like there's something here for white. Maurice, do you have any analysis here?
Your instincts are dead on. Something for white is right. The main problem in this position, if I couldn't go back to it, the main problem here is that this pawn is on e6. So the whole question is, can you make the e6 pawn into something special? Well, start by taking here. Queen takes. Of course, you don't want to leave your queen on the line. Trade this off. And now let's get to the main culprit, the bishop on e7. And the move bishop e3, Alejandro, this is the one you're looking for. Bishop to e3, now looking for c5. The engine going crazy, saying that now it's just white for choice. How do you blockade? How do you keep the blockade on this square when a bishop's going to land on c5? The move the engine gives is to play this move here and then try to bring the rook up to c7. But of course, after bishop to b6, or my touchscreen doesn't want to play it, but it's crushing. Bishop to b6, and then you pick off the a pawn. Thanks for the pawn, and you go back again, and black is just suffering in this position. Black is all over white here. And also, if we jump, you guys want to jump to that game between Giri and Grishchuk, and Giri did it. He did the attack that we were talking about. You want to analyze that. He sacrifices a pawn, and now he's played takes on b8 and bishop to h6, and he's crawling all over Grishchuk now. It looks all over but the crying in that game. Black is absolutely in deep trouble as he's facing a scintillating mating attack. Guys?
To go back to this Nakamura Hammer game, it's nice to note that the move g4 loses spectacularly.
Yeah, sure. If you can show us the move g4 in this position.
Yeah, so it looks at first like this traps the queen, no good moves for the queen, but well, obviously you have f6, but then we just take on e4. But here instead, knight takes g5. And now we get our first checkmate of the broadcast, I think.
A very common idea with the bishop controlling the diagonal and the king a little bit smothered in by the rook on f1.
So this is one nice point of Hammer's move. Of course, it doesn't cover everything.
Right, and actually this bishop e3 idea is pretty brilliant to retreat the bishop and then simply get rid of the blockade on e7. And I just don't see any defense. I think that if Nakamura finds this, and it's a very Nakamura thing to do to find a tactic like this, he'll just take the game. I don't see any defense. That should be the end of the game. You trade off, and this brilliant bishop e3, as was mentioned, removing that rock that solidifies the entire.
Well, what's
black
amazing about it
position.
is it's very time consuming. That's why we don't. That's why it's not that easy to find, right? It's not like a one mover, right? It's a quiet move, if you will.
Right, it's a slightly unusual idea that you just move the bishop back. The bishop on c5, c5 will destroy the bishop on e7. Nothing else matters about the position
We
of that
have rook
pawn.
c4 in case of taking on b4. So yeah, it's.
Well, I think if you take on b4, you can just go bishop c5. I think that's
right
the
away.
idea.
Yeah, that's true too.
Right,
Yeah.
I don't think I want to wait at all. I just want to push my pawn as quickly as possible, and that might be game. Although on the other hand, maybe you're right. Pawn takes. Although I wonder if this is so strong because after the variation that Maurice had mentioned with rook c8, suddenly after bishop c5, rook c7, there is no pawn on a5 that is hanging. So now suddenly bishop b6 is probably not that strong. I have the suspicion that it's bishop c5 immediately.
Just bishop c5 immediately.
Right.
And so Nakamura, will he find this variation? You know, he doesn't have a lot of time. He's got less than. He's creeping down to 7 minutes. We are on move. What move are we on in the Nakamura game?
We are on move 38 already.
Okay, so he's got a lot of time to try to figure this out, but I think he will take his time on this very move and try to make sure that he finds the right continuation.
And somebody that's nowhere near time control is Alexander Grischuk.
That's right, and that's where we're going to right now with Maurice Ashley.
Yeah, the humor continues in that game, guys, because Grischuk is just busted. Giri, give him credit. I mean, the guy's broke 2,800, I believe. I might be wrong on that, but I think he did break 2,800 for about a second on the live rankings anyway before coming back down for a reason. The youngest player in the competition, but certainly one of the world's best players. After this move, queen takes b2, after he had already given back one pawn, he decided, guess what? You know what? I'm going to give you a pawn. Here it is. Swallow it. And now rook takes b8. And now this knight moving for the 7th time. The knight started on this square, g8, went to f6, went to d5, b4, a6, c5, d7, and now b8. And after queen takes, he said bishop to h6. And now it's just all attack. Everything is going exit stage right, knight to g5, knight e4. Everything is coming at the black king. And you won't believe what the engines are suggesting the best move is right now. You guessed it. Knight to d7 to try to hold up the position. When you got to play moves like that, you know it's bad. It is hopeless after this move. It's a huge edge for white after knight to g5, knight f6, next best move. And now the move knight de4. And suddenly all of white's pieces are just yum, yum, here I come. Guy's in deep trouble with only 7 minutes on the clock. And he's barely made. Move 22 has been made. 18 moves he has to play. 7 minutes left on the clock, and you're getting hunted. No chance. I mean, he may be a blitz specialist. No chance in this one. Giri looks like he's got this one wrapped up. He's looked like he's had it for some time, but he's been finding all the key moves, a computer suggestion, move one each time as he focuses and gets all his energy into this attack because he knows he could start off this first round of the Grand Chess Tour with a bang.
Yeah, that would be a fantastic start for the Dutch player. And it does seem like Grischuk, I mean, his position just looks completely busted. He did find knight d7, and actually Giri did not follow up with the suggestion of knight g5, which I thought was a little bit more natural than when he played. He decided to swap the bishop on g7.
And very quickly indeed. And then he played queen to d4 check.
Right.
You know, earlier we were saying that he's not the type of guy to be affected by the time pressure, but do you think he would have played so quickly? Probably, but it is a little odd when you have 40 minutes.
Well, I don't really like his approach unless he has something very concrete, because I really like keeping the pressure that the bishop on h6 gave. And I always tell my students, don't release pressure in a position unless it's advantageous for you for some reason. And in this case, I'm trying to figure out what Giri's reason is. It might still be advantageous for him, the position, but...
Well, it still looks nice. King G8 has been played.
Okay, King G8 has been played. And as I said, this is still very uncomfortable. I mean, you could still play knight G5, you can go knight E4. There's a lot of moves that create a lot of pressure. It still looks really bad for Grischuk, in my opinion.
But maybe a moment where Anish could have slowed down and considered his options more carefully. Nakamura is still thinking about how to put those final screws on Hammer, and
right, and he has to find this bishop E3 move to really wrap it up. But if he doesn't, I think the position is still just very complicated. We were mentioning previously how black only had one choice of proceeding, which was this weird bishop B3 move. And if the case is that Nakamura now has to play this bishop E3 move at the end of the exchanges, maybe it's not so obvious.
And I think we've got that position on the board. You want to try to get an
All right,
update?
let's try to get an update on that
Yeah,
position.
it looks like Nakamura has found this continuation, and he's reached move 40.
Oh,
and
now he has plenty of
luckily enough
time.
for him, he actually has he actually has made a position where now he has plenty of time to find 41 bishop E3. So that's kind of the luck of the draw in a way. They say there's no luck in chess, but this might be a counterexample.
And Nakamura is one of those players that you can just kind of tell what he's thinking by the way he's sitting. And it seems like he found something. He's just kind of making sure on his head that everything works, but he has that
Now he has time. Now he has time. Although I think obviously Nakamura is capable of finding this idea in the 2 minutes that he was allotted.
Right.
Why not take a little longer now that they've made time control?
Right, but looking at his expression, I think he found it. I think he's just making sure.
Well,
that
I
he
agree,
did.
because also he wouldn't have gone for the straight if he hadn't found it necessarily.
Right.
You know,
So after bishop b3, which I expect he will play, it just looks really bad for.
So
John
some nice
Ludwig.
performances here by some of the up and comers here on the ratings list, and we mentioned earlier that Vichy and Grischuk will be coming to St. Louis for the first time, and we also have to add that Anish Giri will make his first appearance in St. Louis.
That's correct.
So.
One of the most talented players I've ever met. Actually, incredible calculator.
And also very charismatic.
Yes,
Yeah.
a very, very nice guy. And we have an update, I believe, in the Grischuk game again.
Another update in the Grischuk game has Mauritius is perpetually shaking his head when he looks at this game.
Well, I tell you what I'm actually a bit upset about in this game is that Giri had so much time on the clock. And one of the things about your opponent being in time pressure, something you learn very early on, is never move quickly when your opponent is in time pressure, especially when you have lots of time on the clock. The reason you want to do that is you want to make sure they suffer as much as possible. I mean, you move quickly, they get to make a decision, they're hurrying up, and also there is the point that you will play inferior moves because you're trying to make them flag. That's not necessary. Just keep playing good moves, keep taking your time, and it will just happen by itself. That one, they're going to suffer. There's more nervous tension in the body. Even if they know what the move is they're going to play next, there's still that extra nervous tension because they're worried about what's coming and they can't calculate everything. But what's worse is if your next move is a really good move, it doesn't matter if they know it's coming. It's going to be the hardest move that they'll see, and they're going to suffer trying to figure out what to do about it. And Giri missed this opportunity, and now look at him slowing down after playing a move quickly. That's not a good sign, to slow down after you've played a fast move. In this position, he took on G7, and after King G7, played all this so quickly to get to this position to now stop and look. Like this was a huge decision, Bishop takes G7. A really big decision to play Queen D4 and now to look at the board seems strange to me. And he missed, of course, in this position, he missed the idea of knight to G5. And that was just overwhelming, tremendous shot. Now, it was hard because he gave up his extra pawn, then he sacrificed the pawn in A3. He would have had to sacrifice yet again another pawn. So that I understand was a tricky. But the way, I'm not even worried about him missing the move. It's the pace of it that was the challenge. Guys?
And we do have a special guest. We've got two of my favorite American grandmasters. Yasser Seirawan is with Fabiano Caruana.
Thank you, everybody from St. Louis. Here we are, indeed, with Fabiana. How was it today? Was it a good game?
Yeah, it was a good game. It was a good result. The game was maybe not so exciting, but I mean, I made a draw without any particular difficulties. So.
Which is nice, always when you're black and you're starting event. It's funny, Abby, you just came from the World Cup, the Grand Prix, pardon me, the Grand Prix series, and now you're starting a new series just thereafter. What's your feeling about that? How does that?
Well, I mean, the Grand Prix ended pretty well for me.
Of course, you were the
qualified.
first. Yeah, and you qualified. And again, congratulations for making the candidates.
Yeah, that was a good result. And but I mean, each tournament isn't connected to the last one. So yeah, I hope that I'll continue my good form in this event.
When you think about this event, what, to your mind, needs the score that you're going to need to be in the top 3? A plus score, obviously, but what's it going to take to win, and what's it going to take to be a leader in the tournament?
It's impossible to predict. I mean,
Those plus sevens. Plus sevens would do it. I
yeah, that
understand.
would do it. But
yes.
I mean, each tournament is different. Sometimes you need a huge score. Sometimes someone is running away with it, and sometimes everyone is very close.
Right.
But it looks like the first round is going to be pretty bloody.
Have you been watching some of the games?
Yeah, I had time during my game to look at the games, and yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if White wins every remaining game. At least, yeah, Grishuk is definitely losing. I mean, without time and with an enormous attack, there's really no... Or, I mean, I would be very surprised if he defends it.
In the case of Grishuk's game, maybe you were aware of it or not, but Grishuk was way behind on the clock. I mean, almost from the very beginning, get-go is an hour. We know it's kind of common for Sasha to play slowly, but I thought that was overdoing it a bit.
I think he was surprised in the opening, although I don't know why, because I looked at something similar to this, and I remember that normally the queen is on d8, and then c4 the knight can go to c7.
Right.
But here the knight is forced to a bad square, either b6 or b4. I think was simply not a good move. Because here black is just suffering.
Yeah, the knight on a6 is on a terrible circuit.
And I guess this d...
c5, maybe that's a very, very good move. I was even thinking queen h4 and just going over there.
Yeah,
it's just a very, very nice position for...
Could be very dangerous for black.
And in Hikaru's game? You think that Hikaru's got a winning position at the moment?
Yeah, I think he'll win now.
You think he'll win now? Okay.
I mean, I think from this position he'll win. But the game I didn't understand very well. This is, yeah, I don't know what this line is.
Well, of course, Hikaru is just looking to get a game with play. The red laptop. Oh, I beg your pardon. Okay.
Yeah.
So, just this, yeah.
Yeah, it's here.
Okay.
But I thought around here, I don't know, somewhere around here I thought it was very unclear.
Well, in fact, I thought that Ian had actually a decent position out of the opening. I mean, quite
Yeah,
okay. And then you slowly slip, and then Hikaru was getting an edge.
Yeah, around here it didn't look very clear, but after this it's maybe just bad for black.
Yes.
Although knight e4, it seems like there should be something better because its endgame doesn't look good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, b takes a5 is... And Carlsen, I don't know, it could be very close to a draw. I mean, it's probably a draw, because at some point he'll take on b7, take on d4, bishop c5.
Right. Well, that will be more than sufficient for sure. Yeah.
And he can't, I don't know, maybe he can play g3, king g2, but it's, it looks drawish. Maybe bishop b7.
Right. Although bishop b7, queen b7.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry,
okay.
no.
I understand what you mean, though.
Well, I don't know if his idea is somewhere queen e5, but you can play h4 or something.
So a little torturing chances for Magnus.
Yeah, he has chances to win, but
Yeah. Okay.
but let's say objectively it's probably drawish.
All
And
right.
Ronin looked like he was bad for most of the game.
Yeah, he seemed to be going down.
I thought this position is very dangerous for him.
Ariana, thank you so very much for sharing your thoughts, and I want to wish you much success in the remaining games in your tournament. Thank you again. And take care, everybody. We'll come back towards the end of the round.
All right, great. So Yasser Seirawan and Fabiano Caruana, thank you for chiming in from Norway live. We have our new U.S. Grandmaster, right? Pretty exciting news. Meanwhile, Anish Giri just looking dominant over Alexander Grishuk, huh? So this knight g5 move.
Right, we can take a look at this
all
game.
sorts of brutal ideas.
So we have a couple of important developments. Hikaru Nakamura did find the move Bishop e3 that we were talking about, so he did play, and it does seem like he's headed towards a victory. But even clearer seems to be the game between Anish Giri and Alexander Grishuk. And I'm going to throw this to Maurice on the full analysis of this complicated position in which Grishuk, having not a lot of time, went Ori, and he seems to be just lost.
Indeed, he decided to play a move which was just horrible, and you could tell it was a time trouble move. You could do that in Blitz, you can get away with it, but when you're playing over the board, you need time on the clock, you need to study, you need to look at the position, and this is where it happened. The culprit was, after the move rook to e8, king h2, believe it or not, despite all the disastrous moves that he had played, that is black, he was actually fine here, according to the engines. Hard to believe. With all this starting to brew in his position, the key move was queen to a5, guarding everything on this rank, making sure that he can also play queen e5 check in case your knight decides to go on the wrong square. But instead of doing queen a5, which would have still been a tricky position, but according to the engines, equal, he decided king h2 to play a5. That's just a quick flick of the wrist. I got no time on my clock. Let me just throw a pawn out there. And suddenly the move knight to g5, knight fg5 showed up on the board. There was a method to this king h2 madness. Why'd he play this quiet move? So that there'd be no checks anywhere for him to worry about on the back row. He threatens now knight to f6 check, followed by a simple trade here, and then he's just dominating the game. He's got mating threats. He's attacking the rook. Everything is hanging. Unfortunately now, because of this threat, he had to play the move rook to f8, did Grishuk, but it doesn't stop this body blow. Knight to f6, trade, and he has everything. A rook's going to land on e7. That's going to attack this f7 pawn. He's going to be threatening the move d7. That's going to win a piece. He's got everything he could possibly want out of this game, and there is no resistance possible. So time trouble, you don't want it. Not against these kind of guys. Even after Giri had made a couple of slips, he slowed down, he's righted the ship, and now it is huge trouble for Grishuk. It looks like he, again, should have no chance to save the game. Guys?
Well, knight f6 check was played by Giri, so it seems like the nails on the coffin. I don't think that there's any way that Grishuk can wriggle himself out of this one. He has 2 minutes and 10 seconds to play 13 moves of chess.
Well, this will be interesting to see if he actually loses on time. Just flags.
I think I'll probably just resign.
You think? All right, I'm going to go with flag.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll keep an eye out on that, but his position is just so bad that I think he's just going to resign. He played the move queen a2, and I'm sure that there must be more than one winning way in this position. The simple rook e7 might be crushing, but I'm imagining that it's not the only way in this position.
Yeah, I mean, he can also probably start just pushing the h-pawn off the board if he wants to find a different way to win. But I think we'll see rook e7 on the board.
Yeah, I think rook e7 is just a little too easy. You're threatening d7, you're threatening, I think knight takes f7 as well. Maurice?
Yeah, rook e7 is definitely demolishing, but I just want to quickly point out that the engine has found a tactic. Knight takes h7. Just rip this guy off. That's how bad it is. And now if you take on h7, then just simply rook to e4, threatening rook h4 and the basic mate. Knight to h7, you won't even breathe anymore. It's just done. Your rook's under attack and everything. That's all she wrote. But rook e7 is also quite crushing if he just plays a natural human move.
Yeah,
That's
it seems
right,
like
so
doesn't matter what he does, he'll just win. So knight h7
But still,
does
we
seem...
love watching the blood fall, don't we? It's kind of fun, especially when the other games like have reached time control, so they're quiet down a little bit. It's like we want to watch this, see how it ends. You know, like whenever you go to a chess tournament and there's like one player who's up a lot of material, it's like the scene of a car crash. Everybody like crowds around, especially if it's a grandmaster.
Well, that's true. It seems like Giri, you know, he has just so many choices, what to do with his life, so many ways to win.
Yeah. So many things to do with his life.
Yeah,
So
knight
many
takes
different
h7. Knight takes h7 just seems completely crushing, and if you find that, it seems a little bit too nice not to play.
And Grisha kind of looking away as you predicted. Maybe he's thinking about resigning because he's looking away. He looks unengaged with the position.
Well,
and you can't really blame him. I wouldn't want to be engaged with this either.
It's that look that says, if he plays knight h7, I'm just gonna
throw it in.
Yeah, I'm just gonna throw it in. He's thinking, should I do it now?
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thing. Like sometimes people are resigning when it's the other guy's move, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Right. There are only a few players that I've seen actually do that, where they don't even wait for a reply and they just resign right away.
And then the chess-based output is always quite confusing.
Right, because people assume that there was some mistake. He's going to play rook e7, which I thought was the more normal way.
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
There's no need to get fancy, but I mean, it's a simple calculation. He thinks rook e7 is perhaps easier. A little hesitation.
He sees them both. I think that's the indication we're getting here. He's just like.
I really find it annoying when I know
more?
I'm completely lost. My opponent's about to make the second best move. I'm like, this was not the best move. I saw a better one, but I have to resign anyway. It's very frustrating.
And he has played the long move, rook to e7.
An instant reply.
And you were wrong.
I was wrong on. Well, I thought that he would resign on knight h7, but.
Distinctions.
Right, but I think this was still pretty good.
Wait, what did we bet?
What? We'll never bet with poker players. So here I think, well, there must be several ways of winning. I think knight takes f7 looks logical enough, but maybe that seems unnecessary to give black chances in some kind of fortress with the bishop and the rook. There must be something easier in this position.
Wait, what do you mean? What calculation are you doing after knight takes f7?
And you cannot take with
and
the
just
rook.
taking with the queen because of rook e8. Yeah.
And rook e8 is checkmate.
So you're thinking that queen takes might give.
So the queen takes seems forced, but after rook takes f7, rook takes f7, there might be some technical problems since I cannot easily advance my pawn onto d7. For this reason, I think that perhaps if it works, you should probably do it immediately. A little bit of calculation is required.
And it looks like we do have those moves on the board, it appears.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I mean, there.
Wait, what was played?
No, we have knight takes f7 and rook takes f7.
Oh, really? I did not expect that. I mean, it's probably just winning.
Yeah, queen d8 check.
Okay, so we did play. Let's update the board. Queen d8 check.
I mean, remember we also have a kingside majority, so it's like he can start playing g4 and f4, and it's just going to be
right. I mean, it should be winning. It's just that I think there was no need to go into this. There certainly was no need to go into.
Well,
this.
yes. If you compare it to knight takes h7,
which
sure.
was instantly resigned. So,
but
mean,
this one's
right.
this one's crushing as well.
It should be.
So I don't think we can blame Giri too much. I mean,
No.
it's going to be like a difference of a few minutes, I think.
Right. I mean, I don't think there's a hope for a fortress. There's too many
No, like I
pawns.
said, there's also the kingside majority that we're going to start pushing with f4 and g4. It's
Right.
just it's over.
Right. I think that if I was Giri's coach, I think I'd be a little upset about having given this kind of chances, because I think, I mean, this will require some work. I'm not going to go to.
If Grisha can make the time control.
Well, he'll make it. I mean, he's only 6 moves away, and since it's a fortress type of position that he's trying to get at, all he has to do is shuffle, and he'll make the time control easily. But it kind of baffles me why he went for this. I'm not saying the knight h7 was necessary, but wasn't there something stronger?
You mean
than
something
knight takes
besides all of
f7?
this, like trying to play d7 or g4 instead of taking
taking
f7 immediately?
I think spending the time to calculate out a win after rook e7, bishop f5 was more productive than going into this win. And Maurice, do you have any immediate win for us after rook e7, bishop f5?
Absolutely. I mean, this is really baffling. He did it twice now in the game, letting his opponent's time pressure affect his play. Just so unnecessary, playing so quickly, and now having to spend time. Of course your coach would be upset at you looking at this position. These are moves that this guy would find in his sleep, and he just let his opponent's time pressure reduce the quality of his moves. Here we know knight h7, that was crushing. The game's over, you wrap it up, you go home, right? You go have some food, you go call your girlfriend, or I guess it's his wife now. You relax. He didn't find it. He played rook e7. His opponent played bishop f5. Crushing is d7. Crushing. There's nothing to do after this move. This is just lights out. Don't even bother playing anymore. In fact, the Indians are just saying, kill it, because there's just too much you can't let it promote. If you let it promote, rook takes on f7, and that's it. So it's over. So the game is finished. d7, that's just not that hard. d7 is easy and a body blow. Now with this line, we're looking at this position. Let's just jump to the blockade position. Yeah, you have the majority, but the majority is this f-pawn, right? So even if you get in g4, f4, let's say you get all these moves, you get f5, sooner or later you got to play one of these moves. And f5, a trade on f5, you can't take everything on f5. He's got that one covered. So now it's work. Now it's analysis. I don't think it's a few minutes. I think it might be another half an hour at least, maybe an hour. There's no reason to go through all that when all he had to do was spend an extra 5 minutes, believe in his position, and say, look, I'm going to sit on this guy, make him feel the pain. We saw that look, that glazed look in Grishchuk's eyes. All of a sudden, Grishchuk is thinking, yeah, I might be lost, but you know what? Look at him now. He's engaged again. Why should he be actually looking at this chessboard? The scene of the crash is now it's just kind of turned to we're back on the road again, and let's see what happens. Very poor technique by Giri. He shouldn't be forgiven for this. He won't forgive himself. Trust me, even though we're saying, yeah, whatever, when he gets out of this game, he's going to say, what the heck is wrong with me? Why didn't I just crush this guy? And he won't feel fully satisfied with this victory, which we're calling a victory if he gets it. Guys?
Well, we've got Grishchuk. Grishchuk made the move king to f6. And he's got 30 seconds. So let's keep a close eye and see if he can make the time control as Alejandro predicted. Now he's got an average of 9 seconds a move.
He'll be fine. But
yeah.
I have the
But it'll be fun to watch.
I have the feeling that Giri got a little lazy in this position, if we could pull it up on the board. After bishop f5, d7, I was trying to figure out why he didn't go for this, which seemed so obvious. And I guess the idea was that after queen takes f2, he didn't want to calculate if there was some kind of perpetual with queen f4 check in case that I decide to play this variation. But I think here there's so many crushing alternatives. Queen f7 might work, but the one I really liked, if it works and I'm not using an engine, was the move knight e6. Covering the f4 square from a check, threatening queen g7 checkmate, and if you take on e6, this queen on f2 is hanging. So I thought that was a little bit of a pretty way of
that looks really cool. Very nice.
Finishing the game, which I think would have been a more fitting end than going into this
Well, of course,
endgame.
it's prettier. That's for sure.
Yes. So we're going to have to see Grishchuk suffer.
So what's up with this king f6 move? Okay, so king f6.
He wants to put the king on e6, which I guess is just as good as anywhere else. And since the king on h2 is not part of the fray yet, I don't think he's going to be worried about getting checkmated. I have to worry about queen d4.
Well, you do have to worry if I play f4.
You're right.
Yeah.
Yes, you're correct. So after queen d4 check, where does this king go?
Yeah, that's why I was a little surprised by the move king f6. So I guess if he plays king e6 f4, how do you
prevent checkmate?
Yeah, it looks kind of awkward.
It is very, very awkward.
I mean, you're gonna have to move. You have to move your bishop or your.
You can move your bishop, but it's.
Yeah, it seems like you have to move your bishop, right?
But I think it just loses. Also.
Because we can just play d7. No, we can't play d7 because the rook takes d7. Okay, fine. But looks pretty bad.
It just feels like there's something in this position. But again,
yeah.
the fact that I have to figure it out and calculate, it's not something I should be doing.
Well, sure, but let's focus on the present moment. And now we're here, and it looks pretty good. I'll say that.
It does look pretty good. There should be a win somehow.
Maybe you start with. Does it make a difference if we start with f4? I think it might make a difference.
I mean, at f4, I can always go back to g7, right?
True. But then you've lost some time. Although when you're trying to make a fortress, I suppose you don't care.
Well, I think he did play f4.
My difference was that if f4, king e6, now we have queen a2 check instead.
Ah, it's pretty clever.
But
also
instead, you're right. After f4, he just snap played king g7.
He also has queen e3.
And I was right about the 9 seconds. By the way, it does seem like he's spending exactly 9 seconds to move. F4 occurred. Let's just pull up the present position because we've only got 13 seconds left on the clock for Grishchuk, and it's Anish's move.
Well, he only has one move to make, right?
He played king g3, king g8, and yeah, you're right. He's going to make the time control for sure.
Right, there should be no problem on that.
Because he's just going to play king g7.
Right, it wasn't anymore a position where he had to think a lot. It's a position where, well, I have no moves. I might as well move my king back and forth as long as I'm not getting mated. Why do I have to worry? So that's why I wasn't worried that Grischuk would overstep the time limit. On the other hand, his position still lost, so we got that.
Right.
It won't be as exciting as we thought. We're probably going to have to take a little break from this game.
Yes,
because
indeed.
I think that
They're going to make the time control. And meanwhile, Nakamura, the variation that we predicted there with takes on before bishop c5 has occurred.
Right.
And this just looks brutal for Hammer. He can't prevent his blockade of the e6 pawn from being broken, and that's going to give Nakamura the game.
Yeah, the collapse of the e7 blockade will be the collapse of the position for Hammer. He would like to just lose an exchange or an exchange for a pawn by giving up a rook for a pawn and a bishop, but that's actually easier said than done. With the latest move, bishop c5, I'm threatening to take on e7. There is no way to defend this bishop. It must be traded off unless I'm missing something obvious. No, I don't think so. I think you have to take on c5. Yeah, I think I'm correct. And then after the simple and obvious rook takes c5, e7 is threatening to win a full rook, and I just don't see how you're going to prevent this. Anything along the lines of rook e8, for example, loses too much material because I can always take on e8, and after pawn takes b4, you're still not ready to actually take on e6.
Because of the back rank,
right,
indeed.
and because the back rank is so weak. So maybe even I can go
You
e7.
can play e7, and then that's going to force us to play king g8.
King g8 is forced, and after rook e5, I think that your bishop is not going to be able to attack my rooks forever. So at some point it'll have to find some square to go to, for example in this variation, and then I simply take the pawn on b4. I'm up on exchange, your king's
Or in
cut
that
off.
variation, you could also just play rook f5.
And maybe even rook f5, very
So I
strong.
think
so
you would.
maybe
I think you would have to stay on the
like
g6
6
square,
diagonal,
yeah.
right? So I have to take on b4, and well, you're up the exchange. The king's cut off from the game. There should be no reason.
Yeah, and no, with the e7 pawn, yes.
Yeah, this should be just completely hopeless. So yeah, this looks bad.
So which position is more hopeless, Nakamura? I mean, sorry, Grischuk's or Hammer's?
Man,
And time control has been made. So Grischuk,
Grischuk, I think, just resigned.
and it looks like Grischuk just resigned. So he made the time control. He saw h5, h6 coming into the position and decided to give it up. Although we do see Anish Giri waving his hand a little bit here, so perhaps pointing out what you guys did earlier.
Yeah, he should be lost in the final position. I mean, there's no real reason to continue for too long. Once the h5 does appear on the board, it seems like it should be winning.
But it would have been nicer, as you pointed out, to finish the game with knight e6 exclamation point.
Yeah, that would have been a nice finish to the game. It's unfortunate we saw that, but okay, a win is a win.
A win is win and a very good start for Anish Giri, not one of the highest rated players in the competition, but the youngest, and going to be a star coming here to St. Louis for the first time.
It's not very common that we see a 27-73 player be referred to as a not very high-rated player in this competition.
Well, what is he? He's second last, right?
He might.
I mean,
be.
obviously by just a few points, clearly. Oh no, third.
Third,
Because
I
of course
think
there's MVL. There's
MVL.
MVL and Hammer, yeah.
Right.
But like as you pointed out earlier, these players leapfrog each other all the time. I mean, I think Anish was third a couple months ago.
That's correct. That's when
And-
he crossed live
yeah.
2800. Actually, only one day before Nakamura himself crossed 2800 live for the first time in his chess career.
That's right. So we've got Grischuk, Nakamura, Fabiano, Giri, all those guys kind of like jockeying in and out of the third, second, and fourth spots.
Yeah, that seems like it can go to anybody. All those top spots are just so close to each other. And we're going to have to take a look at the game of a former second best player in the world, Levon Aronian, who seems to be struggling in this position.
That's right. We thought that this would be a long battle with MVL on top, and you pointed out earlier that Levon's saving grace in this position would be, can he attack MVL's weak king?
Right.
So what do you think?
Well, I think the tables are even turning, so let's
let's go to Maurice,
who has analysis of this position.
Well, it seems that as though now it's getting worse and worse for Aronian. You were talking about attacking that king, but some really nice moves by MVL to say, no, you're never going to get that. First, let's just jump back to this position here when nothing had proceeded too much on this side. He got his king to h2, he's got his rook on h5, so therefore no kind of pressure, not along the diagonal, not along the file, so nothing that black can think of. But now he started suggesting, well, maybe I'll demonstrate on the queen side. Get back over here. Take a look. So queen to d3, now c4. Again, a lot of energy on this side. Now the move a5, hoping to trade off this pawn for maybe a center pawn. No. You can't have this d pawn, that's for sure. That's a powerful pawn. So now the move queen to c3. And as soon as the queen shifted to guard this pawn on this side, g4. Now time for some action on this side of the board. And now queen e1 trying to take advantage of this rook. No way. Rook to h7, keeping the defense along this file, but also now targeting the c7 pawn. If black is forced to go on the defensive, start defending on this side, this g-pawn is going to run home quickly. And an important move will be the move queen to e5. When this queen lands on e5, guarding the long diagonal, attacking this queen, threatening c7, and helping to escort this pawn down the board. This looks really bad, really fast. I don't see how Aronian saves himself right now, and looking at his posture, I don't think he does either. This one looks like it's really a tremendous edge for white. I would say he's winning. Guys?
Right,
Oh.
it does completely seem like MVL's found those precise technical moves we were talking about earlier that were needed to really consolidate the position. We have a couple of more moves where Aronian played the move queen c1, and a quick, of course, queen e5 was played, and I suppose that there are some tactical details in this position because even though MVL just let go of the pawn on c4, I'm assuming that there is some kind of trick in this position. After queen takes c4, I guess you can just push in this position. This pawn on g4 is nobody stopping it, and this queen on e5 is beautifully placed. I really don't care about these pawns on the queen side. You can take all of them. I will push my one pawn on the g file, and
It's the best pawn that matters.
it's the quality of the pawns over the quantity of the pawns here that matters. And in this case, the pawn is unstoppable. The queen must retain its defense of the c7 square so that black doesn't get mated himself. It seems like there's just too much. Black must be lost. Also, Aronian has 2 minutes for 5 moves, I believe.
Wow, so we are seeing some time pressure, even though it's a longer time pressure, players getting under it. And that makes sense in such a world-class competition. The best players in the world here at the Grand Chess Tour. And Fabiano Caruana, who recently switched federations to the US, said it himself, he wouldn't be surprised if he was the only one to make a draw with black today. He's saying white is mopping over the rest of the field.
Wow, impressive. And actually,
that's
the
like,
only other...
such a humble guy. That's like the only way he can brag about his solid draw with black, right?
The only other game that might end in a draw, or seems likely that will end in a draw, I think is still the Carlsen against Topalov game. Even though, of course, Carlsen is still somewhat pushing in this position, it feels like the pair of opposite colored bishops and the weakness of white's king in general should somehow allow Topalov to hold on to the game.
Well, yeah, but we know Magnus, and we know Magnus is going to try. So stay tuned. Still a lot more drama in store in the very first round of the World Chess Tour in Norway. We're going to take a break, and we will be back with more exciting finales here in Norway, coming live from our studio in St. Louis. In Norway, Hello and welcome back to the 2015 Grand Chess Tour and our first event, Norway Chess. Anish Giri has won his game against Alexander Grishuk, and they are in Norway with Yasser Seirawan.
First of all, congratulations, Anish. Very well done.
Thank you. Yes, I'm very happy to have won. I'm not sure that the game was as smooth as it looked, but I'm happy to win.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And I recall reading in New in Chess magazine when you were talking about the Grand Prix, where you promised that you were going to win a game from the Grand Prix. Here you are in the chess tour and you won your first game.
Yes, yes. I mean, it's good because the tournaments, they have some kind of magical aura. And once you start not winning, at least in case of me, you might never start winning ever.
So it's very good to break the egg.
To win one in a row is very good for me.
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, from St. Louis, we love innovations and doing different things. And here they have a confessional booth. Did you go into the confession booth?
Yes, because I decided that I will do it once, at least, to see how it is. I didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Right.
Somehow.
At what moment did you go in?
Once I realized that he made a mistake and I'm winning, I decided, okay, it's probably now or never. So
now to share, share the happiness.
Yes, yes. So let's go. But it was a little uncomfortable, I have to say. Even though the moment was already unimportant, still, it is
distracting.
It is difficult. No, not distracting. It's just difficult to say something on camera, especially during a game of chess. It's something you have to get used to. But I would imagine as a spectator, I'd be happy to see players do that.
And what do you recall having said? What did you say?
Well, I said that he made a mistake and that I'm going to win.
Bravo.
And I said that the idea why I'm going there is that in case I'm not going to win and will mess it up, this will serve as an excuse.
Oh, very good. That's very important.
Yeah, the excuses are all that matters for losers like me. Yes.
Yeah, crucial.
Yes.
So it actually worked out well then. Since you won.
Yes.
So,
that was the idea.
So maybe you will have the courage to try it again?
Possibly. I will see later when I'll be back today. I'll see who else did the confessions.
The first one was Magnus.
Yeah.
He broke the ice.
Well, impressive. And what did he say? You know that?
That I don't know. I'm also anxious to see what he said.
Yeah, and I'm also curious to see like where these confessions end up, and how they are streamed. But okay, yeah, any innovation is a good idea.
Well, we have to see what will work and what doesn't.
Yes.
Well, anyway, congratulations, having a great start, and I wish you all the best in the rest of the tour.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anish. Anish Giri, and back to you, Jen.
Thank you. So some fascinating thoughts there by Giri on the confessional, saying that he wasn't totally comfortable with it, but maybe as the tournament progresses, he'll get more. It was interesting. He said he wants to see what the other players are doing.
Well, I guess he'll have the chance to see it after his round's over. Of course, the players don't have access to what the others are thinking, so it's completely private. Maybe they'll get used to it.
Right, and I think what he was getting at is that, he seems like such a gentleman and such a good sport that if everybody else is doing it, he doesn't want to be like the one guy who's like not doing it, right? But if nobody else is doing it and he doesn't think it gives him an edge, then he doesn't want to be the one guy who has a disadvantage in the tournament. But I think it remains to be seen whether it's good or bad for your chess.
That's true.
To do a confessional during the game.
Well, we have a couple of games which seem to be headed towards decisive results.
That's right.
Let's take a quick look at the Nakamura against Hammer game, in which I expect Hammer will resign in the next few seconds. The position on the board is as follows.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Whereas, well, the e7 pawn has marched all the way up the board. It's unstoppable to play e8 on the next move, and I think Hammer is just going to allow himself to get mated, which I guess is good for some spectators.
Well, do you think Naka's going to make a rook?
He did make a rook.
He did?
Yeah, he actually made a rook.
Oh, very nice.
So he made a rook, and this is the final position with a checkmate on
so this
the
is
board.
to our catalog of under promotions and Super Grandmaster tournaments, which is not particularly typical. The game is over. Nakamura wearing that smashing orange shirt. Is that a chess club shirt? I believe it is.
I believe it is.
That is from the U.S. Chess Championship.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah.
So just take a look back as we see them signing the score sheets on what happened at the end. Hammer's position did look lost, but he went for some kind of strange activity which didn't make too much sense to me. He played the move rook d2, and after the rather obvious move, because your threat here is to go rook g2 check, and when you move the king to h1, have some kind of discovery with the rook, especially on the square g3, which seems checkmate. So instead, just after rook fe1, well, the rook g2 check ideas have lost all of its poison, because after king f1, well, there's really no continuation. And also, very importantly, after bishop takes c5, or on the variation played in the game, first bishop c5, rook c5, rook g2, king f1, this bishop on e4 is actually trapped. If you go to d5, I just take it off the board. After pawn takes d5, this rook on g2 will be hanging. And if you play bishop f3, well, there's more than one way to win in this position, but one of the key factors is that after e7, you don't have rook takes f7 check because the bishop is blocking the way. Therefore, e8 would win afterwards. So the bishop is actually trapped on e4. That costs black a piece. Some b3 idea trying to create counterplay or something. After rook takes e4, b2, the pawn will cost white a rook, but that is the same for the pawn on e6. It will cost the opponent a rook, so this is just winning for white after rook e1, rook takes h2, a very precise rook c to e5. He very smartly avoids the idea king g1, rook e2, which is probably still winning for white, but there's no reason to get into this. Rook c5 was much better, and after check, king g2, b1, take on b1, take on b1. It's the pawn on the e file that wins the game, and Hammer allowed himself to get mated just for the spectators. I
Very
suppose.
nice. Well, you know, Hammer is very involved with Norwegian chess and the television there, so I'm sure he did that purposely.
That's true.
And we've got some new developments in the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Levon Aronian as well. We've got two new queens on the board.
That's correct. We have an unusual situation in which both sides promoted their pawns. We had left off the game around this position in which the attack on c7 and the combination of the passed pawn on the g file seemed to give white a winning position, and I don't think that's changed. After queen takes c4, g5, rook g8 was played, then Aronian decided MVL decided let's trade into a queen endgame, which looks pretty good to me. Queen f7, trade, queen f6, and now this queen is obviously supporting this pawn. Black cannot hold on to his position for much longer, so he creates an immediate counterplay with b5, trying to push his own a pawn down the board no matter what the cost is. MVL decides to accept the pawn. a4 followed, and a little bit of a pawn race, but I think in this position there must be more than one way of winning. g7 looked like a possibility, but MVL decided to play b6, which also looks good. a2, queen e5, a very clever move. Now that if black promotes, then after the moves queen takes c7 check, king a8, b7 check, king a7, b8 queen, black gets promptly mated. Therefore, Aronian has to defend the square on c7. Notice that he doesn't have any good checks in this position. And after trading off the queens in this fashion, we have another queen endgame, but two pawns seem to be a little bit too much in this position. I don't think that Aronian has any hope of holding this. The king is still a little bit open, and he's going to be a little bit careful of perpetuals, but with some technique, and so far MVL has shown great technique, this should just be a win for the white pieces. Especially important to notice that in many cases, if I manage to exchange the queens, even if I lose my e-pawn, the resulting endgame will be winning.
So the only game with the resulting question then is our world champion Magnus Carlsen against Veselin Topalov, who's doing the best job of defending today.
Well, he's doing a job. I'm not so sure if it's the best job of defending. I think that he had some resources
The best
earlier.
of the day, I said. Although maybe that's not fair because that doesn't count Anand.
I guess so. In this case, I think that after bishop g7, we got this position in which Magnus did manage to win a pawn. Topalov had the choice of taking with the queen, but for some reason he didn't like that endgame. I think he was worried about his king being a little weak or the pawn being too fast. I'm not entirely sure, but he decided to take with the bishop. And after queen takes h6, it's white that's up a pawn. And even though it's difficult to make progress, I mean, he is up a pawn, so he will at least torture Topalov for quite a while. there's no immediate draw, and there's no immediate way of saying that this position is just easily holdable. There are some difficulties that will have to be dealt with. Immediately, black has the threat of bishop takes f2 check, since this queen on d6 is hanging. Of course, Magnus will do something against that and then start trying to push his pawn on b6 forward. It's probably one of his few ideas in the position, but if he manages to do it, it might discoordinate the queen and the bishop enough for his own bishop to join the fray and maybe try to create a counterattack on f7 at some point.
You mean try to get b6 in, but it seems like black's going to be able to. How are you going to do that?
Well, I just want to tie down your queen at the moment, right? So if I make some move, I'm starting to think along the lines of queen f4 or queen b8 check and then queen f4. Maybe I have some chances. The queen on f4 looks all right.
Right. So the idea here is that you're already hitting s7. So you might, if our queen strays, you can sometimes get the bishop c4 move in. Exactly.
Now, it's important to notice that not all bishop endgames will be a draw here. It also depends on the positioning of the pawns. Although I think that in this specific case, this should be a draw. There are some scenarios in which this pawn might be a little bit too weak, and if I can somehow take it, you'll be in a losing endgame.
Right, okay. So you think after queen f4, maybe he'll just retreat the queen back to g4?
He'll have to try something. I think queen g4 works. Exchanging queens has to be calculated thoroughly, but it's important to keep the tempi up. And he cannot allow white to escape the current bind that he has on him. So he has to figure something out. Magnus will definitely try to push this for a long time. There's no reason not to. He's playing completely risk-free in this position, and Topalov's the one suffering.
And that's his style.
That's definitely his style. So we only have 2 games remaining. It does seem like one is headed towards a white victory. I'd be very surprised if MVL doesn't convert. And the other one will be a push for a very long time.
And if you had to guess, which way do you think that one would go?
Topalov? It's a 50-50 between a white win and a black
50-50,
holding.
huh?
Yeah, it's unclear.
Well, what if you had to bet one way or the other? Because 50-50, it's such an easy answer.
I think I would bet towards black drawing, but that would be mainly based on the position more than on the players.
More on the players. So if on the players, then
Right.
you'd probably go for Magnus.
Yes, I think so. So it's going to be difficult for Topalov to hold, but hey,
Yeah,
he
Magnus
can do
just
it.
looks like he's just getting started in the game. That's a nice thing. He's like, he doesn't look tired at all. He's ready to go.
Well, that's the thing about Magnus Carlsen. He plays 4 hours of chess and the game just started.
Yeah, that's right. And he said that he did mention in an interview I saw on chess.com that he stopped drinking orange juice. That that's not just a coincidence. That he did it for some kind of purpose.
Really?
Yeah. So you see, we always used to see orange juice when he played in the Singfield Cup, right?
So it seems
he had his oranges. Nakamura had his Red Bull, but he's switching it up and still doing well.
Somehow I think the orange juice wasn't the reason he was winning the games.
Really, you don't think so?
Something tells
That
me
could
a
be
little
the only
suspicion.
reason. I mean,
All right, and we have some analysis on the current positions that we have. We could throw it to Maurice, as it seems like both players have abandoned their seats.
I got no analysis. I just got comment on the orange juice. But I think probably, Magnus is a superstar. He gets a lot of endorsements. And you drink the orange juice, then everybody wants to know the brand of orange juice, and you put it right there, just like Red Bull is Nakamura's drink of choice. And we know that he has a sponsorship with Red Bull. So maybe Magnus decided, you got to pay me for me to be drinking your orange juice. Anyway.
the exact quote was that it's a way to be more calm during the games, I guess, because of all the sugar and acidic in the orange juice. But he said, unfortunately, that would lead to more dry, boring chess. Of course, making a little jab at Nakamura's comment.
Nice.
Well, he's been winning. He only became like 28, 80 something of drinking orange juice. Like he's trying to do better than that now. Guy, relax. But this position here is very tricky indeed. This is one of those harder ones. I would bet draw almost clearly. It's very difficult to get this pawn to get past these dark squares, and your bishop is locked on the f1 square. Of course, Magnus is going to give it his best try. That's just how he is. And although it's 43 moves in, he's such an elite athlete, in great shape, loves to play all sports, basketball, soccer for sure. he's just in incredible shape, and he's going to press his opponent as much as possible and let him know, I always try to impose my will, and if there's a chance to win, I'm not just going to give you a draw. So we should expect to see that game last a while. And in fact, he did play another move. Let me get that up. And the queen to d8 check, and now king h7 is on the board, and the Indians giving queen c7. And surprisingly, after queen d8 check, the correct move is supposed to be king g7. King h7 has been noted as an error by the Indian, and now queen to c7, and that's going to get the pawn going forward because the f7 pawn is hanging. His best move, king to g7, is being given, and now b6. Why did black allow that? Again, pressure from Carlsen. Sometimes the moves are not that difficult, and your opponent starts to make slightly worse moves, and it looks as though not winning yet, but definitely a clear edge being given by the Indians here, and Carlsen has played that move, queen to c7. I'm not sure what Topalov has, but that's a big development in that game. In the other game, I'll just jump to it quickly so we can get back to the action. I mean, this might be winning with only one pawn on the board. With two pawns, it's definitely winning. So this one is a ways away still, but a clear advantage for Vasily Lagrave. We have seen games, though. We recently saw a game, I think it was Gelfand drew against, you have to help me, this crazy stalemate. Was it Yakovenko, I believe it was, where he drew, he stalemated when he was completely busted. So no way is black just going to resign, and no chance of that. There may be some tricks left, and MVL will have to watch out for that. Of course, one simple example of that would, if the move e6 were to appear on the board, then this queen would be sacrificing itself instantly because of the stalemate. That's not going to happen, folks. But certainly, Aronian's going to keep on playing, trying to survive this position, which it looks like he should not. Guys?
There's always a lot of tricks when there's only a queen left to defend your king. And of course, Aronian is going to hope that MVL falls for one of them, or that he leaves his king a little bit too exposed to perpetual check. And going back to the Carlsen game, it does seem like Topalov completely missed queen c7, because as soon as Carlsen played it, he looked stunned. You can tell when a player's stunned, he looked at the board, he didn't write down the move, he just looked, wait, what's going on? What did I miss? What is this move? Is this legal? And you can tell because he missed something. It's very clear he missed something. He would never on purpose allow the pawn to go to b6. He missed the idea that you cannot defend the pawn on f7 and the pawn going to b6 immediately. And it might have been a very simple miscalculation. For example, he thought that after king g7, and I was thinking this originally at least, that on b6 I had the move queen e1, and I couldn't see a good way of defending the f2 pawn until I realized, because I thought the queen was tied to the pawn. But then I realized, wait, queen g3 is check, which means I can play b7 on the next move. So I guess that he forgot that this was check, or something along these lines, because now after the pawn gets to b7, and I don't see how it's going to be stopped from going to b7, the position's suddenly very, very dangerous.
That's right. And so Magnus Carlsen, and I like how Topalov can be pretty emotional. One of the best photos from this year's Sinquefield Cup was him with his mouth wide open because of a move that he missed.
Right, he's
expressive.
He's very
kind of
expressive.
not quite as much as Gary Kasparov was when he played, but kind of in that same vein.
Right. Yeah, we have some expressive players, I think, in this tournament. Definitely, Topalov's one of them. Nakamura is another one. Yeah.
Although I feel like Nakamura, it's more when he's losing. When he's winning, well, I guess that's true for most players. Yeah.
I think when he's winning, he's also very obviously indicating that he's winning. I think, as I mentioned earlier, I could tell that he saw the win just because he was looking away from the board, the way that he was calculating.
That's true. You're right about that. Yeah, I do think that Nakamura in general, he brings a lot of personality to the board, and I even think that this jabbing back and forth between Nakamura and Carlsen, a lot of it's just good fun, you know.
Yeah, sure.
certainly makes for some more interesting quotes. Let's put it that way.
It's good for us.
I take it one game at a time. All my opponents are amazing players. I like to hear this trash talk a little.
We'll see, and I think that MVL maybe missed something earlier to make this a more concrete win, but this also, as I said, looks. It should be winning. It'll take some time though, and I think that that's energy that he could have not have to expend had he actually calculated out a win. Unfortunately, he was unable to, and here Aronian's going to try for quite a while. Both games, it seems like White's going to be pushing for a long time. I think Topalov really made a big mistake with this king h7 move. Definitely a very typical situation in the Magnus Carlsen game where he's pressing and his opponent has one move that is fine and the other one is not so fine, and somehow after choosing not so fine moves over and over again, suddenly he's in real trouble. And even though I think that a computer would probably hold this position still after queen c7, it becomes harder and harder and harder to do so, especially since, again, white's moves are very obvious. You want to play b6, b7, queen your pawn, put pressure on f7, whereas black now has to figure out how to avoid just losing immediately.
And we are getting some news over from the press conferences in Norway, and apparently Nakamura has said that bishop e3 was the key move and that he was pretty confident after that move, or I suppose after he saw that move. We also had an interesting question directed to Grishuk, in which Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson asked him if he liked Kanye West. Well, that's certainly one way to divert the attention from a game that didn't go so well, right? Like, I guess the last thing he wants to talk about is the game itself.
Yeah, I suppose it was not a very good game by Grishuk in any front. So might as well talk about something else.
Pop music.
Sure, why not?
Grishuk's response, he's a rapper, right?
I'm going to take that as a no.
More like an I don't know.
Maybe. All right, it seems like MVL is just giving a bunch of checks. I'm not so sure what he plans from gaining.
Well, remember that we do have a 30-second increment now. So in the second time control, he can gain a little bit of time in his clock.
Right, but considering that he has 54 minutes left.
Yeah, it's not really on the
It's not like he's flagging or anything, right? Maybe he's just waiting for Ronin to make some kind of mistake. Or he's just improving his queen. The queen on c7 looks like it's pretty good to me. We have to remember that most queen trades are hopeless for black. So even if white loses the e5 pawn, if he manages to exchange queens, with the way that the kings are set up right now, the pawn on g2 would be sufficient to win.
So this is a big day for Nakamura. You know, he gets back. He's been there before, but not very often. Usually he's lingering around 3 or 4 or 5 in the rankings. Number 2 again.
Oh, he passed Caruana and Anand, I suppose.
After this game,
since they drew their game, right?
That's right.
But it might. I believe that he would tie with Caruana. I don't think he actually...
No, it was a third of a point ahead of Caruana now.
A third of a point, all right.
That's
Which in FIDE translates to 0 since they tend to round down, unless it's 0.5 or superior. So I think we will see a very strong fight for second place in the world right now.
That's right, and we just saw a little flash of Nakamura. I guess he's doing some commentary over in the press room in Norway. And we've got Maurice with some thoughts on the game between Magnus and Topalov. Do you think Magnus is gonna do this, Maurice? What do you think?
Well, certainly Topalov is stunned by that last development. Queen c7 is not a move he should have missed. But now that he has missed it, he's got to deal with the reality of his position. And there are 2 dark squares that white pawn has to get across in order to become a queen. Well, first of all, it has to do b6. Looks like that's going to happen. But b8 is the secondary defensive square for black. And it seems as though he can set up a defense. After king to g7, b6, and that pawn is going to advance. Now this maneuver, queen g4, there are other ways as well. Queen b1 is another idea. But watch this pawn as it tries to become a queen. Now queen to h4, that's a mate threat. Bishop takes on f2 is actually mate. Now the move g3, or any move in fact, in this position as he tries to keep it going. Now queen f6, queen takes f2 check, queen to c2 necessary now. And now the move queen e5. And the argument is, yes, your pawn is sitting deep in the position on b7, but my queen and my bishop on a7 could stop that pawn from advancing. Unless there's some concrete threats on this side of the board, this pawn is not going anywhere. So it seems as though black, having blown the primary blockade on b6, might be able to set up a secondary blockade. Much more of a threat, of course, but on the b8 square, and it seems as though black should still be able to draw this position. Guys?
It's going to take some finesse, and I think the most important thing here will be psychologically for Topalov. He missed a move. He needs to get back on his game and calculate out, because he has so many choices of how to set up his blockade on the dark squares. So he needs to be very careful on how he chooses to do so. And I think that if he still finds the correct continuations, this should be a draw. But as I said, he's made a mistake. He psychologically maybe doesn't feel the best. He's a type of player that doesn't like defending so much. So as we see in this position, he has to be careful that the pawn doesn't run all the way to b8. He needs to create some counterplay against the f2 pawn. He needs to make sure that the pawn on b7, and it is going to go to b7, remains under lock and it doesn't actually promote. It's a little bit unpleasant. Topalov, is he a strong enough player to find the correct defense? Yes, absolutely he is. But he still needs to do it. And currently, he made a position that I think was not so hard, much harder on himself.
Right. And luckily for him, with this extended time control, it should be a little bit easier.
Yeah, I agree. He's not in the danger zone of time pressure by any stretch of the imagination. He has still 45 minutes, plus the 30-second increment that he gets from move 41. And that's a ton of time. I mean, he still has a lot to think about, but he has the time to do it. So again, it goes back to good time management might save you games in this position. If he has less than 10 or 15 minutes, it might be very difficult to find the moves that he needs to find.
Now we do have Hikaru Nakamura in Norway with Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, so we're going to go to them.
Thank you very much, Jen. And congratulations, Hikaru. Nice way to start the tournament.
Yeah, thanks, Yasser. So far, so good.
So far, so good indeed. Did you take advantage of the innovation of the confessional?
No, I didn't. I was somewhat tempted to actually early on in the game because I was rather annoyed. But at any rate, I didn't, and it probably was for the better.
Well, I mean, it entered your mind that maybe you would go, but then you stopped.
Yeah, I mean, okay.
I
was kind of just outside, and I saw that Magnus went in there. I think like very early on, because a few of us were just outside, you know, just pacing and so forth. So yeah, it entered my mind, but I didn't do it. I considered it briefly, but I didn't. And like I said, it probably was a good thing.
Well, Magnus was the first. We got 3 players who had a confessional. Fabiano knows just a few things. But for yourself, had you gone on,
yeah,
what would you have said?
I probably would have said something like, I would have said more than this, but essentially I would have said something like, I'm just not very happy with how everything's going today. Something along those lines.
That probably was before you played Bishop F7.
Yeah, I mean, I would have expanded more on that, certainly, but it would have been something along those lines.
Do you think that's an interesting innovation that's worth pursuing? And
I think it's interesting. I think it's more practical when it comes to rapid chess, probably, than classical at the moment. But that being said, it's still something. So
something for the fans to get entertained by.
Yeah, certainly.
Very cool, very cool. So +1, yeah. I mean, Hikaru, let's face it, you've been just having a fantastic year. I mean, everything's going great. You won the U.S. Championship. You've got your candidate. You're starting +1 here in the Grand Prix. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Why is it going so well? What's happened that it's all good?
Nothing in particular. I mean,
can't you put it in the can and sell it to the rest of us? I mean, it's good.
You know, I guess in general I'm pretty happy with how life is going. So maybe that's part of it. But in general, I mean, it's all about playing good chess and being consistent. And so far, at least this year, I've avoided losing a lot of games. In the past,
to the contrary, you've been
perhaps in the past I would have won more games, but I also would have lost more. I seem to be losing less and winning less, but still winning some at least. So maybe that's helping. But I mean, in general, I don't feel like anything's really all that different. Things just seem to be going my way.
Well, a big hearty cheer from the folks in St. Louis. You made everybody happy today, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Yasser.
Thank you. And back to you, Jen, back to St. Louis.
Thank you. So,
seems like he's happy with life. He's happy over the board.
yes, he said he's very happy. No confessionals this time, but I can see some in the future. Probably Nakamura will give some of the most interesting confessionals. I'll say that.
No, absolutely. I can imagine.
Words. And that might be one of the reasons why he's more afraid to give one.
Perhaps.
I know. I can understand that.
So we still have MVL checking Aronian around. I don't think he's settled on how to make advance in this position. Aronian simply reacting at the moment, which he doesn't need to do anything else. We're going to update the position. We have a couple more checks, and this is the position on the board. And MVL is trying to maybe force the issue, but I don't see anything exactly. He might need to bring up the king or the pawn to help out the lonely queen. But of course, as soon as you do that, your king becomes more exposed. So he needs to make sure that there's no perpetuals. It takes a little bit of calculating, but he has plenty of time to do it. As I said, it should be a winning position. It does require some precision.
That's right. So you think MVL will be up to the task today?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, he's played well so far. And it's annoying to play this as black as it is. So I don't see why MVL wouldn't win this position. Maurice, what do you think?
Well, I think it's kind of ridiculous, actually. It looks so easy to win. Reason why is this. If you had this G-pawn alone, there's some table base somewhere saying you're winning, you're drawing, whatever. But this pawn stands in the way of all the critical perpetual checks, right? And that's the main problem. Black will not be able to just get away with checking this king forever. So why isn't MVL playing some move like G4 or Queen F6 check, then G4, something like that? From a human standpoint, the engines are going gaga. They're saying this is completely over, of course. But I'm trying to wrap my mind around as a player, and you say, well, if I just had the G-pawn, I think I was, maybe I'm not winning. Maybe I make a mistake in some table-based position. But if I have this E-pawn, I'm not worried about you perpetual checking me ever at all. There's no way you can swing around enough to get around this guy sitting rock solid in the center. And so it's really an easy win. He just has to push the G-pawn. And the engines are giving those moves. But again, like I said, just from a logical viewpoint, these endings, it's one pawn is bad enough. The second pawn sitting in the middle of the board. If this pawn sat over here on A5, maybe a little bit trickier. Maybe this king would be forced to go over. I guess that's a different ending as well, probably winning. But the one on E5 is like, there is no perpet. There can be no perpet. And I'm always threatening to turn this guy into somebody as well. And it might even help me to trade queens. I mean, just nothing to do. And I think that we're going to find he's going to settle down and just start pushing that G-pawn home, and it's going to be all she wrote.
Right, and if you want to see it that way, I mean, from a practical point of view, all he did was improve the queen. The queen is on F5, which is a fantastic square, I think, where it keeps the king at bay, and it defends a lot of key squares around a king that comes up on H2, G3, H4. So I don't see any problem with playing G4 immediately, which would be my instinct, and then swinging the king in front of the pawn at some point, in case that I start getting checked. So for example, if you go G4, and I just start getting, checked here, and checked here, it's hard for me to believe that at some point this is not just going to be completely winning if you keep checking me, because once I go to G6, I think you completely run out of checks. And then you have to be worried about my pawns advancing. You also have to be worried about getting mated in some variations. All of the queen trades are hopeless. I mean, it's...
And show that line, actually.
Sure.
Show the line Queen C1 check in this position. Queen C1 check, King G6. I think this is the critical point, that moves like Queen C6 you might worry about.
Right, are just completely winning because
Queen
you just
F6.
trade off.
Yeah.
Right.
Check, and it's
yeah,
over.
and as we said, if you only had one pawn, then maybe this is not so easy because you can trade, and imagine that the pawn on G4 doesn't exist. This is a draw, actually.
No.
Actually, this one.
This particular one is
But if it was
winning.
Black's move,
But it was Black's
enough
move.
is.
But
Yeah.
by the way, Queen F6 wouldn't even be possible in this position because there's no pawn on E5.
Exactly. So it's
you
the
wouldn't
fact,
be blocking.
It's
There'd
the
be more
fact
checks
that
coming.
you have two pawns that you can work so much with it. And the example that I was trying to say also is that even after Queen C6, I can maybe even push E6 if I didn't have Queen F6, which I do. And in those cases, again, you cannot queen trade, something that you would love to do because the pawn is being protected by the queen. You just cannot trade it. You cannot take it, which means that there are no resources. Since there are no resources, the position is hopeless. There's
That's
no
a
checks.
typical motif in queen endgames, right? This whole idea of blocking with the queen and trading into a winning pawn endgame.
Yeah, exactly. And I see that MVL played the move G3, which I think is very meek. He's going to take his time to win the position, but I think G4 just was much clearer.
And so we've got the day of the queen endgames, and in fact, Magnus's manager Simon Eggestein actually said that Carlsen excels in queen endgames. and that he has good chances today.
Well,
I think that was before Topalov messed up.
I wonder what Magnus doesn't excel at, but sure. let's agree with that one.
Yeah, he excels at openings, end games. Well, openings maybe not. You could say that he just excels at like getting a position that he likes from the openings.
Yeah, maybe
he's not smashing people from the opening.
Maybe he only has a 2,800 understanding of openings.
Okay, so everything else is 2,900. If he could get his openings up, he might actually cross that barrier.
Man, that sounds like a tough day for the rest of the players. Maurice.
I think that a 2,800 understanding might be actually understating it. I think the question is his knowledge, the depth of his knowledge in the openings. If he had, let's say, Gary Kasparov-like preparation in the opening, then I think he breaks 2,900 with no problem. I mean, that kind of deep knowledge and innovations that would just, novelties that would just be coming out of nowhere, that would just be crushing. Thank goodness he doesn't have that kind of level. He just plays positions, gets good positions, gets decent positions, maybe even gets slightly worse, and maybe sometimes you have a chance, and then he just grounds you down in those middle games, and especially in those end games late in the game. But here, I think it's going to be quite tricky for him. This position is not so easy. We're seeing a line happen in the game that we talked about, and Topalov did find queen to g4. The point being that now he's going to harass his only chance, that f2 pawn. He's going to harass it, make sure that after queen to h4, this pawn is now under heavy threat. And whatever you do, you have to defend the pawn in some kind of way. So queen c2 you could also play, but whatever you do, this queen is going to find a way to stop this pawn from going ahead. And I don't think even Magnus's level of incredible technique will push this pawn one square further along. Because even if he set up some line where he put a bishop on this diagonal and aimed his queen at the king, he still can't break this point. This queen will guard this, and the bishop, everybody will just be in great shape. So I think that this game is definitely leaning towards a draw, but he's going to keep on fighting his Magnus. Look at him. He's intent on trying to find something, some little thing, so that he can maybe put the pressure on enough, and hopefully his opponent cracks.
I think this queen g4 move was just very important. It didn't seem obvious to me at first because first of all, it puts the queen on a light square, and you have to calculate a couple of variations to make sure that the queen actually does come back and defends against the promotion. But because it all seems to work out for him and that f2 is just weak enough for me to attack it, it seems like Topalov might be able to set up one of these fortress-type positions. If I, for example, get my queen to f4, a pawn to h4, and a bishop to e5, that'll be basically all she wrote. So I don't think that there is anything in this position that Magnus Carlsen can do if Topalov finds all of the precise moves to set up the position exactly as he needs. And it all comes down to the weakness of the king on g1 and the weakness of the pawn on f2, that it's his only defender on the dark squares. If this pawn disappears, the king doesn't have any cover.
That's the theme of opposite colored bishops, right? In the middle game, when there's any kind of attacking chances, that accentuates our attacking chances because it's difficult for you to defend.
Right, and even though it's white that's trying to win because he obviously has an extra pawn, it's black that has the pressure on f2. Had the roles been reversed, then this position would not be even a contest. The pawn on b7 would be too much to deal with, along with the pressure on the f7 pawn. So black, very importantly, has to keep the pressure up on f2. It seems like he's doing a good job of it. Queen g4 was a very nice move to find, a very important resource. Magnus Carlsen is currently trying to figure out a way to not allow this queen back into the diagonal, to defend his pawn on f2 without allowing the blockade on b8. But as we have analyzed, it doesn't seem like this is possible. So Topalov with really good defense after his slip, king h7, which is not great. And Maurice, you have more analysis on the Aronian game, I believe.
Well, I'm reminded of one of my favorite movies of all time, The Matrix, where the scene where Mr. Smith has Neo on the tracks and the train is coming, and he says, do you hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability. And we know Neo got out of that one miraculously, but this one, the move G3, has that feeling like, yeah, you're going to lose. G4 is clearly a winning move, but G3 just says, I'm going to slowly march up the board and I'm going to beat you why are you still playing? And the move Queen C3 was played. I know that Aronian knows this is over. It's inevitable that he's going to lose. But now the move King H3 can follow, and he can just slowly, march in the park and get a easily winning position. This protection is just so clean and clear that I was surprised after I saw G3, even though I knew G4 won, G3 felt like, yeah, you really should resign now. And he has not, but it just looks just optically just looks like there's nothing Black could even dream of doing. So White should win this game. It still will take some time, but it's pretty clear that this is over. And you can see it just looking at Aronian there. It's like,
no, absolutely. Wow. He knows the situation. He doesn't have real hopes in him that he'll draw. He's just trying. He's playing out some moves. He's hoping a
playing
blunder
out the inevitable.
Will happen.
You never know. But I'm just kind of annoyed that Maurice just gave away the Matrix. Like, spoilers.
Yeah, I think there's a time limit on spoilers.
10 years makes the cut. Yeah. One way we can lose a lot of spectators is give away Game of Thrones spoilers.
Well, actually.
No, I'm actually on season 2, so you're gonna have to spoil it for me in like 5 years. delayed spoilers.
We'll make sure to add that to the commentary of Sinkfield 2020. All right. Yeah, it does seem like Aronian is completely lost. Let's see.
But you can't blame him for playing this out.
No, it's not a position where like it's disrespectful
to
play on by any means. It's a position where okay, maybe a blunder will still switch around the result, but it's not going to happen. MVL is just not going to blunder from this position, which is a great start.
Especially the way that he's been playing.
Yeah, he's played a really good game. This was quite crisp.
And we see really some pretty high-level technique in this game. I'm not saying that the play has always been great, but it seems like players are playing well on a technical side. I know you guys weren't happy with Anish, but
not so much.
He was so winning that in a way it didn't matter, you could say. Whereas technique tends to crumble a little bit more towards the mid stages of the tournament when players start to get tired. Would you agree with that, or do you think that actually the form finding is another issue?
No, absolutely. Once you start getting tired in the middle of a tournament, you start getting disadvantages, and they slip more often than in the beginning of the tournament, where players are much fresher, they have all this energy, they can go hours and hours of thinking, whereas you do that day after day, eventually it starts wearing on you, and suddenly your technique is not great, you miss things here and there. So definitely at the middle of the tournament, especially by the end of the tournament, we're going to see a lot of technique not being as crisp as it was today.
That's what I think. Although at this level, it can go either way. When you look at a tournament like the U.S. Championship, that one you could see it in flying colors, really, because also it's a little bit more intense. I think the one rest day from 11 rounds is pushing it in terms of players are really getting exhausted.
Right, exactly.
But obviously that's also fun, because if everybody is exhausted, then nobody's at a real disadvantage.
And we'll get very interesting games when people are tired, and you can tell sometimes from the way that they play, they're just like, this person's tired, he's just trying to make it through the tournament. A lot of psychological pressure also depending on their tournament situation. It all weighs on the players, for sure.
And Maurice's thoughts on a game that we've actually already finished today.
Well, I just wanted to comment on that game. Giri won the game, no question about it. But he made so many inaccurate moves that he's got to go back and feel a little bit ill at ease. I mean, you play a game, you won the game. I say, well, I put the point in my pocket, that's it. But there's still that thing in the back of your mind that says, well, if I'm playing really well enough to win this tournament, well enough to play against your Magnus Carlsens, your Anans, your Nakamuras, your Caruanas, then I should show them right away. You want to put the stamp of dominance early on. And if you show that, well, that wasn't that impressive, those guys go, yeah, you won the game, but dude, you played a hot mess. We saw it happen here with Nakamura. How many times you saw Nakamura during the U.S. Championship castigate himself and say, no, I played a horrible game. Dude, you won. Yeah, but it sucked. Dude, you got a point. Yeah, but if I was playing against Aronian, Carlsen, Anand, I wouldn't have won that game. That's the high standards these guys keep for themselves. And in this position, the move A5 was the blunder. Queen A5 would have solidified the position, kept an eye on this rook so that this knight could not move. And so that was definitely a not great play by Giri. So he's going to have to get that straight so that he can play properly. And here we have a result. It looks like that game has gone the way of the machines. that is a Matrix joke. It seems as though Aronian has finally resigned.
He's ruining it for me. Maurice. I was going to watch The Matrix tonight. But yes, MVL, congratulations. Great start.
Great start.
Wins the Blitz.
Wins
his first game.
the first game against Aronian. It's a very tough opponent to beat. No, an excellent result for MVL.
Now, and remember, he is the lowest rated of the players who are participating in all three.
Yes.
So of the ones who are really in contention for the Grand Chess Tour main prizes.
Yes, exactly. And
So-
especially a player that's been off form for months. The fact that he comes into the tournament, wins the Blitz, wins the first round, it's a great boost. It's an absolutely great boost. One of the players that was most tired going into this, he actually flew from León into this tournament in the middle of the night. And after a red-eye flight, he basically played the Blitz and won it.
And a really nice dude, just very down to earth. You know, when he was here at the Sinkfield Cup, running around, playing Blitz chess, and that. I remember he was playing some of the guys from Chess.com on that like life-size chessboard, playing 1-minute chess.
That's right.
Yeah, it doesn't come across as very, very humble. So nice to see him do well.
Yes, absolutely. Very good. So that leaves us with only one game going on still. It's the Magnus Carlsen against Veselin Topalov game, which is still quite a struggle. Carlsen trying to push with his one extra pawn, currently sitting on b7. A very nice position for the pawn, but unfortunately, that might be as far as it goes. I don't see any way for the pawn to force itself all the way to b8. We have seen this position already in our analysis board. As it was pointed out, there's a threat of bishop takes f2 checkmate. Therefore, Carlsen has to defend f2 in one of two ways, either by bringing the queen back to c2, or after g3, queen f6, still bringing the queen back to c2, since the trade of queens on f4 should just result in a drawn endgame. The opposite color bishops should just give a draw. But after queen c2, we already pointed out that the move queen e5 here in this position sets up the blockade on b8, and it doesn't seem like there's any good way of lifting it. So, Maurice, you still think this is going to be headed towards a draw?
Absolutely, that one looks well drawn for sure. But I'm just thinking about Aronian and the fall from grace. You just keep feeling like sooner or later he's going to have a great result and prove why he was once, what, 28-30? I mean, how does a player drop this many rating points and not even be in the top 10 anymore? I think is he still in the top 10 in the world? Maybe barely hanging on by his fingernails. I mean, everybody was saying 1 and 2, it was Magnus and it was Aronian, and that was clear who was going to catch them. Now he has been surpassed by a number of younger players, Caruana being among the most prestigious in the group. But, I mean, the fact that he's not from the Netherlands, he's from Armenia, but his world ranking has definitely dropped precipitously. And to see a guy like Aronian at this level, and now round one, bam, he gets knocked off again. It just hurts. It hurts. We've sat and had dinner with him many times here during the Sinkfield Cup, and heck of a nice guy, and incredibly well-read, knowledgeable about so much, quite a party guy, just friendly. To see him playing chess like this, one of the most likable guys on the tours, it definitely makes his fans feel the pain.
That's true. Fans from all over the world. He has dropped to number 10 exactly in the world after this loss, but there is a lot of distance between him and number 11, Yavinenko, 20 points almost. Meanwhile, with that win, MVL, as you pointed out earlier, Alejandro, just a one win can catapult you so many points a little bit further down the rankings. So MVL, I think, has gone up 5 or 6 spots with that victory.
Right, I believe that he was 27 or 26 before this game started,
so 4 spots, yeah.
Depending on how Navarra did today. I wasn't following how he did against So. I think he lost today, so I think Navarra actually went below MVL before this game ended.
And So up to number 8 now, another American player.
That's correct, based on his good performance so far in the Czech Republic. And I think that MVL with this victory won around 6 points, which should be enough to pass at least a few people. I can guess that he passed, we can see, Hari Krishna, Wojtaszek, and Ivanchuk on one go.
That's great. Well, great for him.
And there should be more of those coming. MVL is not top 20 in the world. the guy is definitely at least top 15 and maybe quite soon back in the top 10. He's a fantastic player. We've seen him play amazing chess. I remember we got a chance to play bug house chess against him. I know, Alejandro, we had those two exact guys. It was MVL and it was Aronian, and I had Nakamura on my team. We fought a little bit. We got a couple of wins, and then they shut us out. And then you and Yasser sat down, and they shut you guys out. And Aronian is supposed to be maybe the best bug house player in the world, but it was MVL who just all of a sudden came on like a tiger and just started winning game after game after game. His blitz skills are great, his bug house skills, and certainly his chess skills. The guy's supremely talented. No surprise that we'll see him back in the top 20 soon, and I expect in the top 10 in the world also.
So I guess that you're saying I should defend F7 when I'm playing against MVL and Bug.
It doesn't matter what you defend. He's coming. The guy was so quick, dropping pieces down with lightning speed. He was laughing. He was jocular. At first, I thought he was going to be the big weakness, and I was even calling him a wet noodle. That's my Brooklyn trash talking coming out. Man, he took offense, and he just rolled whoever sat down in front of him after that. And all Aronian had to do was just sit back and relax and defend his position.
So he was black.
He had a killer on the other side.
So MVL was attacking and Levon was defending for the most part.
It did.
Well, I think they switched around.
They switched around.
They switched around, but at the end, it was MVL. I mean, Aronian was like, I don't have to do any work. The guy's winning all the games. And it didn't matter who sat in front of him.
It was definitely frustrating because MVL would checkmate whoever sat in front of him, and then Aronian would never lose. He would just never lose. He wouldn't come close to be lost. He was always defending brilliantly and easily.
I know that there was a lot of trash talk going on about Fabiano's lackluster bug house skills, but then Levon, you know, he just won all the games in the Singfield Cup. But then he's like, oh, you're the worst bug house player in the world, in the whole world. But apparently he improved a lot.
Well, it's difficult not to improve when you sit next to Aronian and he tells you a couple of ideas and suddenly, well...
And you're 2,800.
You're 2,800, you kind of get chess a little bit and you're like, wow, yeah, what this guy says makes sense, let's apply it. And well, suddenly MVL and Karana, which I think were horrible bughouse players by the time we started, 2 days later were killing us.
Okay,
so,
right, yeah, that's
right.
the amount of time I suppose it takes, huh? Yeah.
Well, you know, it's funny though, we, as teachers, as coaches, we often tell our students, no bug house, relax, don't play too much, you know, you got to play your chess, try to be like the top players. The top players love bug house. It doesn't matter what the level. They love to play. It's a team aspect. It's the creativity, the tactics. Everybody loves to play this form of chess. I don't think we're going to see too many tournament bug house chess anytime soon, but I'll tell you, if you did, the players would all sign up for it. At least the majority of the young ones would, because they really love to play. It's super exciting. I don't know if you'd be able to enforce rules at this one. They do it at a lot of youth tournaments. But that'll be interesting to watch. Some bug house events at this level. I mean, the games are wild. I don't think we could do commentary on those games. They'd be so insane.
Yeah, that's a problem. It would be hard. It would be hard. You'd have to.
Blitz is hard enough. I don't want to think about Bughouse doing commentary.
You know, you might be able, because the problem with Bughouse is you couldn't make it like game 10 because that would change so many aspects of the game, right?
Right. It's one of those few games.
You have to stick it with 5.
Exactly. Where actually the fact that you have a short time control is mandatory, because a lot of it depends on the clock pressure that you put on the other team. And that would mean that, well, you're pretty much limited to as max 5 minutes, which still sounds like a lot of time for a Bughouse game.
It could be 3 minutes you sometimes play.
Right.
Yeah, 3 or 5 are the typical ones, right? But making it 10, so the commentary would become quite interesting.
Well, that'll hopefully be something we have to worry at some other time.
Oh yeah, let's do it though. I'm in. Let's play a Bughouse game right now. Queen E5, this defensive move by Topalov has been played.
Yeah, Queen E5 seemed forced, of course.
Yes.
It has the threat of Queen takes G3
and the defensive idea of Queen B8.
Defensive idea
so a double
Queen
attack
B8.
in a way. That's the thing about chess, double attack, it creeps up all the places. Even when it doesn't really seem like an attack, it's more like a double idea.
Right, a double idea in this case. And here I'm assuming that Carlsen should play the move Queen B3 because, again, a double idea. It defends the pawn on G3 and it helps me push the pawn towards B8. But after Bishop A7, I don't really know what he's going to do.
So yeah, but Carlsen will come up with some kind of idea, don't you think? I mean, is there an idea here?
Well, that's the thing. If there is an idea, he'll come up with it. He will find it. The question then becomes, does he really have one? I mean, I put all my pieces where I need them to be.
And you only
your
have
next move?
one blockaded pawn.
Right.
You're good. Yeah.
And always, it's always important to note what happens if the queens are traded. And I can't imagine any scenario in which the queens are traded and then white is somehow winning the endgame. I just don't see it happening.
But he'll probably fiddle around with his pieces just a little bit to see what happens.
It's not like he's going to offer Topalov a draw in this position, but how exactly he's going to proceed, that to me is a little unclear.
Any ideas, Maurice?
When I heard the word unclear, I think Alejandro is just being polite. I mean, there's nothing here. There's just nothing here. The point is, the only thing you can do is somehow, I mean, the typical thing to do is to somehow bring this bishop and this queen in such a way as to attack this king and force black to defend this side. And by that diversionary tactic, then be able to queen your pawn. Something like that could happen. But this white king is not that well protected, and all this, the square on f2 is always going to be a problem. Black can also toss in h4 at any point. Black wants to trade off as many pawns as possible. So if he could trade off this pawn as well, then that's going to simplify his task. So h4 is also another threat that white has to watch out for. So white has to keep everything. In fact, this bishop could even go back to b8. Imagine the bishop actually sitting on b8. What are you going to do if, let's say, bishop on b8, queen on c7? As long as this pawn is not one that drops off the board, maybe he can get the pawn down. Sorry, I jumped positions there. Maybe you can get the pawn down to h4 and trade that off. I just don't see what white can do. Even there's just no mating ideas. There's nothing here that says this black king will be mated. So this looks like, of course, Carlsen's going to look and search and look and hope maybe he can get to time pressure. But Topalov is settled down now, and I think if you look at him, he's going to be relaxed. He's going to think, dude, you're not winning this. We're going to sit here a while. You see how focused he is. He's not going to let that slip he made to allow the pawn to get to b7 bother him anymore. And I think that this game is just going to peter out into a draw. Maybe take an hour, but it should be a draw.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. It might take as long as it needs to take, but Carlsen, I just don't think has any real chance. There are some, yeah, I just don't know. I mean, I keep looking at the position, and the more I see it, the less ideas I find for white. They just all seem to very easily refute it. Even in positions in which the bishop is passively, quote, passively put on b8, and I exchange the h-pawns, it should just be a drawn position. All the queen trades should lead into a draw. There should be nothing in this scenario.
Well, but we certainly got a lot today. I mean,
absolutely, it was a fantastic day. I mean, 3 victories.
Debut of the Grand Chess Tour, gotta love it. I mean, Nakamura out there trash talking, playing enterprising chess, always keeping the chess world more interesting. We've got Fabiano Caruana, who played quite enterprisingly too. I think we can feel optimistic about his form in this tournament. And then, yeah, I mean, Giri. Just in a way, you got to be more impressed by, I think, in Nakamura's victory today and MVL's victory today, though.
I think MVL's victory is the highlight of the day.
A little bit.
Right. I think MVL's victory was the highlight of the day because he met very strong resistance. Aurelian played one of his pet lines, and it was the sheer power of MVL that won him the game. Whereas I feel like Giri didn't win today. He just Grischuk lost.
Accepted the loss. Yeah.
Yeah, Grischuk just lost, and then he picked up the pieces when that's all he needed to do. Whereas I feel like, okay, it's true that Nakamura won, but it's probably the most expected result of the round.
True, based on the ratings, but I still was impressed by the fact that the position looked like Cameron got a pretty good opening, and Nakamura, just in his trademark style, just kind of outplayed him.
Precisely because this is his trademark style. It's probably what I expected, that once it was a complicated position that was reached, Hammer would make mistakes.
Something would go wrong, indeed. And that bishop e3 was really cute and very clear but very difficult to see at the same time. And that's a very elegant combination in chess, so I love it.
I agree. I think the finish was absolutely fantastic. We're used to Nakamura being able to find those key moves when he needs to. He did it today. A good victory from him, a good victory from MVL. Giri, I think that he put enough pressure on his opponent that the opponent collapsed. And I think that Carlsen played very much in Carlsen's style.
And we'll see that game looks like it's headed towards the draw despite the valiant efforts by Carlsen. Do we have a final word from Grandmaster Maurice Ashley?
Well, what more can you want from round one as a chess fan? The players started off in enterprising style. Everyone showed that they wanted to win the game. Even the game with Magnus Carlsen, our world champion, may have started off slow. It's still going on, showing his fighting spirit. The players gave us great chess, 3 victories with the white pieces to be sure. That's a great way to start. Even the draw was exciting. The one that showed Caruana is definitely a force to be reckoned with. So the Grand Chess Tour has begun. I mean, the Norway chess is showing the way, and we expect to see much more of this. I can't wait for round 2 tomorrow.
That's right. Join us tomorrow. We are going to be live in Norway and in St. Louis, and that means at Central Standard Time we're going to be 8:50. That's almost 4 o'clock over in Norway. So another exciting day of chess here at the Grand Chess Tour, Norway Chess 2015. You're not going to want to miss it. I'm Jennifer Shahade signing off for Grandmasters Alejandro Ramirez, Maurice Ashley, and of course we've got Yasser Seirawan over in Norway.